and welcome to Silverstone and the 2023 Birkett Relay run by the 750 Motor Club, and it's live here on 750 Motor Club TV for the next 6 hours plus. So we're looking forward to the 6-hour race, which will begin in about half an hour here at Silverstone, all produced here on 750 Motor Club TV by Alpha Live. I'm Joshua Batt, alongside me is Lewis Bilge, our long-time pit lane reporter here at the Birkett. And Lewis, you keep coming back and enjoying it every year. Tell us a bit about it.
Yes, it is a unique and very, very special event. Of course, there are two races in one, but obviously I'm sure we'll get to that. There's the sprint race, which is what happens on the circuit. Then there's the handicap, which actually is where the Birkett trophy is awarded to. And that is really hard fought. That can be fought out by all 70 teams.
Yeah, that's right. So we've got 70 teams here. It's a relay, like we just mentioned. So there are teams that have between 3 and 6 cars. And Lewis, you're down in the pits for those pit stops. They're not a traditional pit stop. Tell us how they will work during the course of this race.
Well, as one car drives past, the other one can then come out of the pits. So that it's kind of like a relay. In the old days, they actually used to use a sash. And so if you stopped on circuit, someone had to run and go and get the sash to come back before the car could come out. But obviously now we're on electronics, transponders, it's much easier for the timekeepers. So as the car, you'll see the car during the day rolling up the pit lane at 60 kilometres an hour, and as the car goes past the garage, the next one can join behind. So it's fairly seamless.
Yeah, and very different. So if people haven't seen this before, very different to a traditional endurance race. But we'll talk about this and show you all this during the course of what will be a 6-hour race, which is due to start at 11:45. In the background now, you can probably hear the cars have gone out for the final practice session of the morning. Everybody has to do 3 practice sessions during the course of the morning to make sure they are qualified for the race. That's just being completed now. Then we're looking forward to the starting cars making their way just behind us here on the runway. You can see there's a couple actually already starting to make their way down. But 70 cars are the biggest race in the UK, probably one of the biggest races in the world, this, to have the amount of cars, and it's one of the real headlines of the British club racing calendar, Lewis, and it's been going since 1951.
It certainly has, and I've followed the event since 1987, so that's an awful long time. I haven't actually missed one. I haven't always done the pit lane commentary, but yeah, I do have a history of the event. It is a fabulous event, very well supported, as we have 70 teams. I've got no idea how many drivers there are, although we checked the drivers out this morning between us, because there's always updates, and we have updated our programme. And we have to say, look at that artwork. That is absolutely stunning, isn't it? From the 750 Motor Club. Groove and Dean Motor Insurers are one of our sponsors. We have to give them a plug, and many thanks to them. But yes, it's going to be interesting, and sadly we got one of the cars come back now. Look, that's 58E, that's one of the Ginettas, and
that's Cy Frowan, one of the RAF motor racing team, and you normally meet the various armed forces teams that always compete at the Birkett and traditionally do very well, but unfortunately not the greatest start for that team.
Definitely not. The RAF boys certainly know their way around here. I think that literally the last 4 or 5 years they've won it twice, haven't they? That's actually the Birkett, the relay. It's the handicap section. Yeah, they're very, very good at because they're well organised, and organisation in the pits is really, really key to this race. You can't, because everyone is given a lap time, and there's also a relay time, isn't there? However, how many times you come into the pits is also factored into the handicap system. So you have to be right on the money. And the RAF boys and the Army boys usually are very well organised, and they don't let any seconds slip by.
Boys and girls in the Army team this year. I'm sure you'll meet one of the Army mechanics, Jasmine, who's started racing this year, and she's one of the front, I think, the quickest car in the Army team, because she's been given a limited number of laps she's allowed to do, and that's all part of the handicap. Giles Grimbridge, our chief handicapper, has been looking at all the cars, so the handicappers, and Lewis has been saying it's the main race. So if you've got a much quicker car than all your teammates, like there is in that team, that car will be given a maximum number of laps, and there's other teams which the slowest car has to do the minimum number of laps to make sure that handicap that all works going forward. The main part of the race, or one of the part of the races we'll look, probably in the first half of the race particularly, is the scratch race, which had 3 radical teams. But then as the race goes on, it will start to become clear who is doing well in the handicap, and that is when, Lewis, you go and find some of those top teams from the handicap as we work that out later in the race.
Yes, we were discussing this earlier, and obviously with the team and James on the cameraman, is that it doesn't really start to sort of show itself till 2.5 or 3 hours, does it? And then you can sort of work out those teams that are probably going to end up at the top. We were talking about the weather earlier, and if we get rain, then that's slightly different, because the really fast cars who they lose more time in the rain than the slower cars. So it's how much percentage do you lose? And I can remember the Austin is it the Healeys? Yes, I think it was the Healeys a few years ago. They had 2 wet races and they won both times because they, on their handicap, they were probably doing 90% of their handicap time, whereas some of the other cars can only make 86 or 85% of that handicap time on the lap. So yeah, the rain could throw a spanner in the works, and I think rain may well be forecast for the latter part of the day.
Yeah, after here in the UK, it's been the late or early part of autumn's been very hot and sunny, but this last couple of weeks has been very showery, and we suspect that could continue. So what you will see is a massive range of cars. So should we start to wander down? Some of our front row cars not here yet, but if we wander down, we'll see this range of cars that we have for the Birkett Relay for 2023. We've got 7 type cars, we've got tin top, saloon and sports cars, and right at the front of the grid is a number of sports prototype radicals. So the first car we have on our list here is 32A, which is Rich Webb. So let's see if we can have a word with Rich, one of our champions from the 750 Motor Club last season. And it's a team of these Cup 200 cars you've got, Rich. So tell us a bit about the team you've put together this weekend.
Yes, we've got a strong team this weekend. 4 Cup 200 cars, 1 brand new car. So myself, Dave Watson, Matthew Booth, and John Cutmore in his brand new car. So yeah, we're looking forward to it. First time doing the Birkett for a couple of us, certainly me and Matthew. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
And it's a totally different race to what you're used to. Obviously, you're used to the 15-20 minute sprint races. How long do you think one of these cars can go on a tank of fuel, firstly?
We're going to be able to do about 40-minute stints. We can't really run much longer than that, so we'll all get a couple of stints, hopefully, and then one of us will have to do a 3rd stint. Yeah. So yeah, it should be good.
And obviously you'll be racing against probably mainly production cars, which are much bigger than this, and you're going to be quicker, get through the bends, and they might be a bit more powerful. Absolutely.
I think one thing I've been told by many people who have done it, it's just consistency that's going to help in this situation, not putting yourself in a dangerous track position, and just making sure the bigger cars can see you. We are very small and quite darty in the tighter sections of the circuit.
And differently this year is obviously the championship final, so your championship is tomorrow, so you've got a busy day or busy weekend here at Silverstone.
Absolutely, yeah. All 4 cars are running today, and then they'll just get prepped tonight and turn around for the final championship round tomorrow.
Well, I hope you have a great weekend, Richard. So there's Rich Webb, the first of our cars that has approached just here in the grid lineup, part of the Automic Racing B Cups team, the MK Sports Cars. A great new initiative from the 750 Motor Club, and they'll be racing with the Sports 1000 Championship cars again tomorrow, all brought to you again on the 750 Motor Club TV channel, on YouTube and on Facebook. So if we go a bit further down the grid, we can look to see who else has made the early approach to the grid. We're running the practice session's running a little bit later, I think, than what we had hoped, so that means that we've got some late arrivals over the next 10 or 15 minutes or so. So I can see Nigel Brown over here. Let's see if we can grab a word. If we can, Nigel, have a quick chat, if that's okay. You're regular here at the Birkett, and it seems like you don't like missing it at all.
No, I mean, been doing it since 2009 now, so as you say, can't miss it.
And unusually, you've got more racing to look forward to tomorrow as well.
We've got another meeting to do tomorrow, yeah, as if this isn't enough.
And tell us, for people that haven't done the Birkett before, what it's like racing a car when you're used to racing against different sports specials cars. So you've got loads of different types of cars to race against today.
The main thing is the difference in speed. All the overtaking you can get done, you can't beat it.
I hope you have a great day and hope all goes well. And I think Lewis over here has found another driver to have a chat to.
Thank you very much, Josh. Then we go on Matthew Brenham. Matthew, wonderful looking Mark II Escort you got here. This is a real classic car, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a labour of love for the past nearly 2 decades I've had the car, but we've only really had it running and racing for the last 2 or 3 years. So yeah, this is my first time driving in the Birkett, but the team's done it a few times in the past. So I'm the tortoise in the team, going out and doing a lot of miles and just steady pace.
So you're a first timer to the Birkett?
Absolutely, yeah.
And they made you start?
I volunteered. Oh, quite, yeah. Then I can get back and have a coffee.
Yes, of course, yeah. Lovely looking car. How old is it?
It's an original, it's a 1980. So me and Gavin, who's racing in the team also, we collected it as a rolling shell 20 years ago from Birmingham and we built it all ourselves. And so everything apart from paint I've done myself.
So what sort of engine you got under the bonnet?
Don't tell everyone, it's a Vauxhall engine. People don't like that.
Oh, yeah. A red top?
Red top, yeah. So quite standard internals, but potential there for lots more power in the future.
Well, it does have a Cosworth head on it.
Exactly, yeah, it's kind of Fordish. Yeah.
Okay, well, good luck. And yeah, it's a great looking car, and hopefully, get a good start, because the start can be quite manic.
That'll be fine, it'll all be fine. As long as it's a good looking car at the end of the day, that's what matters.
Okay, best of luck, Matthew. Well done. Thank you. Back to Josh.
So if we carry on having a look down the grid, there's a number of Caterhams, which is traditional for the Birkett relay, and Michael's here. Let's see if Michael, all right for a chat? Caterhams, there's lots of them here this weekend. Where do you think yours will fit in this mix of cars there are?
Probably in the huge pile at the end of the first corner.
What specification of Caterham is it, firstly?
This is a Caterham Supersport officially. We run it in the Caterham Graduate Series as Sigmax, which is equivalent.
And I noticed, looking at the lists in the week, there's quite a lot of the Caterham Graduate clan out this weekend. So lots of your friends, I guess, are here.
Yeah, we're a close-knit bunch. It's a really good bunch in the grads. Yeah.
And I guess at some point there might be a Caterham race breakout.
Oh, I expect so. Yes, it's usually a bit inevitable.
And have you done the Birkett before?
I've done it every year since 2014. I was here for 2013, but unfortunately my car broke.
And what keeps bringing you back?
It's just brilliant fun. Partly it's a chance to have a cooperative race as a team with your mates who you've been racing against all year, but partly it's just the sheer variety of machinery that's out here at the moment. So you can have something that's flying past you have no chance of keeping up, and then you're avoiding something that is way slower than you. It is so different to a single mark race where you're desperately trying to make up every metre here, every metre here. It's just completely different and great fun.
I hope you have a good time and good luck for the race. So there's one of our Caterham team, and I think Lewis is preparing to have a chat to the 55 team, which is one of the Boss racing teams. So I think we can hear from Lewis now.
Oh, thank you very much, Josh. Yes, we've got Alex Harbour. Alex is about to put his helmet on. He's got himself a Sigma-engined Caterham. Alex, you were just explained to me, first time here at the Birkett.
It certainly is, yeah. Never done this before, so very much looking forward to it, and see how we go.
Okay, what sort of what series have you been running in previously?
I've been doing Magnificent Sevens with Classic Sports Car Club, so for about sort of 9-10 years.
So you're fairly used to sort of manic starts. The Birkett can be a little bit tricky at the start.
Yeah, well, we'll see how we go. It'll certainly be interesting. It'll be good fun.
That's it. That's right. And who are your teammates?
We've got Rob Grant, David Whittle, and Rob Cooper.
All in Sigmas?
Yeah, all pretty much the same, yeah.
Oh, so fancy chances in the handicap?
We'll see. Who knows?
Right, well, that's the main thing. And how long can you go between stints?
I could probably just do about an hour.
So everyone else is on an hour?
We'll see. See how we go.
Yep, well, good luck. Thank you. I think we might be seeing you. I think you might be strong contenders. I think we might have some strong contenders here for the relay race. Oh, sorry, for the handicap race. Back to Josh.
So we're making our way about halfway down the grid now. So there's lots of these production cars. There's lots of the teams from the Calm Porsche team. See if we can have a word with Chris. Chris, a number of the Calm clan out, and you've got your dad here, part of one of the teams. Tell us about the team firstly.
So it's we're a lads and dads team. So it's me and Dad. Dad in this grey one. I'm in the black and blue one. And then we got Jamie and Tom, father and son. Jamie's out in a Boxster. Tom's out in his 968. And then we've got Dan as well in his 968 with his dad, Al, as chief pit crew, chief mechanic, chief everything really.
So it's a real family affair in that team.
It's very family orientated. We got my mum as team manager, so it's all comes together nicely.
Obviously, this season you had the opportunity to race against your dad. How's that gone?
It's been good. It's been good. He said he's let me have the upper edge, but yeah, no, we keep it clean. And in fairness, he's had a fair share of problems with his car, especially at Snet. He had a couple of problems, starting from the back and things like that. That's what he likes. He likes starting from the back. I think it's just an excuse, really. So yeah.
Obviously, very different here, racing against a load of different cars, which is something to get used to. I think were you out last year?
We did it last year. Unfortunately, Tom had a 944, and I think he blew up his engine in practice, testing the day before. As far as I'm aware, I think we were Class B champions last year, so we've got a lot to live up to this year. We'll see if we can do it again.
Well, I hope you have a great time and best of luck. So that's with the grid a little bit through the middle. I think Lewis, over here, you found someone to speak to, Lewis? You found someone to speak to?
Oh yes, we've got Keith. We've got Keith Isaac. I did check it. He likes to pronounce Isaac. And this is something a bit more unique. This is a mini estate, or a mini clubman as they used to be called, which is really rather unusual. We don't get too many estate cars that are running. And Keith has been racing this a few years. He's just been belted in. But as you can see, it's a estate car with the door, with what we call suicide doors, because they open this way in the tray. That's a word with Keith. Keith.
Hi.
Yeah. Not many estate cars running or racing these days. Sort of a bit like the old Volvo estate.
Well, I suppose so, yeah. I wish we'd got their engine, though, but yeah, I think it's fairly unique. I don't think there's another one racing now in this country, and we don't think there's one in Europe racing. Yeah, it was a project of, well, we'll give it a go and see what happens. And actually, it's really good fun to drive.
Well, obviously I have seen you about before several times. I heard that it's got longer wheelbase and therefore a little bit more compliant in the corners.
Yeah, it is. So the sort of high-speed corners, it's really stable and comfortable. On the short corners, like around the complexes here, it don't want to turn left or right. But we've got round that.
Work in progress. Absolutely. Who built it for you?
Kevin and Josh at Sussex Road and Race. Kevin's racing today and Josh has been mechanicking.
So good team effort.
Yeah, team effort all round. Yeah, they've all had a drive in this, and everybody seems to love it. And yeah, we've had some good results in the past.
Okay, Keith, and good luck today.
Thank you very much.
Right then, we go back to Josh. As you can see, suicide doors, very rare.
So we're starting to get towards the beginning of the race. We're going to make our way back towards the front of the grid where we haven't been able to catch up with too many people. We've got one of the area motorsport Hondas, which is being driven by Josh Fowles. Josh, we went to have a chat. Your first time for the Birkett?
Yeah, first ever time. I'm dead excited. So.
How much racing have you done over the last few seasons?
Well, I did TCR Europe last year and a bit of TCR UK this year, but not too much this year. So this is like my fourth race total this season, so it'll be fun.
And something totally different to what you've traditionally raced in.
But this is a really good fun little car, to be honest. It's a bit slow in straight line, so we'll get chewed up there, but we'll give the rest of them hell in the corners.
And probably you'll be doing more overtaking and being overtaken than you've ever been, probably in the rest of your career in the next hour or so.
I'd have said so, yeah. Qualifying was already fun with that, so I'm sure the race will be even more entertaining.
And you're with the area motorsport team who have had success here in the past, so I'm sure Rob and his crew would quite like some more success this weekend.
Yeah, well, Rob's done a good job so far at ruining us. No, I'm only joking. We've got a good little team going. We're all about the same speed, so I think we'll have quite a good day.
Well, hope you have good fun.
Cheers.
And good to have you here. So Josh Fowles, their pro driver, I think it's fair to say, in the area motorsport team, front runner in touring cars. Josh Fowles over the years, Lewis, should be quick today.
I believe he was double TCR Germany champion.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and I also think he was even Middle East champion on the TCRs as well. Yeah, he certainly has stamped his authority on TCR cars. Of course, he's a Norwich boy, of course, so I know Josh well, and his dad.
Lots of BMWs here, as always.
There's Kevin Clark.
Can we go and have a word with Kevin?
We'll go a word with Kevin. Let's see if we can open the door. Hello, Kevin. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Well, you've got a very nice car here today.
Yeah, care of Lucky Kia and Jazz Sapra, so yeah, it's a beautiful car. Handles really well. as usual, we could always do with a bit more power, but yeah, it's nice to drive.
Well, you BMW boys always complain about lack of power, but not lack of speed, because normally these are fairly quick. You got a good chance today.
They are a good all-round car, and yeah, you know, they're ideal for this sort of thing. You know, endurance racing. They're an ideal car, really are.
Praying for rain?
No, let's everybody have a bit of fun and keep it dry.
Okay, mate, thanks very much and good luck for the rest of the day.
Thanks very much.
There we go, that's Kevin Clark, who's a long-time circuit racer and short oval racer before that. Used to race against him back in the 80s. Mustn't go back that far, must I? Back to you, Josh.
A good part of the Birkett this year is there's lots of women racing drivers, and there's the Formula Women team. Elijah, would you like to have a quick chat before you get into the car? Tell us a bit about the Formula Women programme this weekend.
Yeah, so there's 5 of us driving. We've got 2 novices with us, so me and Steph have been coaching those along. But yeah, really excited for this. It's our first time doing the Birkett, my first time doing the Birkett, my first year racing, so.
And this is quite a race to jump into. I think we're racing Mazdas, and then this Jaguar is obviously quite different. There's loads of different cars to race against.
Yeah, obviously you've got a lot more power, so a lot more straight line speed, and then we're on the road car tyres, so not so much grip into corners, but it's still a lot of fun to drive.
And you've started quite far up the grid. How do you think that's going to go?
Yeah, I'm really excited, yeah. Try and make up some time. I've got a benchmark that I want to get to, so I'll be working on that.
We'll have a good time. Good to have you here. So there's the Formula Women team in the Jaguars. Like I said, lots of women racing drivers, a whole team of them there, and more BMWs to look forward to. And Lewis has caught up with another one.
I'm Shane.
Oh, you're not Scott. You're Shane.
Yes.
Yeah, you're Scott.
No.
No. Everyone's changed. So, sorry, who are you?
Shane Taylor.
Oh, Shane.
Yes.
So we got a bit. So you're not. You're A and C.
Yes.
So you're sharing the car.
Yes, with this man.
And that man is
Dean Birkett.
So whose car? Who owns the car?
We both do.
Oh yeah. So
share the cost.
Share the cost. Share the damage. Share the fun.
Exactly that. Yes.
So you're starting.
I am today. Yes. Looking forward to it.
Yep. Done it before.
I did the Birkett a couple of years ago in a Mini. So first time in this car, but yeah, just what a race. It's just great fun and lots of seat time, which is what you want.
Yep. So how many cars in the team?
We got 2 cars, 3 drivers. So we're hoping for kind of no problems.
Well, I hope so. And how big the fuel tank? So how far can you go?
It's a 60-litre tank, so we'll be running for about 50 minutes each.
We could go to 60, but don't want to kind of push our luck.
There's a bit of a margin in there in case the other car's not ready, so we've got a bit of a buffer.
Yeah. So obviously, if someone breaks down, you do have a bit of a problem, don't you?
We do have a bit of a problem, yes. So we're hoping for some reliability, for sure.
Okay, guys, and have a good one.
Thank you very much indeed. Cheers.
Thank you. Back to Josh.
Yeah, well, I think we're just a few moments now from getting the cars out onto the grid, so we'll make our way a little bit further forward to the front of the grid to have a look at the quickest cars that are taking part in the Birkett, and some of those cars that will be looking to take that scratch victory that we've been talking about, as well as the handicap. And the handicap could be any of the cars we spoke to and a lot more, but these cars right at the front of the grid are those who are looking for the scratch win, which is basically the old-fashioned type of racing. Whoever does the most laps will be victorious. And is it right to jump in with Scott? Is it right to have a chat with Scott?
Yeah.
So I think Dark Side Development's always a front runners at the Birkett, Scott, and I'm sure you're hoping for more of the same.
Yeah, definitely. I think looking at some of the cars behind me, I'm not sure what's going on with this handicap at the minute, but obviously some of the teams will have slower cars and they're sending the faster guys out first, whereas we've sent our slowest car out first, so we'll see how it goes. But the aim's to do as close to 3 hours as possible in the first stint, so we'll see how that goes. Might be a disaster, but you never know. We'll keep trying anyway.
I think we're getting ready for the start, so I'll let you go. So there's Scott Parkin, who's this year's Tagiwa Club Enduro champion. Cars, though, heading out onto the circuit now. So we're looking forward to the 73rd run-in of the Birkett 6-hour relay. And it's a massive range of cars, Lewis, we're seeing heading out onto the circuit now.
Yeah, one of the top teams. How do you pronounce it? Axel van der Niederwiener. He's got a crack in the windscreen, so they've had to push him out. And obviously one of the other guys in the Dayton Motorsport teams which are running Ginetta G56 GTAs. One of them will have to take his place. But that's going to be a bit tight, isn't it?
And you see the pole position car, the number 16 Radical, late to the assembly, so they probably will be able to resume their pole position. But it does show you some teams have been taking it very fine to get in here to the grid.
Yes, but he's in F, so
Right.
he's literally only just done his qualification laps, hasn't he? So they've had to go round, probably refuel it and come back in. It's a bit tight today, Josh.
Yes, basically the qualifying practice literally just finished, and now we've got a rush to get everybody onto the grid because we really need to start at 11:45 because it's a 6-hour race. If you're not here in Britain, you may not know when it gets dark. It's about 5:45, so we'll be going right to sunset, and yeah, some drivers not being as ready. But we've been lucky, Lewis, where we've been able to catch up with so many people right up until the start, and it's great to hear from a great range of drivers. Some people like Josh Fowles, who are professional race drivers, some people having their first ever season of racing, and then people like Kevin Clark, who have been racing for years on end.
Absolutely, you're dead right. And looks as though we nearly put the Mockers on the 33 car, didn't we? He only just got in, so that's Shane, isn't it? Who we spoke to. Yeah, he's away, which is good. And we've got all sorts of... Only Morgan in the race today is the 31 car.
Yeah, that's Richard Mitchell, former historic Formula Ford champion, having his first race in the Morgan.
Oh, you know about Formula Fords, aren't you?
So he should be very quick, I should imagine, that car. Then we've got lots of Hondas on the grid, as always. We've got a 40-hour RS500 Cosworth driven by Stephen Scott Dunwoody. I'd imagine that might be a car moving forward in this first stint.
Yeah, Steve's really rapid. I can remember Steve back in the day when he used to rally forwards. He runs A1 Rally Sport, I think, in Sandy in Bedford. Yeah, he's a very rapid racer.
We've got Ivor Mares, who comes from Northern Ireland. He competes in so many other 50 Motor Club races. Giving us a big thumbs up is Ivor, a long-time racer. And it's a big trip, isn't it, from Northern Ireland to compete in races here in England?
It definitely is, yeah. And we've got some lovely-looking cars. There's unlikely cars, the MGs, the ZRs, but very rapid too, aren't they?
Yeah, that's right. Lots of Mazda MX-5 teams here as well. I think there's 5 Mark 1 MX-5 teams. So great to have them out. There's some 116 trophy cars as well. One of the most popular
There's the Hyundai. There's a
series.
Hyundai team. One of my ex-students is managing it today. So we'll pop along and see Alex.
One or two, I think, a little bit hastened to make their way up, but we've now, I think, had pretty much the 70 teams head out onto the circuit. So that means for our first stint in the commentary box, we will talk to Marcus Pye, but first, Ian Soman.
Chris down there in the assembly area, and yes, the majority of those 70 cars have now made it out onto the grid, and they are formed up, as you can see. So whether you're here at the circuit or watching on the Alpha Live stream, good morning to you from Marcus Pye and me, Ian Soman, for this Birkett relay race. And we are looking forward to this race on the Grand Prix circuit, of course, the full 3 and a bit mile circuit these days. And it's been run on this configuration for some time. As you can see from the forecast, it is actually fine at the moment. Weather's okay, but there's the chance that some rain will come in towards the end of the day, towards the end of the race, which should be at around about 5:45. Light breeze, nothing too much to worry about there, but the chance of rain towards the end of the race, which will no doubt play its part as well. So 70 teams lining up. When they're all lined up, the green flag will wave, and the safety car will lead them round. That will be the start of the race. I'm not going to get, I don't think, through the full grid, but the team on the front row there is number 40, that's RJ Motorsport, and besides that is number 16, which is RSR Motorsport. There is a gap on the second row of the grid. We saw that number 27 car, Vaxel van Nederveen, being pushed away, so that is a car that's not going to be able to start from the grid, but on the outside of the second row we'll have the 41 car, which is the RJ with Daytona MS team. Row 3, Top Gun and Trappenlay G Sport. Row 4 is the number 3 Darkside Development team and 54 Boss Cats. Row 5 is going to be the 32 Atomic Racing car. We heard from Richard Webb with Josh Brouse a little early on, and 66 Capture Motorsport. And then row 6 will be 60 AAA's Racing and 33 MGB M3s. The 7th row is going to be 21 Team Legacy and 23, the Formula Women team. We heard from Eliza Seville there with Josh as well. Row 8, that's going to be number 4 Intersport Racing 1 and 14 Intersport Racing 2 are going to be next to them on the grid, so that's lots of BMWs. Row 9 is going to be 8 Breakdancer 1 and 68 EST Pullman's Done. The 10th row is going to be 52 Interceptor Racing and 15 Devanti tyres. So I think the majority of the cars now are out onto the grid. You can see the Sierra looking fantastic in the middle of the pack there. Lots of production cars lining up. We've got those 3 teams of sports prototypes, the Radicals, towards the front of the field, and the race is going to get underway shortly. Marcus Pye is alongside me in the commentary box. Marcus, a very good morning to you and welcome back to the Birkett.
Oh, good morning, Ian. Fantastic to be here. I've been coming to this event, I think, since certainly the 1980s, and been at different circuits, been at Snetterton and here, but of course it's visited other circuits such as Thruxton in the past, which is special to me. It's my local track, but disappointing for the 2017 with a car being pushed or not allowed out onto the grid because of that screen issue. But no, great to see the 3 Radicals sitting out there at the front, and we've got 2 of these SR10s which have about 425 horsepower. They weigh about 700 kilos, so they're relatively heavy. They're certainly heavier than an SR3, but have a chunk more power. I think they're about another 100 horsepower, something like that, on from the Suzuki Hayabusa powered cars. They've got Ford Duratec stroke Ecotec engines in them. And yeah, interesting to see how this all pans out, because conditions pretty good for racing right now, considering we are in the last knockings of October.
That's right, it is fine at the moment, and we just hope that it stays that way for as long as possible during the race. Just looking down the list, it is the Team 16 that is there on the outside, that's on 0 credit lapses. The car's now moving off, so the race underway, although not moving off, is the car from pole position. It is now moving, that's good. Otherwise that could have caused a bit of a scene. The race effectively starting under the safety car there, and the safety car will pull in at the end of this lap, but we're already now counting down, as you can see, the 6 hours of this race.
The clock's ticking.
Yeah, the format of the start changed a few years ago, just in the interest of safety, really. We did have 1 or 2 nasty incidents with such a big grid in the past.
I think part of the problem really is that, it's a good problem to have, is with a full field of 70 cars, clearly those that are pretty much at Luffield don't have sight of a start signal. So yeah, it's much safer to get away. Makes a start shot difficult for the photographers, because when they come through at the end of this sort of rolling lap from the standing start, it'll be flying, and we'll probably have the 3 Radicals a long way clear. By the time the last cars are through, I would think they'll be down at Stowe or something like that.
I would think so, yes. There you can see the backdrop. That's behind Maggots, where there's all that building work,
condominiums or whatever they're called. A great view for racing if you can run to such a thing on your property portfolio. Probably sort of out of our pay grade, I would say.
I would have thought so.
Yeah, look at this, riding on board. One of the Radicals. God, this is great. Great to see. Coming down to Stowe. Very different for the Stowe where I watched Jim Clark win the 1967 British Grand Prix. I was perched over on the left on a scaffolding pole for the entire day, and it was quite a spectacular day. Jim Clark won it in the Lotus 49 with the Cosworth DFE engine developed in Northampton nearby.
Yeah, I think that's the RJ Motorsport car that we're on board with at the moment. There you can see the field stretching all the way from Stowe down to Chapel there. Full length and a bit more of the Hanger Straight, and you can see there are the vast majority of the teams this year, certainly those starting the race, are tin tops. I think the sort of balance has shifted over the years, hasn't it?
I do, I still have that nagging doubt in the back of my mind that without the 3 Sports Racer teams up front here, you may get a situation. We going to have something that's quickest, of course, but you might, without the speed differentials, attract one or two of the sort of slower types of car. Even the 750 Formula guys who enjoyed it for so long. Oh, somebody has.
Is that the Escort?
Yeah,
Might be. Was that just a lock-up maybe as someone got on the brakes ahead? Yeah.
Some pieces of debris on the track, which is quite interesting. The first race, of course, the first Birkett 6 Hours, named for Holly Birkett, one of the founders of the club, was on the 25th of August, as we've just discovered, in 1951. Not the 31st on the website. But in those days, the track was quite extraordinary because it ran down from what was Copse, the first corner that we have now, through the Beckett's kind of area down to Stowe, and then it did a kind of 180 degrees, and it was one long straight all the way back to Copse, which was quite something. So it's a very, very narrow kind of elongated.
Yeah, like an elastic band that's been stretched on.
Exactly that. And it was won on handicap by the Vintage Sports Car Club Bentley's Major Bailey in the 3 litre, Jack Williamson in the 4.5, Chapman, Hamish Orr Ewing, the redoubtable Scot, I think then Mason and Bradshaw back then. And been a long time since we saw a vintage Bentley in the 6 Hours.
So safety car lights are off, which indicates that it is going to pull into the pit lane at the end of this lap, and sort of 5 minutes into the race the cars will get up to racing speed for the first time, and so it's the full length of the Wellington Straight this time that they are exhibited upon. But there we go, on board with the Radical, and I think we'll see, yes, that is the car that should have been on pole because it is retaking up its position. They are sort of side by side. I thought they were supposed to be single file, but anyway.
That's the number 40, so just in case the flag goes out for 40. Oh, yeah. So.
And there we go, we're underway, and the first lap is completed then, over the line they go, and it is the 40 car that's gone into the lead of the race.
Just after the timing line. Ironic.
Absolutely. So we're off and running, and as you said, Marcus, that those cars will already be heading down to Stoke Corner. There's still cars coming through Woodcote.
Yeah, very much so. There's a mix. I mean, we've gone away from this mass of caterhams that we used to have maybe a decade or so back. There's the Scott Dunwoody Sierra Cosworth RS 500 in there, Porsches and MGs, plenty, lots of BMWs, Hondas, Toyota MR2s. You've got some Hyundais this year as well, and still they come. You know, it's amazing.
Absolutely right, and we'll keep you up to date with everything as the race goes on. You can find the live timing page if you'd like to find that via the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk, to see the full details of all the timing. We'll get handicap positions, I think, every half an hour, and we'll bring you up to date with those as and when they are issued by the handicappers and timekeepers, to let you know what the handicap positions are, but those become more relevant the further on we go into the race. But as we expected, Marcus, we've got the 3 Radicals that are already pulling well clear of the
rest.
As
opposed to the 3 Radicals, but the 3 Radicals are doing their stuff, and they're using all of the road and more, which is quite interesting. Very, very keen to get on with it. The RSR Motorsport Team 16 there, and it's got quite an interesting little dorsal fin, an adipose fin on that first car.
It is, and there's 40C, so that car, that's Tom Walpole starting in the SR10 for RJ Motorsport there, which
he's a big lad to slot into an SR10.
We've got 16F, but there isn't an F in 16, I didn't think.
So to speak.
On our on our list anyway. So, but that's what I saw as well. Josh Barrett has spotted that on the stream for us, but try and work out who that is in that car as the race goes on. But, so the first 3 have gone through to complete their second laps already, and 2:10, the first flying lap for Team 16. Who was in car 41? That's 41A. So that is Alistair Smart starting the Radical SR10 for RJ with Daytona Motorsport. There we're watching the Fiesta Sierra. Even we mentioned that Steve Scott to put his RS 500. He's in Team Futura Classico.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because I mean, he's had an interesting season. He's had a gearbox failure on it, an engine failure on it. Works the car hard, that's for sure. and I caught up with him at Snetterton earlier in the year.
Yeah, he's from Hertford. He races in Classic Sports Car Club and the Modified Ford Series as well. And he's just in the middle of the BMW Z Series car there, and one of the Caterhams behind as well. Yeah, you mentioned earlier on, we don't have the hordes of Caterhams that we've had in previous years. They seem to have dwindled in the last few seasons.
The Sierra Cosy belching flame, as of course they did traditionally. And the car, so it's this bodywork, I think, rubbing on the front wheel arch of that silver BMW just gone out of the sight. Under braking for Stowe, certainly. That's one of the Jags.
Yeah, that's the Formula Woman entry. It looks like the hazards on that illuminate under braking, which is interesting. Going to lose a position there to 43A, I think that is. That's Aaron Cook, the multiple Toyota MR2 champion with the 750 Motor Club. Here, of course, he's racing in a Ginetta G55 in the Aaron Cook Racing squad. Jim Cook and Andrew Williams also part of that squad. We've got MR2s and GT86 Toyotas in that team as well.
It's the little kit car in the middle of the whole thing.
Yeah, that's Nigel Brown.
Nigel Brown, isn't it?
Yeah.
In the traditional Nigel Brown racing colours, which he's sported for decades now.
Yeah, absolutely. And
he runs rings around the Jaguar. That would be up at Aintree, wouldn't it? Probably get gobbled up in a straight line then.
Going to head up the Wellington Straight. There is the 67D car, and that is the. I've had various ones. So that's Hammer Yardley Rose, I think, in the Audi TT for TSR Performance. Squad also featuring a Castle Combe Saloon. I think he's a race winner this season, wasn't he, Rob Ellick?
Yes, he did. Yeah. Towards the middle part of the season, his Audi TT. Owns TSR these days.
So, occasionally Lotus, there's the Sierra that we're talking about as
See
well.
how quick that is off the corner once the turbo lag is dismissed. Really moves strongly. I think we're going to see some good performances by the TCR cars as the day goes on. They should be very quick and consistent, which is what you need over a 6-hour duration.
That's right, and I think what's helped swell the numbers of those cars is that some of them will be here for Club Enduro duty tomorrow.
Yes.
I think some teams and drivers using this as almost a bit of a glorified test session. And I'm sure the competitive instinct will strike as the race goes on. RSL Motorsport then doing the best lap of the race so far on that second lap, 2:06.71.
Here comes Scott Dunwoody in the Sierra Cosy, which is number 25A on the inside, going with that car. It's the 65 Honda from Area Motorsport, and they've been buying up TCR cars, haven't they? Very good team, that Rob Baker's team. And that's 63A out at the moment, isn't it? So
65A.
65A.
Josh Files out there at the moment, who Josh was chatting to before the race, the 2019 TCR Europe champion, also champion in Germany as well, and Clear Cup champion in the past, both in the UK and on the continent too. So very experienced tin-top racer, but he, as he said, first time racing in the Birkett, and that's a different experience to anything he will have done before. I'm sure he'll enjoy it though. And he'll be very quick for that squad.
Yeah, what's not to enjoy, frankly? It's always great fun.
Looks like 17F out there in the blue Caterham at the moment, so that is the 6-7 squad. They're perennial supporters of the event. Charles Elliott out there, long-time racer in Caterham graduates. He's in his Super Sport model Caterham.
They just called themselves 42. 6-7 should have been in Team 42.
Well, that's the mathematical logic that Team 348, which is actually Team 7, Team number 7 applied, because they've got 3 116s.
That's right.
So, yeah, so that's the logic that they've applied there.
They're just finding their feet now, aren't they? I mean, there's traffic all the way. Never a dull moment in the Birkett 6-hour relay.
No, and very quickly they've spread themselves out over most of the lap, really, haven't they?
And you've got cars which are quick in a straight line and sort of slightly more tentative around the corners, and you've got cars that don't have the aero or the power for the straight line. Look at the Jag. I mean, the Jag is quick on the straights, but through the corners it gets eaten up by the Caterham. And a nimble Lotus coming with it as well.
Yeah, that's the 68 sort of thing.
Now the Jag just gets back on the power and.
Let's head down to the pit lane. Lewis Beals is there.
I can give you some information on the RSR Motorsport team. Currently in the lead car is James Lay. Right, just to update your programme, James is going to be racing as B and F. I'm not really sure how that works. Ben Stone is going to be going second. He's going to be in C/E, and John McCall will be A, as he is in the programme, and he'll be going third. I'm told by one of the teams that currently James is out in the B and F car, which is a left hooker, and we can see here is that the E car, which is Ben Stone, is in the right hooker, and he's had a few laps in each car, and he feels more comfortable in the right-hand drive car than the left-hand drive car. So that's the reason why there's been a bit of a change round from the RSR Motorsport team. Hopefully that's updated you. Back to the commentators.
Thank you very much indeed, Lewis. Yes, so interesting that there's some shuffling among the drives and the cars in that team, Marcus.
It is. I mean, it doesn't surprise me that you feel more comfortable in a right hooker, because predominantly the corners are right-handed on a clockwise circuit such as this. And you're just used to it. It's kind of how you sit in a road car, isn't it, most of the time? I don't think too many people drive left hookers over here. But yes, these Radicals have been so super successful. It took 12 years for Radicals to build their first 1,000 cars. Oh, that was a bit of a wobble for that lovely Group 4 looking Escort Mark II there, being lapped by the 41 and 40 behind it, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it may be, but yeah, here we can see the Radical, just how much quicker in a straight line it is than some of those production cars as it comes through. It is just, I think, is that behind the RJ, the Daytona Motorsport car?
Yeah, it's 41 ahead of 40 with that number on the dash. Bit of shoe white there.
So they're turning their way through Luffield. The RSR Motorsport car number 16, which is the one that has is going off scratch. That is 16 seconds ahead already of the next two, who are separated by about 0.3 of a second at this stage in the race.
This is a tussle that could go the distance, given reliability.
It could, but that's a big if, isn't it? Really, the reliability. So often there's dramas that afflict the cars, the drivers. There's incidents with slower cars, all kinds of things that can happen.
And you saw there 41 got an advantage coming down into the Birkett sort of flick-flack, and because 40 was faced with having to lap another car, and then the balance switch with 41 getting balked. They're all running their own race, and allow 40 to come scorching back at him. Smoke there under braking from a car that disappeared out of our screen.
Absolutely right. So we are, what are we, just over 15 minutes into this race. Reminder, you can follow live timing at resultslive.co.uk, some medical website. Problems on screen there for one of the BMWs, that's 44C, so that's one too many, so that's Richard Phillips. Regular racer in the 116 trophy, 50-year-old from Plymouth. Also, he's been on the podium in the Armed Forces Race Challenge this year. But some problems with 116s, and I think some of the 116 teams were saying, well, the great thing about them is that they're so reliable. And it's the first car that we've seen in trouble since the race has got underway. So he is in. Also in is Team 21. So that's a relatively early stop as well for Team Legacy. I didn't see which driver it was that was in that was the team that was in 9th position. So Team Legacy only 18 minutes into this race already into the pit lanes. That's clearly a problem just going out there. That was the other two lanes that are going out. Yes, that's Dave Davis or Adrian Bradley in the VW Golf that's just gone out for 2:21. So that's, you can see how the relay works. The cars come in, driven past the garage, and the next
I'll go and find out what happened.
And the sanction over to the next driver.
No, just.
If the car breaks on track, it's the team's choice to send another one out. But if that car limps back, for whatever reason, the laps where there are two cars out for a team are discounted from both cars.
That's right, and it does happen from time to time, because if the car's stopped at the other end of the circuit, you may not know if it's going to make it back or not. And yet the team manager, each team has a manager that will be making these strategic decisions, will decide whether to send the next car out or not. So
yeah, it's not quite like mission control at McLaren, where they sort of plan their pit stops. If you go in now, you'll probably come out about here.
Yeah, not quite the same level of detail, but I'm sure they take it equally as seriously.
Very much.
As that, and they'll be relying on, amongst other things, probably the commentary and the live stream and the live timing as well to influence the decisions that they make. So that's all the job of the team manager.
RSR Motorsport just going further and further ahead. They've got a situation where every lap. Problem for this car. Is that the one that went out?
That's the one that's literally just gone out 2 minutes ago. Yes, it is. 21C, so it is Dave Avis that's immediately had dramas.
That's its out lap, so that probably could be could well be a cold tyre issue, and that the ambient isn't very warm today, is it? As I came in this morning, it was 9 degrees centigrade here, and I don't think it's got significantly better. So struck the arm, as I say, at the end of October. Laps down for our leaders.
Yeah, and well into the traffic as well. RSR Motorsport leading the way in Team 16. They're 17 seconds clear of 41 RJ with Daytona Motorsport, and another 3 seconds behind number 40 RJ Motorsport. Then fourth at the moment is number 4 at Intersport Racing 1. Fifth is Team 46 Top Gun. Sixth is number 60 Triple A's Racing. Seventh, 66 Capture Motorsport. Eighth is number 32 Atomic Racing. 9th is number 43 Alan Cook Racing. In 10th place it's number 54 Boss Cats, as there's a catering wheel arch there by the looks of it on the circuit. Then 11.25 Futura Classico, 12.67 TSR Performance, 13th number 14 Sport Racing, 14th number 10 Run Baby Run, and 15th is 15 Davanti Tyres. As that is the way of the top 15 as we are 21 minutes or so into the race. So, Birkett relay here at Silverstone. Good afternoon now if you are just joining us. 8 minutes past 12 in the afternoon here in the UK. And we are 20 minutes or so into this race. And we're watching there, you see the difficulty that the quick cars can have with the back markers. That's Tom Walpole struggling to find a way through.
Yeah, they're running in third place. Tom also races an Ariel Atom with a supercharged Honda engine. Did very well at the final round of the Castle Coombe Championships just a couple of 3 weeks ago. 15A, see out there. Is that Davanti car?
So 15A, that's going to be Alex Reid in the Scirocco at the moment.
Although, having said that, It was a Sirocco. It's not a Sirocco.
It's not. It's a Seat, isn't it? So
it's entered as a Sirocco.
right. Let's consult the spreadsheet. See if I've missed something off my handiwork that we've started to. No, it is saying it's the Scirocco, but they do have a Seat in the team as well. So it looks like they've just swapped around. I think that's the 14B car, which we've got the tyre rubbing, which is John Cockton's BMW M3. And also in the pits, they're one of the BMWs.
Steve Scott Dunwoody there, just finger out the window, waving the radical through. It was even in one of the quicker cars, and Scott Dunwoody in 25B running in 11th place overall in that Sierra. Very cognizant to the fact that there are still faster cars around him. Smoke from one of the Hondas there, coming down into Brooklands. For the pre-war circuit that closed in 1939. Sizzling Sierra across with the turbo car to do the turbo Ford engine. That's the YB engine.
One of the MR2s there, number 11. That's I think that was Jim Mew's car that we could see. He's sharing the team, which is lock, stops and two smoking tyres, with the two drivers that contested the MR2 Championship. Went down to the final round this year with Adam Lockwood, who hadn't won a race until the very last race of the season, taking the title after beating Sean Traynor.
So we did a Danny Holm or a Keke Rosberg, sort of, winning a championship, sort of one race victory, always being there.
Absolutely, he's very consistent. Sean Traynor did lots of winning, but he did have a disqualification for a technical infringement at Brands Hatch, I think it was, earlier on in the season, which sort of set him back a little bit.
Hit him hard, yeah.
Yeah.
There's 16 diving down the inside, making 3 places in one up-braking manoeuvre.
Yeah, so that's the RSR Motorsport car that's leading by 21 seconds now. Kind of wildlife that we see. It's actually the wheel of one of the cars in the garage. There we go.
It's not going well, is it?
This all part of the Silverstone circuit, So that's the 7th car, Matthew Highcock. He's gone so well in the 116 trophy this season, winning multiple races. But yeah, won't be able to get out in that car anytime soon. I think that I just saw the Mini coming in of Keith Isat, and I'm trying to remember what number team he's in the Mini, but pick up on shortly. But yeah, that's one car that's just come down the pit lane. We've got the benefit here in the commentary box of a dedicated camera pointing at the pit lane entrance, so we can see cars as they come in.
Got that and mouse cam.
Absolutely.
Or whatever it was.
Yeah,
I wouldn't claim to be an expert.
Whatever creature it was. So there is one of the TCR cars that we can see, and that is the Team 60 car. And so that's Triple A's Racing, the car currently in 6th position.
Car C.
So car C is Phil Knibb driving at the moment in the TCR, the Seat Cupra. And yeah, as I say, in 6th position overall at the moment. And for context, they are doing 2-minute 19s. The leader on the last lap did a 2-minute 11, but has done a 2-minute 6 during the course of the race as well.
Yeah, the qualification time is completely irrelevant because the grid is preordained, so the quicker cars out the front, you don't have that mix where you've got very quick cars working their way through straight away, which can be dangerous. Pretty wide that. The blue BMW went out well over the curves there. 33B is that car, which is, I think, James Mumbrey. Picking up its rear wheel, the Phil Knibb Seat.
It's just took its way through, picking up on a couple of Hondas. I think that's the Alexander Smith Honda Integra going through first, just passing the MX-5, and then one of the MX-5R Civics just behind as well. And then the Seat making its way down, as I say, the car in 6th position, in scratch positions at the moment. We won't know the handicap positions until a short while after each half hour has elapsed, and those have been published. We'll bring you the news of that as and when we'll get it.
Yeah, we're pretty close to the completion of the first half hour. You think, well, it's gone quickly, isn't it? So that would be 1/12 distance.
Cool. And hello to all of you watching on the live stream as well. See a few of you putting some comments on there. And we've got our F1000 champion Tom Gadd watching from home. I can see. So hello to Tom. And yeah, do keep those comments coming in. Look forward to hearing from you where in the world you're watching. As so far, it's been relatively trouble-free. We've seen 1 or 2 come into the pits. We've seen 1 or 2 little incidents. We've got a Caterham wheel arch that's parted company with the car. But other than that, I think all has been pretty smooth sailing for this first half hour of the race.
Tricky for the Radical. Came round the one of the Ashgood team Porsches, and then found another car directly in front of it, and then to squiggle through the middle somehow, coming out of Woodcote up towards Cox Corner. If you look at that white building that goes out across the track there at Woodcote, we're kind of about 30 metres this way, yes, in the bunker, aren't we?
Absolutely.
One of the old hospitality suites.
Okay, let's head down to the pit lane, and Lewis Bills has got an interview there.
Thank you very much, guys. We're down here in Garage 1A with the Army Sports Car Racing team and with Jasmine Norman, who Josh was alluding to back up when we started the programme. Jasmine, you're racing an Audi TT, I believe.
That is right, I am indeed. It's a Mark 1 Audi TT 1.8 turbo that is being built over a year and a couple of months now. A good team of mine, so my crew, 63 crew, along with the Army Motorsports team, we've been building up the car and getting it to where it is now. So I started racing this year and only just recently got off my novice plates, and it's been quite a process, but yeah, this is the first time this season racing the car fully, and the first time racing with the Birkett relay, that's for sure. So.
Yeah, as Josh was saying, you're limited to the number of laps you can do, so you're going to take the last session, I believe.
Yeah, I'll be taking the last one, just doing an hour stint. We're limiting only because the car is incredibly thirsty and it drinks a lot of fuel, so it's just trying to gauge on how long I can go out for, because I've only ever done 20-minute stints before, so I'm not too sure how long he'll last out on track, so it's just a case of just seeing how it goes, but I'm feeling quite confident about it, so it should be good.
Because one of the things that's sort of gives you a lot of energy is to try and beat the Navy and the Royal Air Force. There's quite a lot of inter-force rivalry, isn't there?
Yeah, no, definitely. The aim is for the Army to beat the RAF, because the RAF have done very well in the last couple of years now. So the aim is to try and beat them, and I feel like we've got a good chance of it. I mean, the guys have worked incredibly hard to get the cars to where they are now, so we're feeling quite good about it. So.
Yeah, they won the Birkett, which is the handicap section, a couple of times in the last 8 years. I could look in the programme and find it, but they have been very good. I mean, I know Brian Watson many years, and the Wing Commander, and he comes along. He's around here somewhere, so we'll have to catch him before the day. Yeah, if you could get in front of them, you're going to be doing really well on the handicap.
No, definitely. That's the plan anyway, so to try and get that handicap win and then go from there. So.
Thanks very much and good luck.
All right, thank you very much. Cheers.
Okay, back to you in the commentary box.
Thank you very much indeed, Lewis, and good to hear from Jasmine Norman there from the Army team, the RAF team. That's being supported by Chris Slater, who's watching on from southern Italy, and he's supporting RAF Motor Racing, which is managed by Lloyd Huggins this year and features Alex Smith, Alex Waldeck, James Flint, David Russell and Cy Frowan among the team. I think Chris won the race, as Lewis was alluding to, on handicap with the RAF team a few seasons ago. got viewers, Chris Doherty, watching from Derry in Ireland as well. So good to have an international audience for this Birkett relay race. 2023 version, first ran it in 1951. And as Mark said earlier on, it's been running at various different circuits over those 7 decades or so since.
Yeah, settled now at Silverstone, back where it all started, but numerous circuit layouts over the years, because of course the original Grand Prix circuit here has changed so dramatically back since the first non-championship races in 1948, and then the first round of the very first Formula One World Championship in 1950 here. But the circuit has evolved, and we've used 2 versions of this current one. We're currently on the Pucker Grand Prix circuit, aren't we? Well, we did have a couple of years on the historic version of it, which has a sort of a smoothed out approach, a speeded up approach to Club Corner.
That's
which
right.
is not so heavy on the brakes of certainly of historic cars. Gearboxes as well take a pounding there.
Watching the 27B car on the live stream at the moment. That's the Dayton Motorsport car of Marco Anastasi. That's the car or the team that couldn't take up its position on the second row of the grid. Marco in that Ginetta G56 GTA is a 43-year-old software engineer from Edinburgh, and he's raced in the Elise Trophy, the Ginetta Academy and the Brit Car Trophy as well, amongst other competitions. And that team that went in running in 19th position, so they're on 12 laps completed, a lap or so behind the leading Radicals at the moment, which is still Team 16 RSR Motorsport, who are now more than half a minute ahead of the next squad.
Yeah, 14 laps to establish the half-minute buffer, if you like. There's 3 amigos there. They've been winners in the past. It's one of those things about this this race. It does attract teams who return year after year after year. For many, it's the highlight of the 750 Motor Club season.
It certainly is. We can see, I'll try to see which of the cars that was in Team 24, the red Porsche.
BMW going very slowly in the background there, in a white and blue car on the far side of the hangar straight.
Okay, well, we'll pick up on 24 in a moment. 50 car there is 50D. That's the Run DDMC squad. Gary Bowers in the BMW 135i.
That's the skit on Run DMC, isn't it?
It is indeed.
Yeah. Darlington District Motor Club.
Absolutely. So, yep, Gary driving that car's 52-year-old business owner from North Yorkshire. He's been a champion in the Northern Sports and Saloon Car Championship run by DDMC in the past. That car actually has a 3-litre twin-turbo engine as well, that 135i, so modified. And where is it running in the moment? It is not in the top 20, so I'll search further down my timing screen. And, well, maybe it was in the top 20. Oh no, it is in 66th position out of 70 at the moment. One too many, the team that's bringing up the rear at the moment, which is Team 44. The 116i squad of Louis Woodward and Toby Partridge and Richard Phillips. Well, Richard Phillips was the car that we saw in the pit lane very early on, wasn't it? So that explains why they're on the back foot a little bit. And they've only got 3, well, certainly 3 drivers, and I think probably 3 cars between them as well.
Yeah, that hits hard when you have a car go down, and you may potentially lose that for the rest of the afternoon. You often see some shuffling between the cars then later on, with the clerk of course's permission, of course. Provided the other driver is qualified, it shouldn't be too much of a problem,
right,
if you ask nicely.
Indeed not. 24, I think it's C, isn't it, the Porsche? That's the William Kirtler Ashgard car. Box dress. He's the 20-year-old university student who's been racing the Carmel Porsche Championship that races with the 750 Motor Club, and also doing some CSCC races, a 2000 car, 3.2 litre 986S that he is racing. And that 67 car is car 67D. So that is still Harry Yardley Rose out, who started the race for TSR Performance
clattering over the curbs on the inside of Birkett down into Chapel Curve and then onto the Hanger Straight. And interesting that the Audi is quicker in the early part of the straight, but the BMW is able to outbrake it into Stowe. Stowe was an incredibly quick corner when it was just down into a 90-degree kind of right-hander. I remember doing a club race there back in towards the end of the 80s in a Vision Clubman's car with ground effect tunnels and Rolt RT3 suspension. And flat and forth down the straight, tiny lift, and then just turned into the corner and round it went. Absolutely amazing. But say the circuit changed now, and more overtaking opportunities this would give them. The BMW and the Audi still scrapping, and they're side by side again.
Yeah, great little dice that they are having.
That's the beauty of it. You can get some very unlikely battles. One of the 7-type cars has just come in, I noticed. Nigel Brown's still going around. 57F. From the Royal Navy Motorsports team.
Sean Graham, that is, in the
low
cost, yeah, Sultan low cost. So he's stopping 40 minutes. I guess we'll start to see a bit more activity in the pit lane now, as some cars about 40 minutes will probably be roughly their limit, I would think. On
that's what used to hit the Clubman's races hard, isn't it? They were winners in the past, but because the cars had small tankage, here comes Nigel Brown in. 10 team. In his silver phaser.
For those of you wanting the full entry list, I'll try and point you in the direction of that. If you're at the circuit, of course, you've been able to avail yourself of the programme with the fantastic artwork on the front of it by going for the app Cami Search, producing the artwork for the Birkett Relay programme, looking absolutely fantastic. If you're not here, though, I will point you in the direction of where you can find the entry list online.
Yeah, so I get very envious of people who can do who can draw or paint or design completely outside my skill set.
Absolutely.
But the programme cover is absolutely magnificent. And that's the BMW that had the smoke coming from the left wheel arch at the start of the race is still doing it. It appears to be where the car just rolls a little bit going into Stowe. I'm pretty certain it is just the wheel arch just touching on the body. That's one of the 14 cars currently engaged in a battle with a Ginetta. Here comes the 16 Radical up towards Hamilton. Yes, it's 27 and 14. That's a change of position because 27, the Dayton Motorsport Ginetta, now ahead of the 14 Intersport Racing BMW, and going away. Next target for the 27 car, which we said was Marco Anastasi in his Ginetta G56 GTA, will be the 15 team Davanti tyres. Oh, and a spin. 4C has had a drama, and that's Intersport Racing 1 team.
It is. That's Kevin Clark, isn't it? Who started the race, and Lewis complimented him on the BMW, but it's only gone 42 minutes of this race. I don't think we do have a full entry list online. You have to be at the circuit to get the programme, but the person who asked the question, I've emailed it to them, so hopefully he will receive that. And
technology.
Absolutely. So there is 14B. That's John Copperton car. That's the Intersport Racing squad, isn't it? That had the issue with the Jason Lodge Fiesta as well, I think you were saying.
Wheel bearing, yes, wheel bearing
morning.
failed this morning. So there is 4C being pushed away.
Yeah, under waved yellows.
To the A car as well, with Jazz Lasapra driving it. Swinging to Jazz this morning. A and C on the door.
Eliza Sevilla's come in the Jaguar XE, the Formula Woman car, Team 23. That squad also comprising Steph Saw, Lindsay Jones, Niamh Sarvetti and Abigail Chandler.
I'm just wondering whether the Kevin Clark car had a punctured front right. It looked a little bit lacking in that department. So they'll send another car out. And hopefully that'll be hooked back, because it's a double-driven car. And if it's something simple and damage has been limited, look at the
it's
problem. The window seems to have popped out.
Perspex window, but looks like it's popped out.
20A, isn't it?
Yeah, so that's. Oh, is it 20? Because that is saying it's a Mazda 7, which that wasn't.
That clearly isn't.
So we'll pick
the window
up
was flapping around. Passenger door. Was it 28A? Was it the Kevin Forbrook team?
Could be, couldn't it?
Might
yeah,
be.
That might have made sense.
So it was certainly. Yes, 28A. It's the passenger window, if you like, has come out of its frame. 10B is for the Run Baby Run team, the long-serving team, and that's Colin Benham now in the CB Fury. He's taken over from Nigel Brown in the silver phaser.
The entry list I've just located is on the live timing page, so head to the 750 Motor Club website and click the link to the live timing. You'll find the entry list on there.
Another car with a window which is flicked out. Appears to be one of the Porsches. It should be coming towards us relatively soon, I think. But it was the driver's window on that. Come out in sympathy.
The gap from first to second has come down. So if I had a change, the RSR Motorsport car, that gap's come down to 20 seconds. It was north of half a minute, which suggests that Team 16 may have come in. We've not spotted that on our monitor here. Got so many screens to look at in the commentary box, it's difficult to know where to look. But certainly the gap from first to second has come down. But it may be that it was James Lay that was out there, wasn't it? I think.
Yes, the last laps. 2:10 for the leader, 2:11 for second place. In number 40, and then 41, that's third, is 10 seconds behind RJ Motorsport. So RJ with Daytona.
No, that gap we can see on screen is 30 seconds behind. It's if I look on the lifetime screen I've got to your right, Marcus, the gap from second to third is 30 seconds.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So a couple more cars we can see coming into the pit lane. 42A is the Scott Smith car for DH Racing, Danny Hobson's team. We're on board there. We can see the 40C car there. That's the car in second place of RJ Motorsport, just heading up the Bentley Straight at the moment, heading into traffic past a plethora of BMWs of different shapes and sizes.
Yeah, this is one of the two radical SR10s. It has a conventional engine, not the Suzuki Hayabusa.
Right, the 40 car, you could just see it coming into. The reason that we'd seen that strange gap situation emerge is they had two cars out on circuit, Team 40. So that's going to cost them a lap, at least a lap, assuming it was just one lap where they had two cars. And now it's interesting to know why that happened. They must have thought the car that was out on circuit was going to come in, but it didn't.
I think that was Walpole coming in, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
So there's Kevin Clark's car.
Yeah, so that's a bit out of the way.
Behind the barrier.
Yeah. So the 40 team, they've had 2 cars out on circuit, so they will effectively lose a lap. So that changes the complexion of things a little bit. Yes, they'd shown us having done a 153, which would be quite something, given the next best lap is a 206, but that's the issue because they've had 2 cars out. There's the 41 car, which will effectively move up into second place then. And is that still Alice Smart out there? I think it is in the Radical SR10. Yes, it is, and you can see the short work he makes of the production cars, the Golf, the BMWs, Civic down the Hanger Straight. So yeah, I wonder why Team 40 managed to get 2 cars out on circuit at the same time. Possibly that's something that Lewis Beals could investigate for us and report back on in due course. So 48 minutes or so gone in this race, coming up to the 1/6 mark of this race. Cars making their way down the Wellington Straight there. You can see who's that out there now for the Formula 1 team. Didn't spot which car it was, but just behind we've got 53B out.
It's 23D now.
23D.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's Lindsay Jones. So Lewis Beals has done that work for us, and he's down in the pit lane with the news from about Team 40.
Thank you very much, Ian. You asked the reason why Team 40 had 2 cars on the pits. Well, as we all know, those who have been in the Birkett for many years, the team managers, as you can see, those guys who are in the orange tabards, play a very, very important role. What happened, so one of the team managers very reluctantly told me, for Team 40, is that what they were doing was obviously timing the car, and their car, or on track, hadn't appeared within their time slot, so they sent a second car out. Subsequently, the original car, which probably had a spin, got going again and carried on, so they ended up with 2 cars. Okay, car 40, sorry. So we just got to keep out of the way. Car number 41 just covered in. So Team 40 had 2 cars out at the same time. Under the rules, those laps do not count. So they could actually lose 2 or 3 laps very, very quickly. So they brought the C car back in a few moments ago. So the A car is here, so it's still the B car that should still well be on track at the moment, which is Leon Morel. And sadly, that's the story there. But that is very simply how you can lose so many laps here at the Birkett without actually doing too much wrong. Back to you, Ian.
Yeah, thank you. So it's interesting that the team manager there, they were timing the lap, the saying if it's not back by 2 minutes, whatever, we'll send the next car out. But slightly dangerous game, that, Marcus.
Yeah, exactly. But it's it's a high pressure scenario on the pit wall there. You think that your car's gone, and you've made that split second decision, and it comes back to bite you. There's a very pretty looking car, the Mazda, in a lovely Italian livery. I've seen Ferraris racing in those colours as well. It does look very good. And one of those drivers is Italian. Here's the Silhouette Vauxhall Tigra.
Yeah.
You can see it there, which is an ultra low machine. So this is 4B at the moment for Intersport Racing 1, and that is John Stack of Stack and Bonner fame. Passionate about property, apparently. The Tigra is interesting. The Interceptor team, 52C, and Interceptor Racing, well known down at Castle Coombe, where they've won the championship for saloons in the past. 52C in that car is Gavin Bristow, isn't it?
Yep, and he's a 43-year-old director from Arizona, actually. He's raced in the Mini Challenge in BMWs in the US, and now in the UK he's racing with the Classic Model Motorsport Club in their Silhouette Intermark series.
It's not really a Tigra, is it? It's plastic fantastic.
Exactly.
It's a tube frame chassis. And here comes the Davanti team's VW Sirocco, which is 15B. That's a change of drivers, wasn't it, in that in that car. Looking to look at Ian's master sheet. Simon Major in that car now.
Yeah, just looking as yet, we don't have any handicap positions, but we may get some after the first hour of the race has elapsed.
Remember Ivan Major, who was one of the greatest speedway racers of all time.
A couple of the MX-5s getting themselves together here, so that's the 47D car that we can see on screen at the moment.
These are the tussles that can go on for literally hours in these races.
It's Mary Barnard out there, regular in 5 Club. She's completed her 3rd season of racing in the 5 Club MX5 Championship, which Alan Robson coordinated for very, very many years.
Looking to see the little Mini now out, which is Maddie Skidmore. The Mini Clubman, which is not really Mini Clubman at all. It's got a transverse Suzuki Hayabusa engine in the front of it. Hopefully we'll pick up on that car shortly. It really is very interesting. And that is the one of the cars. It says an Intersport team car. I'll pick up the number. See the Mini for a while, but we'll see it in a second. That's the car with the window that's hanging out, still doing it.
Kevin Philbrook of TRR, isn't it? Team 28. Although clearly it looks like we'd run out of 8s and they've concocted one out of a 0. Yeah, still flapping merrily in the breeze. The other Mazda MX-5 that we saw battling with Mary Barnard was Stephen Rees in the 49D car. And he's a 42-year-old property manager from Nottingham. 27 is now 27A, Dayton Motorsport, and that's Axel van Nederveen with the Ginetta G56 GTA. That's the car that was denied its start. Oh, a spin for 20B there from 4 corners. That's Steve Kimber. He's about to be shooting across like a flymo across the grass. Yeah, and it looks like is he going to go into retirement there? So if Team 20 are watching the live stream, your driver's getting out of his car, so you might want to get another vehicle out on circuit. The rest of that team is David Jones, it's Daniel Cogswell in the Nissan Almera, and Martin Gadsby in the BMW Compact as well. I suspect Steve Kimber's due to be racing tomorrow as the Mazda 7 Championship reaches its conclusion here at Silverstone. It's the first of 2 days of racing by the 750 Motor Club here at Silverstone this weekend. The Birkett 6-hour relay race today and 7 races tomorrow for the final of 7 different 750 Motor Club Championships. So it's mostly sprint races, but we've also got the 100-minute Club Enduro race tomorrow as well. Is one of the caterans from Team 54, Boss Cats. Didn't spot which one it was, which of the Boss Cats it was. There's 4 of them. Richard Carter, Andy Grant, Jeremy Adams and William Redman.
It looks like the one that Ian Grant drove during the year.
Okay.
The white car with the blue flashes on it. But we'll see it in a second.
Yeah.
There's the Mini in the back of the shots coming through on your screen. We'll see it in a second.
Let's see if we can pick it up down at Cops as it comes to Cops, maybe. Now we're going to go
looking for the blue Mini Clubman, which is at the end of that little group. It'll be there in a second.
Perhaps our camera down at Beckett's can pick it up as it runs into shot. Which
yes, here it comes behind the silver BMW. And that is the Mini with the 185 horsepower motorcycle engine across the front of it, 6-speed sequential gearbox, 185 horsepower, but only a 30-litre tank of fuel. It's about the size of about 3 shoe boxes. But because they lost a car this morning in quali, the Fiesta had a wheel bearing issue. That might be called upon a bit more often than they'd bargained for. But it's quick in a straight line, as you can see.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going pretty well, isn't it? Getting past, I think, one of those BMWs there down into Stowe Corner.
So that's 14E, which is the Skidmore car, isn't it?
It is, yeah. They were one of the teams that did have 6 drivers, which is actually a very small minority this year. I think teams have generally mostly got 4, some 3, a few 5, and a handful 6, maybe 15.
Some teams got about 3 cars, about the same driver driving each of them with their owners in some cases.
Yeah, so Team 40 are having 5 laps deducted for having 2 cars out. So that is, well, it's going to drop them off the first page of the timer screen. Certainly, where does it drop them in the order at the moment?
That's a draconian penalty for a sort of let's say a sort of schoolboy error, but that's what happens, and it won't be the last time it happens today, I'm sure.
Oh, I missed them. Where are they on my timing screen?
Yeah, that Mini competes in some of the MSV racing events as well. A plethora of stickers all over it.
Oh yeah, Team 40 is now in 53rd position.
Oh, crikey.
And 5 laps off the leader. Let's head down once again to the pit lane. Lewis Beals is there.
Thanks very much, and I'm up here in garage number 11 with Alex Kersley, who I taught many, many years ago. Good morning, Alex. You've also won the Birkett, haven't you?
Yeah, it's a few years ago now. 2016, am I right?
I think so.
Yeah.
And second the year before.
Yeah, second the year before. Yeah, so we got the hang of it, and yeah, we know what to do now.
So who's in the team today?
We've got Paul Lorry, who's out on track now. He'll be coming in any second. We've got Paul Smith. He's ready to go out. He's in one of my Kersey Motorsport cars. And Gary Miller in the yellow beast back there. So yeah, 3-car team.
Well, let's be honest. You've actually won the Hyundai Cup. We're still old school. We still go with the Hyundai, don't we? The Hyundai Cup. When did you win it?
2017 and 2019. I don't know.
So was it with one of these cars?
No, it was in a Gen 1 car like that, but someone else has got that now. We also won the series again this year with one of my drivers, Lucas Sassini. He won it a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, that's going well.
Oh, really good, and congratulations on that. So how do you think you'll do today? The Hyundais normally very reliable, and that really counts in the handicap section, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's all about reliability and consistency, but don't say things like that, it's tempting fate. No, I mean, yeah, we've just got to keep pedalling around. Hopefully nothing goes wrong with the cars and see what the handicap brings us. It's I don't know how they work it out. Hopefully it works out in our favour.
Well, they must have got it fairly right, because you had 2 good runs at it. You're normally there or thereabouts, aren't you? Just while we're talking, how long can you go on a tank of fuel?
Well, it'll go over an hour. So we've got 3 drivers, 6 hours. We're doing 1-hour stints. Each driver gets 2, so that's what we're going on. We don't want to push it anymore. We don't want to find out exactly where the fuel surge is, because that's bad news, isn't it? Right.
Okay, Alex, thanks very much, and congratulations on your wins this year in the series, and good luck for today.
Thank you.
Back to you in the commentary box.
Thanks, Lewis. So we are just over 1 hour into this race, and the order on scratch, as things stand, not yet seen any handicap positions, is 16 RSR Motorsport are leading. They have completed 26 laps at the moment. Second is Team 41, which is RJ with Daytona Motorsport, 25 laps in the book. Third is Team 46, that's Top Gun, 24 laps. Fourth, 43, Aaron Cook Racing. Fifth, 66, Capture Motorsport. Sixth, 60, AAA's Racing. Seventh, 32, Atomic Racing, all on 24 laps. Eighth, 54, Boss Cats. Ninth, 67, TSR Performance, and running out the top 10 at the moment is number 3, Dark Side Developments. They are one of a whole load of teams on 23 laps, and they are on screen now, Marcus, as I'm going to make way for Josh Barrett.
So that's the Dark Side Developments car then, which is 3A, which is Scott Parkin in the Golf TDI at this point. The Parkin twins have built a very successful business tuning a lot of these cars, many of them diesels, and they get phenomenal power and torque out of them. You'll see how neat he's being in this car at the moment. Scott Parkin going down through Maggot's corner, and he negotiates one of the Mazda MX-5s. It's all about consistency, isn't it, Josh? So through traffic, there's no point sort of just trying to zap past someone if you're going to put you in a compromising situation for the next part of the corner. There you see, you had Parkin trying to overtake the blue car. Oh, and 35's had a big whack. Unfortunately, and you saw then the Radical was going past him, so he had to bail out of the overtaking manoeuvre, did Parkin, but 35 said, oh, and the Mini's broken as well. We're giving it such a big up, and the Skidmore Mini, which they didn't know how long it was going to last, that's had a problem somewhere. Marshall's picking the opening the bonnet. There's a headlight from the Porsche that's been damaged. Oh, and the ladies' Jag has had an incident as well.
And I think they've only got 2 cars, even though there's 5 or 6 drivers. There's only a spare car in the garage, basically. Although they have got their GT4 Lotus Emira in the back of the paddock, so whether that might be called upon later on.
I'm not so sure that's they didn't qualify, did it, that car? Because it was just down for show. That's made a mess of that wing.
And it's Lindsay Jones, I think. So I wonder if that's related to the Porsche, which is the Walker family. I think it may have still been John Walker who started it, the father. But yeah, Lindsay Jones, who I think has done very little racing in the past, he's going to be bound for the pit lane in that damaged Jaguar.
It looks fairly cosmetic, in fairness. It looks like it's just ripped the outer skin off that. Then they might just be to bolt another wing onto it.
Rather little, smaller damage than the Porsche had. That looked pretty wrecked.
The Porsche is terminal, I'm afraid. It doesn't look very well because it's hit the rear suspension, rear corner. And you can see there it's just completely broken the rear suspension and buckled that in. So, yes, that's...
Yes, I think that's John Walker, so that's 35, which is Cap, Dads and Lads. Sorry, John, they were inside the top 20 as well. Oh. And we've also lost Marcus, number 15, the Davanti Tyres car, hasn't been around for about 10 minutes, according to the timing screen. So that was a front runner at one point. And that
they had the green Sirocco out. We saw that, and I think it came into the pits not long went out. But this could trigger a safety car because the Porsche does need recovering.
That's right, yeah. I mean, and that's not going to be an easy tow, is it, with the damage on that car? So notice one car. Oh, there's another one off now. That's 53. Was that?
And there's bits of debris lying in the track. I'm not sure where that has come from exactly.
I wonder if that's near the Porsche. I wondered if it was. That's just out of Abbey, isn't it? Down towards the loop. I think that was possibly.
And the Mini's gone shooting off on the outside. The bonnet's up over the windscreen. So that's it's dropped down again.
Because the marshals did undo the bonnet, didn't they, to check what was going on? So whether it's not been completely fastened up again. So, yeah, Matthew Skidmore, I think, now decided not a good idea to drive back to the pits, and he's put it off. So there's been quite a lot of drama since I've joined you, Marcus, it seems. With just an hour gone, as Ian was saying.
If Jeff Bloxford walked in here with his camera, we'd have expected it.
But, I had just come from speaking to Jacob Ebry, so whether that's related.
Yep, and so the Jaguar was out at the start of the race. 23 now is the C driver.
Which is of NT Neves. I think another.
Yeah, Neves is the first name apparently because
right.
Looked that up in the.
Somebody else who's progressed well in that first stint is Aaron Cook, isn't it? Because he's got that Ginetta up to 4th, which I think started much further back. But with slower Toyotas to go in later, not surprised. But I think the first time Aaron Cook's driven that Ginetta G55, the 3-time MR2 champion.
That'd be quite exciting, won't it?
Yeah, it's a big step up from an MR2. The Jaguar that's come out of the pit lane is pretty slow, I think it's fair to say. It's been passed by one of the Mark 1 Mazdas at a pace.
Going out into this field with everyone sort of settled in after an hour, etc. It will take a little bit of a while, but it's a heavy car. And
they're coming past at speed, aren't they, Marcus?
But the important thing is to do, as any driver without large experience of these sort of things, is when you see the novice cross on the back, stay where you are, do your own thing, and let the faster drivers, faster cars find a way around you. It's not for you to evaporate. You can't do that. But it's an outlap into this race is pretty daunting.
about to be lapped by one of the Radicals, the one that had that penalty, which has eliminated them really from any contention in the scratch or in the handicap. But I guess an overall podium is still possible because the Radicals are that much faster than the rest, and it's just the 3 Radical teams this year. And yellow flags, I noticed, being waved there by the marshal post.
Yeah. I'm guessing that's where the Porsche is.
Well, I think it was just after Abbey. Oh, no, we've got safety car. So what you suggested, the safety car is likely. And it's always in the Birkett, it's difficult to know whether it's a good idea to pit during the safety car period because, of course, the pit stops are so short. If you go from the front of the queue to the back, you actually find yourself behind 60 plus other cars.
Yeah, you could do that, but I think you can probably judge that if you're fairly well into your session, that this would be a very good time to do it because they've seen the damaged car at the side of the track. It's not like it's a surprise, and they'll be able to see, even at the speeds they're going, oh, yes, that's been fairly knocked around. It may well take 2 or 3 laps to get it back onto a flatbed.
And different to the past, obviously now with this live stream coverage, there's loads of teams in the pit lane with this on in the pit lane garages, and there's lots now pit to car radios, which traditionally I think was banned, wasn't it, until recently. So that sort of changes how you can run the strategy in these type of races. So we see a number of BMWs I was mentioning on the grid walk earlier. BMW, obviously a very popular car to go racing in, Marcus, and it shows in a race like this.
Yeah, that's right. It's become the sort of probably the car to have, or the mark to have, because there's lots of different models. The 116s, there's the M3s in E36 and E46 specs. There's probably 1 or 2 new ones as well that I haven't picked up yet. But there's the 750 Motor Club Renault Megane safety car.
It's been used for a number of seasons now, that safety car. A number of laps around the country.
It's one of those races at Castle Cool, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I don't think there's any racing Meganes today. There's lots of cars that you don't see very often.
There's a Clio, I think. There's the remains of the 7 type wing that's been there for about an hour.
Notice there's quite a few Audi TTs on the grid as well, which again sort of replication meant there's been some at Castle Combe. There's our one make series for those types of cars as well.
That's what's kind of triggered that, I think, the fact there is a series of them, and you can buy them pretty inexpensively. And the kit to put them into racing trim is not too expensive. Luke Handley's done one.
Yeah, I saw the one make series there last round at Snetterton. There was over 20 of them, which was very impressive, and they're good-looking cars.
They are.
So, but go back 5 years ago, there was not really any racing at all, was there?
I had an Audi TT. In fact, my wife drove it most of the time, and I always called it her car. It was absolutely brilliant. I loved it. Unfortunately, growing children found that the back seat was not acceptable.
No, that's
so it had to go.
It's a bit like my Mini. There's not much racing in the back of that either. So, see one of the I think it's the only Mark III Mazda MX-5 just going through shot there. There's lots of Mark 1s, but that's one of the
Mark III is the
cars.
one in the yellow livery with the Italian tricolore over the top of it, which is rather nice.
That's the car with all the MGs. Josh Bromley, who's a regular in the MX-5 series, went well in the MG Championship before, so he's reunited with his MG mates to race here, and that's what's good about the Birkett, isn't it? And you can race with your mates rather than against them.
And there's the Nissan Almera as well, which has been out before in kind of works BTCC colours.
Yeah,
not that they ran an Almera, but
but it's all part of the fun, isn't it, which you can do with these things.
That's the Davanti Team VW Sirocco in its vivid kind of Kermit green colours.
Yeah, they're 13th after a delay of some description. I think it's fair to say there are some teams more used to the Birkett and getting the strategy right than others. And that is going to become apparent, isn't it, over the next 6 hours or so.
Some teams are preoccupied with the strategy of just keeping cars going, and they probably don't have victory speeches sort of in their lunch boxes, but just enjoying it. And you've got to start somewhere. I mean, there's teams that have done this race 20 odd times, and there are teams that are first timers. Saw a car coming to the pits there, like early MX-5.
The lead Radical just went through though. He's not quite put a lap on the RJ Motorsport car, but he's basically the best part of a lap ahead. And that car did have more, didn't have any credit laps, the RSR Motorsport car, and it's got some quick drivers in as well.
Yeah, so every lap they do counts. They don't get any sort of bonus laps to advance them, if you like.
Yeah, James Lay, who's part of it, I think was this year's Radical Challenge champion. 46B, I think that's Paul Cook, regular 750 Motor Club racer. He was on the grid, initial grid, and then at the last minute they swapped him out for one of his co-drivers. They had a shuffle round, a last minute strategy change. I think qualifying sessions running a little bit later than what is regular, sort of caught out a few teams, because there was quite a few cars very late to assembly, but I think we got all 70 cars in at the start, despite all of that.
Yes, we had the car that was missing from the second row, the car that had a cracked screen or something, I think you said.
Okay. Yes, that also happened, didn't it? Yeah.
2017, wasn't it? Data Motorsport,
Yes.
Axel van Nederveen.
And there's the car there.
Oh, okay.
So they've obviously, that part of that, the Ginetta team, Ginetta GT Academy cars. See Paul Hinson's out there in his BMW Compact. It's got a 3-litre engine. Tomorrow he's doing hot hatch and club enduro as well. So he's got a busy old weekend. And that team have got chocolate, so I found that was a good place to spend the last little while. So there is John Walker's car. Very damaged, I'm afraid, which is a real shame, because John Walker, regular in the Carmel Porsche Trophy, which we enjoyed a couple of months ago at Snetterton. He was one of the front runners then. Driver from Berkshire, former Caterham racer. But I think that Boxster, Marcus, is going to have a lot of work to do over the winter.
Absolutely. They're tough things. It'll bounce back.
There's the Elmira that you just mentioned in British Touring Car Championship livery when Laurent Aiello won the BTCC. And that car that he won the championship in, that the actual one, was at Brands Hatch early in the year, driven by Jake Hill to win the Super Touring Power meeting that happened in the summer.
Jake Hill's been impressive this year, hasn't he? He's a very, very rapid young driver, and we've seen him at Goodwood doing the historics, and he has a real passion for his driving, which is special. I think there's a good group of young drivers coming through who rather than being totally focused on what they're doing, obviously they are when they're racing it, is they actually enjoy other parts of motorsport as well. It extends their career too at the end of it, as Andy Prio is finding. Lewis. I think Lewis is in the pits. Here he is.
Thanks very much. Here we're down in pit 3B. We've got Formula One, the team. Sorry, I'm getting myself teeth blown around. We have Lindsay Jones from Formula Woman. Lindsay, you've just had a bit of a crunch out there. What happened?
I'm not entirely sure what happened. So I was just, driving along, and then suddenly felt a big crunch on the right-hand side. Glanced across, there's obviously another car there that had hit us. So unfortunately, I don't think it was picked up on the TV coverage. So we need to look into it.
Oh dear, not too good. But come on, tell us a little bit about Formula Woman and your part in it.
So I've been with Formula Woman for just over a year. So Formula Woman is an initiative aimed at getting more women involved in motorsport. And the Jaguar project is a new initiative that we've got to get some girls, sort of out on track that have completed their training and sort of trained with the academy. So this is actually my first race.
Not of a good baptism though.
No, absolutely, no.
Yeah, but Silverstone is rather daunting, isn't it? It's very wide too compared to other tracks.
Yeah, definitely. The width of the circuit is something that that I'd noticed, and I've never driven Silverstone prior to this event. So there's been lots of new things to take on board. So,
are you enjoying motorsport?
I am enjoying it, yes, even despite today. I'm a bit frustrated, but I'm still enjoying it, and that's the main thing.
Was it just cosmetic damage, or was there any mechanical damage?
I think it's possibly just cosmetic. I need to talk to the guys looking after the car, but I think we should be able to run later, hopefully.
Lindsay, best of luck, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Back to you in the commentary.
Know a little bit more perhaps than what we did earlier, but the presumption is that was related to the John Walker incident. But if it was, John Walker's ended up with a lot more damage than what they have. But going back to that point earlier, what we were talking about young drivers, The other thing, I think, particularly the touring car drivers, there's a very different attitude to previously racing in the British Touring Car Championship, potentially because drivers have to bring their own sponsorship, where you had a factory drive in the past, really, didn't you? And therefore, it's a little bit less carnage than perhaps it once was. But there's John Walker's Boxster back behind the barriers, Marcus, so it shouldn't be too long before we can get racing back underway.
I was talking to Anthony Reid just last weekend, a week ago, at the Image Race Cars 50 Years Reunion. He drove the Works FF4 back in 1979, and he was saying that his historic racing, or as he put it, the Goodwood factor, has extended his career by about 10 years.
Yeah.
And this is a guy who finished third at Le Mans, won quite a lot of BTCC races, somewhere in the teens, and loves his historic racing these days.
Yeah, he was part of that Super Touring meeting as well, in his 98 Primera. So they had 3 of them all together, which was fantastic to see. And a period of the British Touring Car Championship, obviously, which was very popular.
Anthony's done some stuff with the 750 Club, hasn't he, over the years?
He did historic 750 Formula as a one-off, I think, at Anglesey, which is totally different, I suspect, to what he's raced before. But
I think to a Porsche 962 or whatever, I think that's probably, opposite ends of the spectrum.
But he's like a lot of these people, just love their motor racing, don't they? And do whatever they can get their hands on. So we're hoping the safety car lights might go out. The first car behind the safety car is one of the 116 trophy cars, so probably got the slowest car on the grid. So on one of these restarts, Marcus, I guess especially some of the sprint drivers have got to remember what they're doing here, and they don't need to dive up the inside at every opportunity.
That's right. I mean, it's going to be a big batch of cars arriving into the first braking area with the quicker cars behind the 116. Of course, that's the Formula One pits down by the wing, isn't it? And we will then see that the main timing line is up here where we are at Woodcote Corner.
See the second place car there, number 41, the DJ team car. I've got a big light on the roll bar of the Radical just to try and help the slower drivers see them coming. I'm not sure if you've done any of these races, Mark. I guess you have. When you did the Birkett before with some of the lower sports cars, quite hard to see them come in one of the saloon cars.
I can assure you, in 1999, when I was on the Heart Attacks team, Chris Hart's clubman's team, and we did manage to win on scratch. It was so wet at Snetterton that it was just a fight for survival. You couldn't see anything anyway, and it was quite surprising. We were able to outrun the others. Little sort of MG Austin Rover MG engines. At that point, I was in Barry Webb's car, and it was just amazing. I think my overalls are only just dried out. That's a long time ago, 24 years ago.
Toby Partridge is the first car behind the safety car, the 48-year-old from London, regular in the 116 trophy, and is coached by Steve Soper. I think Steve was here yesterday. I'm not sure if he's here today
as well.
They were
business partners at one point, weren't they? And Toby Partridge did really well here in those races we had on the international circuit in August.
And so there he is, heading up towards Cops Corner, being chased by a similar car. I think the Volkswagen Sirocco, we've got M3s, Audis. You could go on and on. How many different types of cars? I think there's about 300 entries in the pack, although some drivers are driving more than one car and some cars are being shared, so it's probably over 250 drivers, something like that. And then tomorrow, I think the smallest grid is 45 cars on the championship finals day tomorrow.
It's going to be exciting.
So there's plenty of drivers and racing cars here over the course of the weekend. You've got one of the faster M3s there, one of the Team Legacy BMW M3s going past Toby Partridge. We're probably about 3 times, maybe 4 times the brake horsepower, so not a particularly fair fight. And
it's funny, only since that 116 trophy has been running, have I noticed quite how many of them are out and about on the streets.
Yeah, it's always the way, isn't it? You've not heard of a car maybe, and then you see one race or see one on the road, and then suddenly you see lots more.
Yeah.
So, there seem to be a lot of BMWs at the front of the safety car queues. Toby Partridge has got a couple more of the 3-litre cars coming past him. Down towards the Vale. One of the BMW Z4s there as well. Always find it remarkable they turned that into a GT3 car. They put a big V8 in it and loads of downforce, because as a road car, it's not, I'd say, nothing overly special, a 3-litre engine. and it fits nicely into this. But the GT3 car, a big step up from that, and that went on to win all the big GT races.
A good old V8 is always special, isn't it?
Four abreast.
Four abreast, yeah.
That Boxster in the middle looked quite slow coming out of Club Corner. And 40B, I think, is the radical down
Looks
the
like
inside, which is Leon Morel, who's looking to win the Bike Sports Championship tomorrow. Leads the championship heading in. He won the championship back in 21. The Boxster is 59.
Two Boxsters going either side of the little MR2 Roadster.
Yeah, the 59 car, the one that's a bit slow, is the all-women's team of Jess Wilkinson, Sarah Wood and Zoe Kyle Henney. Got another Boxster in. There's lots of Boxsters on the grid, isn't there? 39A.
Oh, a spin for
29B, I think. Which
sevens, isn't it?
Which Chris Griffith in a 270R, driver from Hertfordshire. There's a lot of the Caterham teams are this weekend. He's one of the Caterham graduates drivers.
BMW driver, flashing lights, more in hope than anticipation.
There's the leader, which is 16E, which is James Lay, and he is this year's Radical Challenge champion. But this is going to be so different to what he's used to when he's racing a grid of one-make Radical SR3s, Marcus, going against things that he's lapping 30, 40 seconds quicker than. Totally new experience.
Yeah, it's good though, isn't it? I mean, the 16 Team RSR Motorsports with a lap's lead over anybody else. Best lap of 2:06.71 early in the race. Currently, because they're working the way out of traffic following that safety car interlude.
Yeah, 2:25 is that lap. So in that amount of traffic, he's losing the best part of 20 seconds, which is a huge amount, but of course to be expected when you don't need to take big risks.
And it's a big circuit. It's a long circuit, isn't it? So here we go, side by side into Birkett. You've come out of the Maggots kink, which is absolutely flat out left-hander. And you go right, left onto the hanger straight. It's quite a ride in a car with plenty of downforce, like a Radical. I should imagine it's pretty exciting in a Ginetta as well. With those, they're pretty powerful.
Got a couple of those Caterhams going side by side now. I thought at some point we'd have a Caterham race break out on the circuit. 55, I think. There is Alex Harbour in one of the Super Sports.
17 is the car on the outside, the 17 team.
Yeah, that's the 6.7s that you were talking to Ian about earlier. Not team 42, as you might expect, but 17.
Level 42. Would be the one, wouldn't it?
36D is one of the Caymans, which is Warren Allen, who's been a winner this year in the Calm All Porsche series that runs with 750 Motor Club. Darkside Development's in there. Still Scott Parkin. Scott Parkin was telling us he did 2:47 last year in a stint, and he's going to see if he can make 3 hours this year in his diesel Golf. And he's, we think, provisionally already won the Club Enduro Championship, so he's got a little bit less concern about that going into tomorrow, having had such a successful season. The Ginetta in there is Axel van Niederveen in 27A, the Datum Motorsport team.
And he's got the little Tigra of Gavin Bristow from Interceptor Motorsport sitting in behind.
Yeah.
Immaculate car, that.
14C had a bit of smoke coming out the back of it. That's Cloud Cookier's M3.
Yeah, Kuika, there he goes. Smoking well.
Is that for the pits, I wonder?
Smoking can damage your health, allegedly.
The Datum Motorsport car there in 9th, and the Darkside car's 8th, so this is the battle for 8th position on scratch between Scott Parkin and Axel van Niederveen.
Yeah, so 27 is moving up well, and that's what his work cut out. They're probably pretty evenly matched.
Ginetta's got a little bit more power and goes round the outside at Woodcote and ahead up past us towards Copse.
I would think the Golf's got a little bit more torque. Those diesels make phenomenal torque. Oh, the one that overtaking moves there, right up the outside on the curves.
The car behind them in 10th place is the one we're on board with, the Atomic Racing MK, the Cup 200 car. I spoke to Richard Webb at the start. I think it might be Matthew Booth looking at the helmet in the.
Looks like it.
And Booth's an F1000 champion, Sport Specials champion, and again, I mean, very new for him to experience this. but it's up
quick,
the inside.
it's quick, isn't it? And nimble too. But he hasn't got the job done quite yet.
Yeah, it's one of the Caterhams that trying to put a lap on.
The Caterham's probably got a chunk more grunt, but it's not as light, not as nimble.
Yeah, they are running in the top 10 Atomic Racing, which is impressive. I think there's a Caterham team in 7th, the Boss team, which have, I think, pretty highly developed Caterhams.
Yeah.
Big twitch there for Booth through Stowe Corner, Marcus, and down to one of the slowest corners on the track next.
Down the outside into the braking area, there were 3 abreast there, and you can see the Atomic Kitten, such as it is, has outbraked the other 7 type car, but it's been gobbled up on the exit.
Yeah, I think that might be Paul Hinson in the Three Amigos BMW, former winner of the event, just ahead. He's got a 3-litre engine in his BMW Compact. They've got a Toyota MR2 to go up the inside of.
Ish. If you breathe in.
Yes, it's having the trust, isn't it, Marcus, if they've seen you in their mirrors.
Exactly, and half the time you're never going to know until you've committed to the move. And Porsche dived across onto the apex there, and it's going to come back.
I think that might be Liam Wright's 944 Turbo, which he eventually gets ahead of. That was a good example, though, Marcus, of that loop section where you can take lots of different lines and they all have roughly the same speed, whichever line you take, whether it's tight in or fast out.
And the MK is quick in a straight line, isn't it? Of course, he knows that the BMW on the outside is boxed as he goes in behind the Porsche boxed at Brooklands. Tries to go on the outside. I think that's one of the Ashgood cars. It's at 24.
Yeah, yes, that's the Ashgood team, yeah.
Ashgood team from over near Heathrow. Independent Porsche specialists, and they run a fleet of Boxsters. Sort of Martini-esque livery, most of them.
And the Boss Caterham team have come into the pit, so Atomic Racing now up to 9th, which is the first of the 7s teams, which I suspect might be a little thing that they're trying to achieve here. If they can beat all the Caterham teams, that would be a big coup for that organisation. Down the Wellington Straight, it's just full of cars, which includes the Radical trying to make progress. Had all those lap penalties around the outside for Leon Morel of 59B, which is Sarah Wood in her Boxster S. And the second place Radical car there, the RJ Motorsport, the Daytona team machine, goes through. Matra X5 in a Ford Puma, just behind as well. Sarah Wood, a regular in the Porsche Club Championship, which had their season finale at Snetterton a few weeks ago, but the last round had to be cancelled because there was a power cut in Norfolk, and that caused problems. And there's a big problem there for Honda Civic that's had a big twitch heading down towards Birkett, and now the driver's pulled the car off, so I think something must have broke for 63. I think that is, which is the Direct Motorsport team of Hondas. And it's 63 with a letter that is almost impossible to tell. But yeah, it had a big twitch as it went down towards Beckett's, Marcus. So I suspect something broke on the car.
Yes, a link somewhere or something like that. But very, very well reacted to by the driver. It went straight as far as he could off the track towards the marshal's post, reported he's got a problem, and I got the impression was going to try to limp it back.
We have a handicap result at 1 hour, which perhaps unsurprisingly, since the quickest car in the team started, Aaron Cook Racing was the leader, 43, by a full lap. Second was 58, the RAF Motorsport squad. Third was 65, Area Motorsport.
63D, that is.
Okay, we'll work that one out in a second. 63D, Ben... No, that was a team that changed. Phil Jordan, then, who's had the issue. You can see the name on the side of the car now. Just go back to the handicap. Fourth is 47, which is 5 Go Mad in Mazda. And fifth is 70, BPV Limited. But at this stage, the handicap not terribly important, because as the different teams get new cars in, which may be quicker or slower, that will all change up.
Yeah, it's evolving. There's Roy Allen's Boxster, and the Golf is not far behind, the 89 car.
Yeah,
89?
which is Team 3. 89's the race number for tomorrow, so that makes it slightly confusing, doesn't it?
It certainly confused me.
So that's Scott Parkin, 33, I think, driver from South Yorkshire, who owns the, yes, we need to look at the number on the window rather than on the door today. So he, twin brother with Ryan, they both run Dark Side Development, diesel specialists, and they've put together this Volkswagen Golf, and they've got an Audi TT as well, which will be out later. Trafford King there in 42B, one of the front runners in the Type R Trophy this year, and he's in the Danny Hobson squad, Team 42. And there goes then Scott Parkin into Abbey, and then left through the, and then down towards the loop again. And he has now dropped 6 seconds behind the Axel van Niederveen Janetta, so Janetta is a little quicker. But he's also being caught by Matthew Booth in the Atomic Race in MK, who's 9 seconds behind, but a couple of seconds quicker. And there you can see the gap between Janetta and the Golf. It's quite large now, so Axel van Niederveen going well.
Yeah, it's about looks like half the Wellington Straight, doesn't it?
Yeah, and he's catching the 6th place car, which is the Triple A's Racing team of Seats and BMWs. Because we've sort of got, on the scratch result, you've sort of got the unofficial battle to be the best production team car, really, from my point of view, because you know the Radicals are going to be much further up the road.
36D we've seen there.
Is that Warren Allen? Yeah.
In the Porsche Cayman, later version, or the car that superseded the Boxster.
Yeah, got a slightly bigger engine as well, the Cayman, I think, 3.4 litre compared to the 3.2 of the Boxsters. And there's another of the Boxsters. That is Chris Walker. We saw his dad, John, have that accident that caused the safety car. And there is Chris Walker. He's one of the youngest drivers on the grid at 19. And he's a university student. And he's been a race winner this year in the Calm All Porsche Trophy.
Yeah, lovely line through the Twizzle over there at Birkett. Working quite hard, but he's carrying a lot of speed. He's desperately trying to pace himself up to Warren Allen's car ahead of him, but he's got the Dark Side Golf snorting along behind.
Yeah, I suspect that the Walker family team lost a bit of time with that incident, because it takes a little while to react in the garage to get your next car out. And really in the handicap, if you have any sort of moment where you lose much time, that is a real problem for the rest of the race if you want a strong result. Slap in 56B, which is the BMW driven by Nick Hills, a compact, part of the Army Sports Car Racing team. I think Lewis caught up with Jasmine Norman earlier, part of that team.
Yep, very much so. She spoke very lucidly about the experience coming out this year with the Audi TT that she raced at Castle Combe at the end of the year.
Yeah, she's also raced in the Armed Forces Challenge, with, which the car I think probably suits a bit better than the Combe series.
Yeah, it's a little bit outgunned, so to speak, at Castle Combe, but certainly enjoying racing Jasmine Norman.
So here's Scott Parkin again, putting a lap on another of the BMWs, which is Chris Blakey's BMW 330, part of the Straight 6 team. Part of the BMW Car Club series he regularly races in. Again, a 750 Motor Club run series.
How's that Jag settling in now? It's still being overtaken left, right and centre in the corners.
Yeah, she's lapping half a minute slower than Elisa Seville did, who started.
Really?
So she's doing the 2:55, where Elisa Seville did a 2:27 earlier. So she went pretty well in that car.
Yeah, the same one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it was the yellow and blue one that was damaged in the second stint.
Bit of damage on that Seat coming through. I think that's the 4th place car, the Capture Motorsport team.
Yep.
Full of Seat TCR machines. There's the Aaron Cook racing car, but now it's the Toyota GT86, which will be massively down on power compared to the Ginetta. So yeah, it's 25 seconds a lap slower. So that on the scratch, that's which is going to put them out of contention. But on the handicap, it should all work its way out, and they are of course the handicap leaders after an hour. But now with a much slower car in that will adjust when we get our next bulletin in from the timekeepers. And we thank Terry Stevens and his wife Avril, because this is their last weekend as the 750 Motor Club timekeepers after so many years, Marcus.
Extraordinary. I mean, I first met Terry, I'm sure, at Thruxton back in the day, because they're down that way and over the way. And it's been absolutely omnipresent at 70 Motor Club meetings for, well, it seems like decades, I'm sure it is.
Just behind the Toyota there was the Brutec Racing team who won the event last year. This is Phil Adcock, I don't think was part of the team last year. Just behind the Toyota GT86.
He dived down the inside there and had a thought about trying to take him into Luffield, but sort of work it out a bit more carefully, because the GT86 is a pretty agile piece of kit.
I'm surprised we haven't had more of them racing in the UK,
Sure.
because I think there's a full championship in Australia for them, which I think is backed by Toyota Australia.
He's not got past. And the GT86, there's a twin of it, isn't there? There's a Subaru kind of version.
It's Jim Cook, Aaron's dad, that's out in it, who's a regular in the MR2 Championship, so I'm not sure how much he's raced this GT86. So it might be getting used to it. But 10, 15 years newer than the compact that looks down the inside.
There wasn't much room there, that's for sure.
They've got a fairly slow Golf just ahead of them, perhaps just out of the pit lane getting up to speed. They've got a Mark 1 Mazda trying to chase them down. 15D, I think, is the Volkswagen, which is Ray Collier, who's a former Cockshoot Cup champion in MGs, and he is part of the Davanti tyre team, which I think he's a tyre test driver for the road cars. So he's just been passed by this pair, Marcus.
One C Phil Adcock sort of just knuckling down to try to work out a couple of 3 corners ahead where he's going to get a chance of getting back on terms with Jim Cook.
The Mazda 48, was that? Yeah, 48A, which is Andy Bailey, who was a winner at the last meeting of 5 Club at Donington last month. And they're all being passed by the Dash Motorsport Ginetta, that's up to 6th now, and up ahead of the AAA's racing team, which may have made a pit stop recently. There's then Phil Adcock still trying to get past Jim Cook down the inside, and he finally does it. We must have been watching this pair for a lap now, and finally Phil Adcock has squeezed through and ahead. Now that Ray Collier's up to speed in the Volkswagen, he is repassing this Toyota. I just wonder if had a bit of smoke trailing the GT86 there for a moment, so we'll have to keep an eye on that to make sure that doesn't cause any more of an issue. Just being passed by another of the 3 Series BMWs. There's the 40 RJ Motorsport team. They're up to 15th now. They were 50th something, so they've unsurprisingly been progressing through the field. For the Radical, I think Leo Morel at the wheel, and he swoops around the outside of Phil Adcock and of Ray Collier as well, up across the line. So that is a completion of 37 laps for the RJ Motorsport team, still 5 laps though behind the leader. And I think it was 5 laps they were penalised. I believe having 2 cars out at the same time for that team earlier in the first hour, which is a big no-no at the Birkett relay. And therefore you get basically double the amount of laps taken off of you while you have 2 cars on the circuit. Race leader though, done 41 laps, RSR Motorsport team 16, so that's the team of John McLeod, Ben Stone and James Lay. Second is 41, which is the RJ with Daytona Motorsport team, so that's Alistair Smart, Charles Graham and Matthew Jones. And third, the best of production team teams, 46 is Top Gun, which is Noel Bradley, Paul Cook, Wayne Lewis and Mike Eustace. Fourth is 66, which is Capture Motorsports, Sayats, Will Beach, Ben Williams, Darren Ball, Mark Grice, Chris Plaskett and Harvey Caton, part of that team that run in fourth. Then fifth is 27, Dattelin Motorsport, the Janettas of Axel van Niederveen, Marco Anastasi and Mauricio Sciglio. And there is the leading car then, making its way down the Hanger Straight. So that is 16E, which I think we said, was James Lay, this year's Radical Champ. There's 66B, that's the car in fourth position. We just got a quick glimpse of Ben Williams at the wheel of his Sayat TCR car. Just in the background now, just when put another lap down by the leader. They are 3 laps behind now, Marcus.
James Lay in that leading car is lapping a couple of seconds pretty much quicker than the chaser, 41. And so up to 14th now, RJ Motorsport. On that recovery drive.
I suspect they should get to third, but they're still a couple of laps behind, I think, to get there. But are lapping probably about 10 seconds lap quicker than the BMWs and the Sayats.
The RJ car at the moment, a 209.3 is its best. 209, in fact, it's just improved to 209.22 last time round. So it's lapping within 2 or 3 tenths of the second place car's best lap, but the last time round a 2:31 for that team.
This is about a 7th position on scratch because Matthew Booth is caught and past Scott Parkin. So when we looked at them earlier, the gap was about 10 seconds. And Matthew Booth then has got himself up ahead of Scott Parkin. But Scott Parkin, because he is not pitting with that massive fuel tank in the diesel Golf, it means when the others pit, he rises up the order, and that is all beneficial on the handicap, of course.
One of the big things about Le Mans when it went into the diesel era, wasn't it? And the cars are so quick, so fuel efficient, and so reliable that it's not the endurance race that it was. It's just a 24-hour sprint.
Yeah, that's right. And now with the new era of Le Mans, no diesels involved, but lots of manufacturers, all balanced performance. They've all got basically the same lap time, so therefore it's flat-out driving all the way, which is probably different to an endurance club race like this. Although because you've got generally fairly short stints and lots of cars, I guess again you're pushing pretty hard all the time, but probably being a lot more respectful in traffic than you would be at Le Mans. So there is 32C, which indeed is Matthew Booth, up to 6th position now on that last lap. He did a 2 minutes 28.1, which compares to Scott Parkin's 2 minutes 31.0. Just ahead of them, though, Axel van Niederveen, now half a minute ahead, has just done his personal best lap in the Ginetta, a 2 minutes 22.39.
Yeah, that's right. Running in 5th place overall, 27th, that white car of Van Niederveen.
So you see there's first and second on screen, RSR and RJ, a full lap between them. So
yeah,
that pace advantage that the RSR team have got of now in less than 2 hours is a full lap.
The speed differential off the corners is quite something, isn't it? Quite astonishing when they see them shoot past a Mini Cooper S in that instance.
Yeah, that car was particularly slow as well.
Yes, the Hyundai being ambushed.
And Rob Johnston in his Sienna had to take to the grass there, as the Mini ahead of him didn't move aside, as I think he may have hoped. Now, beginning of the season, Rob Johnston told us this would be his last season of racing, so if that is the case, he's having his last weekend. He'll have Sports Specials tomorrow. Again, a long-time successful racer over the years in kit cars and more recently Sports Specials.
Yeah, that Sienna has served him well, hasn't it? It's been developed over the years.
Yeah, this Mini looks very slow, doesn't it, heading down the Wellington Straight now. 28, I think, which is
a bit of a bomb burst as they will arrive at the same time.
Yeah, the TRP team full of Minis, that one.
Yeah, I've got a car coming into, is that the sin bin? It looked like it was.
That may have been. Yeah, we're hearing, I think there is a car in the penalty box just past the commentary box. Back on board with Matthew Booth. He's still in 6th position and starting to pull clear from Scott Parkin through the Beckett's S's. One of the best places to drive, Marcus, in Britain.
Yeah. It's quite something. And the downforce in a Radical would be quite something. I remember driving one on at Rockingham on the oval, but it wasn't the going around the oval and the banking that was the interesting issue with an SR3. It was the amount of downforce it made in the slower corners.
I think that is 46C, is it not, that's in the penalty books, which is the car in third position, if that's the case. The Top Gun team, which I think that says 46C, which would be Wayne Lewis, who was at the wheel, but that's a drama for the top production team on the scratch order, which isn't an official award, but it's one I always like to keep an eye on, because you've got those BMWs and you've got the TCR cars, which are all fairly similarly paced. But looked like it wasn't a quick penalty for that team.
It was in there sort of, sort of rather leisurely kind of officials walking around, and you'll stay there until we wave you out, sir.
That's right. There's the car in second, which is now 41B, which is Charles Graham, long-time racer here, and he's twice a Birkett Relay winner, 2019 and 2021 on the scratch result. Trying now to unlap himself because he's re-caught James Lay, perhaps surprisingly, and they're nose to tail now. They go through Luffield, and up the inside looks Charles Graham. They go either side of the big Jag, and can Charles Graham unlap himself here, Marcus?
He can, but it was, I think, with a bit of help from James Lay, who thought it preferable to go off over the edge of the curbs than put himself in the firing line. That was quite something.
That was a slow lap for James Lay, 2 minutes 18, 5 seconds slower than the car we're watching. So Charles Graham going quickly, and we wouldn't really expect James Lay, who had been going really well, to start losing out. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Same with his championship heritage, James Lay getting used to endurance. The blue and yellow Jags now back and fixed. The wings been patched up, and the pink and turquoise one has come off. So a fourth driver out.
We've got the handicap results after 90 minutes, and it's still the Aaron Cook Racing team that lead in 43, but they're no longer a full lap ahead. We've got 3 teams on the same lap. In second place, 25, which is Futuro Classico, all those 1980s saloon cars. And then in third position is number 7, which is Team 348, the 116 Trophy trio of Simon Hopcroft Lopez, Freddie Tatham and Matthew Highcock. They've gone up the order. Then in fourth position is 69, which is Stan 2 Hollerton Racing, which is another team of BMW 116 Trophy cars. And then in fifth position, the Mazda MX-5 team that were up there earlier, 47, which is the Barnards, Jimmy Rivers-Fletcher, Arden Wardley and Andrew Robinson. So it's only them and Aaron Cook Racing that have stayed up in those 2 bulletins at an hour and a half. But it's interesting, we've got 2 116 Trophy teams up there, which may... and then, of course, that's going to be a team that should be quick all the way through. There'll be no variation between which car is out there, because it's just the driver that make the difference. One of the Toyota MR2s we look at here is 19C, which is Gareth Baxter, who's a 36-year-old police officer from Northampton. So looks after these parts. And Gareth Baxter, a long-time MR2 championship racer. More recently in this Boxster. I think he raced the Mark 1 before.
Back in the 1960s, we had John Gott, who was the chief constable of Northamptonshire, racing very regularly in his ex-works Healy 3000, and he was a tremendous racer.
So we saw the penalty for number 46 Top Gun, and I think Lewis Beals has headed down there to find out what's happened.
Well, thank you very much. Here we are down in the penalty area, and there we have 46C, which is Wayne Lewis's car, part of the Top Gun team. Here's the information I have been provided with. Wayne unfortunately overtook under the safety car, which is one of the big no-nos. So he was asked to come in and serve a time penalty. And out there'll be a board, as we can see. Someone also was being given a black, that's a black flag. He was probably given a black and white flag to serve a 5-minute penalty. However, as he's come in and stopped here, one of the other team cars has gone out, but he'll have to now come and serve her. And here is Wayne himself, who has actually been to the clerk of the course. Doesn't look in particularly good frame of mind, but he's actually been to the clerk of the course and had his wrist slapped. So the 46, whoever out at the moment, I don't know, has got to come and serve a 5-minute penalty. And I'm just going to ask one of the marshals. The black flag, is that for 40 for one of the other car?
It might be 62 because we haven't got 62 in yet,
you've got
which is a drive-through.
Oh, 62's in for a drive-through as well. So yes, the safety cars can produce problems, especially for those who are not fully used to the Birkett. So when they come out, you do have to really slow up under the safety cars and yellow flags. You're not allowed to overtake cars, so you have to slow down sometimes. But yeah, that's the news from the penalty box area, and the reason the 46 car was stationary here for such a long time, and also one of his teammates should now come and serve the penalty. Back to you in the commentary box.
Thanks, Lewis. Good to get the updates right on the hand there. And that's one of the, one of the prime runners in the overall order. So that's promoted this car here, the Capture Motorsports Seat, which is the Mark Grice and Will Beach car that's been a front runner in Club Enduro this year, up into 3rd position, but only 28 seconds ahead of the Data Motorsport Janetta that is catching. But it's good there, Marcus. The marshals and the officials keeping a close eye on making sure drivers are doing things that they should be, particularly in yellow flag areas.
Absolutely, and it's part of the safe conduct of these races that these rules are adhered to, and you either stick by it or you don't. There's no kind of halfway house. You can't be almost unique. But what's interesting also is at the very beginning of the race, the car that was on pole didn't complete the first sort of rolling lap first.
That's Paul Cook, who's now got to serve the penalty. I think it was Mike Eustace, although 4016 should be Wayne Lewis. It looked more like Mike Eustace, who was out there before. But now Paul Cook's got to serve the 5-minute penalty, and the team have not got to send out another car, otherwise they'll probably be given an even bigger penalty than they've already had. So Paul Cook, frustrated, I suspect, that he's got to serve a penalty that somebody else has been awarded.
Very nice Senna-esque crash helmet.
Here's one of the more recent BMWs. This is an M2. Mick Edwards, the driver for ES Motorsport, Team 68. That's an M2 35i, which for a long time was a very popular car in the VLN on the Nürburgring Nordschleife series. So a few of them starting to make up their way to the UK.
That's a long distance, the Langstrecken Pokal, is it not?
That's right, yeah. Have you ever done anything on the Nordschleife, Mark?
I've driven around it very gingerly in a Peugeot MPV with a bunch of frightened people alongside and in the back, and I took it very gently. No, not for me.
Of course, our chief handicapper, Joel Squimbridge, has done a lot of laps around there in the 24-hour race over the years.
He's an expert. I'm just somebody who's driven sports racing cars and single-seaters mainly.
There's our top two, still with the second place car. A big sideways moment for the Mazda there, Marcus.
Yeah, going round the MX-5, and James Lay really had to put it on the line there and trust in the downforce to hold him on there. He didn't want to lose contact with Charles Graham. Yes, he's 95% of a lap ahead of him, but you could see that he was just determined to make that move work. And they're phenomenal things. I mean, the Radicals. I remember when they first came out, the Club Sports, and then the Pro Sport, which became the PR6, didn't it, with a central seat at that point. I drove and I raced one in '99. First meeting at Castle Combe with the chicanes, and I've driven most of those over the years. Not an SR10 though, but all the others, including the SR8 with the RPE V8 net.
We don't see many SR8s in the UK at least nowadays, do we?
And of course that was effectively twin Suzuki Hayabusas on a crankcase. There's that little Toyota over again, the Roadster 19C in trouble.
Yeah, Gareth Baxter, local driver. Team with Dave Hemingway and Neil Stratton. which is named mostly rusty two-seaters. I think that's from the old days of the Mark 1. I hope the Mark 3 isn't quite so rusty. But unfortunately, this one isn't going very far at the moment, which is a problem for them. But he's parked it up near a marshal post, so good driving there. Meanwhile, Charles Graham still ahead of James Lay on the road. Charles Graham driving well here, the boss of Daytona Motorsport karting in Milton Keynes.
Last lap was 1.5-ish seconds quicker.
Yeah, they're both
charging, aren't they?
Both quicker that lap than the previous one, with less traffic presumably. 2 minutes 12s, and that lap about a tenth quicker with Charles Graham.
And you do find this even these sort of races. That's the Feroz Bilimoria Sirocco, isn't it? But you do tend to find you get lap after lap after lap in traffic, and then suddenly you get a couple unfathomably with 70 teams out there when there's nothing, and you can then get your clog down.
Yeah, Feroz Bilimoria, you just mentioned there's gone past the MGZR of Chris Bolton, who's from Bedfordshire. There's the Grytham Beach car, and it's 66D, so that car that's in third position on scratch. Mark Grice at the wheel. I think he's been a winner in Club Enduro this year. You can see Mike Curley there, ready to go out in Team 8, which is the Breakdancer Racing 1 team in his Caterham. And he may be sitting there for a little while, he might be sitting there for a long time, Marcus.
Yeah, nicely turned out in an elegant shade of Fred Open Racing Blue. New Jersey car dealer who ran work chevrons for the likes of Keke Rosberg in Formula 2 in 1977-78. And Finn's rise towards winning the World Championship in 82 in Formula 1.
Robert Grant going around the outside there in the Bost It team, Caterham 7.
The car behind him went very, very wide, that was for sure. He looked over his shoulder to see what had happened, I think, at that point. With the name of Gold Arts on the side, that's a name that's synonymous with success here in the Birkett 6 Hours, the Gold Arts jewellery team, headquartered in Sussex, down in Brighton.
You're part of the Boss team, which front runners in the Magnificent Seven series with the Classic Sports Car Club, Marcus, which producing pretty highly powerful Caterhams, that squad.
I remember them putting, I think, probably the first motorcycle engine in one back in the day. Doug Newman's Gold Arts equipe, his mechanic or engineer did that conversion. It was a Honda Blackbird engine, I think it was.
Right. It's the thing done more and more nowadays. Of course, we've got the MKs on the grid with their, I think there's a Zuki Hayabusa engines.
Yeah, I mean the bikes, the engines that come out of bikes effectively, they're still an internal combustion engine after all, it was destined to work in a bike, tend to come with lots of gears. They tend to be quite small, quite narrow power bands, but lots and lots of gears, which helps, and paddle shift is easy to do at that point. Freddie Taylor's BMW.
Yeah, he was in one of the teams that are high up on the handicap, Team 7, Team 348. I wonder how long one of those cars can go on fuel, because there's 3 drivers. I wonder if they're looking for just 2 pit stops, 2 hours
I would think that's quite possible. We had that enduro here, didn't we, in August?
Yeah, 90-minute race. They can definitely do 90 minutes on a tank of fuel. Hopefully doing less track limits here today, because that was the problem with that race, wasn't it, on the international circuit?
Yes, what we saw and what we got were slightly different.
At the front of this group is David Jones in his Mazda 7. Lots of them here tomorrow. So he should know the circuit well for that qualifying session in the morning. And he's got one of the... I think he's probably pulling away from one of the Caterhams, which is good to see there for the car. It's actually in 61st position, the Four Corners team, because the other one had an issue earlier, didn't it? Steve Kimber's Mazda 7.
Yes, he pulled off in that white car, didn't he? We saw that happen. There's the GT86 behind.
Yeah, now they're dropping down the order, 12th. They were up there, but of course it's a much lower car than the Ginetta. The second Radical RJ Motorsport team's up into 5th. So Leon Morales got the RJ Motorsport team 40 into 5th place. So it's not going to be many laps away before that car's into the top 3. I think that car is probably just about to lap the one we were watching. And if they were going off the 2-hour mark, that's spot on, isn't it?
Absolutely, that's pretty tight into the race.
So possibly just 2 pit stops if all goes well for those 116 trophy teams. You do lose 20, 30 seconds in a pit stop if you get it perfectly. So there's...
I think there's no doubt about David Jones's nationality with that large red dragon on the side.
There goes Mike Curley, who we were looking at a few moments ago, so he didn't have to wait too long to go out.
Reminds us of the Aston Martin red dragon that we see in historics, which who drove it? I think it was Dudley Folland drove it back in the day.
Rob Ellick's Audi TT we just saw briefly.
Yeah, that's a quick car.
I'm not sure if it's his Castle Coombe saloon machine that he's got here today or something else.
That's a black one, isn't it? The
Yeah.
TSR. Let's see the one that comes round, see what it is. But that's been fast, seriously fast, but a little bit temperamental. I think perhaps a little bit too much power at times.
That's why I think that those front running Castle Coombe saloons, I can't imagine they do too long on a stint with that before they give away.
They're very much on the edge in terms of their performance, and I think it was a misfire that at Castle Coombe at the end of the year. He jumped the start in the first race, it wasn't very clever, cost him, and then had a misfire in the second one, but had a good battle with most of the year with Adam Preble.
That's the Club Racing UK team that have just done a pit stop. Stefan Marsh going out in his Ford Focus ST, who races in part of the modified Ford series, which has been very successful over the last couple of years, that series. I saw them at Brands Hatch, part of the big Ford meeting there. I think they had about 40 cars. Here's Andy Bailey. See, he's put a roof on his Mark 1 Mazda to try and make it slightly more aerodynamic.
It's sort of a vestigial roof, isn't it? It's like it's like an extra bonnet that's been strapped to the roll cage.
It might well be, mightn't it?
Oh. If the cap fits, wear it, or the roof fits, wear it, as they say.
But Andy Bailey, quick driver. He's raced BMWs in the past, but he's now gone back to his roots with a Mark 1 Mazda. Very affordable way of going racing. David Jones has still got that Caterham behind him. That is 38, I think, which is Breakdancers 2. So it's interesting to see there, Marcus, that the Mazda 7 can very much keep its own against a Caterham 310R, I think that is, which is a pretty developed car.
That's right, it's 38B,
I reckon.
I think it is.
Paul Herndon, the driver. But good to see that a Mazda 7 can keep it behind on pace. Still in third position, Capture Motorsport and Mark Grice, and they are 29 seconds ahead of the Data Motorsport Ginetta team. Their lap times very similar on best laps, both 2 minutes 21s. I presume they're probably both running on treaded tyres, because the State will be running on treaded tyres tomorrow, and the Ginetta's doing their race series as well.
Yeah, I was speaking to Jamie Sturgis recently, and he was saying that recording the day at Thruxton, they got a tailwind, and he'd run in 2 separate races, one with slicks and one with the road tyres. And with the tailwind, he had just over 150 miles an hour up Woodham Hill on treads. Just terrifying.
He's coming up to lap Adam Radford's BMW Z4 that we just got a brief glimpse of.
Yeah, Sturgis has won the Castle Coombe GT Championship this year with his VW Golf, the Ram Air Filters Golf.
Sure, Volkswagen will be quite glad if somebody calls their Golf a GT car. The Armed Forces RAF team are down in the pit lane, and Lewis Bills is with them.
Well, thank you very much, guys. Here we are down in 1C pit with group captain Brian Watts. So, Brian, you've been here many times at the Birkett and actually won it, because I actually got it here in 2007, 2008, 2011, 2017 and 2021. You must be the team that's won it the most times.
We certainly enjoy it. It's a team that it's a real team event. 750 put on a really good event here. To do it at the Grand Prix circuit as well makes it interesting, and it gives a chance for everybody to get involved more than your standard 20-minute races. That's why we love it so much.
Yes, and not only the RAF here, but you've got the Army and the Navy. And when I looked at the 1.5 hour handicap positions, you were all on 37 laps, but of course the RAF were ahead.
Yes, we've got 2 aims today, well 3 aims: enjoy yourself, try and win the handicap race, and obviously beat the Army and Navy as well. And for the first time this year, we've got a car powered by synthetic fuel, so the BMW about to go out for the next stint is powered by carbon neutral fuel, and it has been all season, so it's a first at the club level of getting after that sustainable motorsport aspect as well.
Do you think that will come in the RAF as sustainable fuels, or is that something you're working on, or tell us?
Absolutely. So we are working with the engineering team within the Royal Air Force to bring synthetic fuel in, and we're using this as a test case to feed back into the Air Force as to the value of it from a sort of a petrol car perspective, because we see that there's a number of areas we have to go after from a sustainability perspective, but certainly the number of vehicles we have, if we can show the value of this and how reliable it is, that will help us understand what options we take forward going in the future.
Well, that's great news. They say motorsport improves the breed, and hopefully it's going to improve our armed forces as well.
We can but try, absolutely. It's always about innovation, and that's what we love doing.
Yep. And anyway, the guys are doing really well. It's pretty close, as I said, all on 37 laps, an hour and a half. But fingers crossed. I know the Army got the fastest car out at the end, so you've got a bit of work to do, I think.
It's all about strategy, and as you well know with this race, the last 2 hours, the last hour make a big difference, so we'll see what happens. We've all got our strategies, and we'll see what one plays out in the end.
Yes, Brian, you're the master. Having won it 5 times, you're the master at this.
We can but try.
Okay, thanks very much, and best of luck.
Pleasure as always, thank you.
Thanks very much, and back to you in the commentary box.
Thanks, Lewis, and good to get the insight there. Meanwhile, Sean Traynor, I think that is, with a bit of smoke emitting from his MR2, Marcus.
It did look that way, didn't it?
And Sean Traynor, I think, did he lose by a point in the MR2 Championship this year?
It is smoking.
Went right down to the white. I really stalled at the start, so Sean Traynor lost the championship by stalling at the start.
I think I've spotted the problem with that.
Yep.
It's not running number 27. When it's number 27, it's very fast and reliable. This doesn't look very well.
No, that's right. It's got tyre mark on it. That might be, though, from a championship race rather than from today. But yeah, Sean Traynor possibly for the pit lane, and he's in a team with Adam Lockwood, who was one of his rivals in the championship, and Jim Mew. And it was Adam Lockwood that won the championship by that single point. But now they're racing as a team. But is Sean Traynor for the pit lane, Marcus?
Yeah, as they say, it looks good on paper, but they don't race on paper.
There he's sideways, presumably on his own oil.
On his own oil, I would think, yeah. And he'll be feeling that.
62 into the penalty area, which is the Galower build BMW Z4 team of Chris Murphy, Callum Bates and Kieran Power, being counted down by the looks of it by our pit lane marshal.
Be careful, there's a car going past you.
Good to see lots of marshals here at the Birkett as always, and the pit lane marshal probably more important than perhaps at some other meetings where the pit lane's a lot quieter. At this meeting it's the busiest of places.
Yeah, it's such a popular event, and it's easy to see why. It's just such a great variety of cars. That 6-hour format really is very special. It's hard to imagine what it was like on a really misty, sort of miserly day back in 1951. That all kicked out. They probably didn't think, well, Holly Birkett certainly wouldn't have thought that his name would be immortalised in this race way into the future.
We've got our handicap results at 2 hours, and at the third bulletin in a row, Aaron Cook racing lead in 43. So that pace that Aaron Cook had in the Ginetta in the first stint, very positive for the team, which he shares with Jim Cook and Andrew Williams. In second is 36, which is Cap It All, which is Fernando Gattino, Andy Baker, Gary Martin and Warren Allen. Then in third is 69, which is the Stand 2 BMW 116 team of Sam Holman, Warren McKinley, John Waters and Martin Cropton, Jeff Moser and Ash Miller. The only problem with that team, they've got 6 drivers, so they can't make as few pit stops as the team that are in 4th position, number 7, which is Team 348, which is the Simon Hopcroft Lopez. We saw Freddie Tatham go out just a moment ago, and Matthew Highcock too. And then in 5th position, previous winners, the Three Amigos are in 5th position now, Paul Hinson, Adam Reed and David Drinkwater. And then in 6th position, leading the Armed Forces battle is now the Royal Navy in 6th position for 57, which has Keith Atwood, Adam Jewett, Gareth Moss, Simon Vernon, Matthew Fayers and Sean Graham this year. Sean Trainer carrying on.
Yeah, that's looking as though it's smoking worse than it was before. So
yes, so he may not know of his problem.
And there's a very menacing looking yellow Ginetta out there at the moment, which we haven't had a close-up of. That was in the area of Sean Trainer's car, behind these that are dicing now.
That's Kevin Turner out in a Caterham, but not the Kevin Turner you're as familiar with, Marcus.
Not my boss, no. Autosport long-time editor Kevin Turner, who has driven cars on track in the past, occasionally, but not the same one apparently.
Yeah, this one's 56, a trader from Kent.
Okay.
Who races in the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. There's the Ginetta 27C, so that's the car that's in now 5th position, Datum Motorsport, and that is Mauricio Sciglio, the driver. Another G56 Academy car.
Got a sort of a wide beaming sort of smile on its face, hasn't it? That, with that bright yellow livery, sort of ochre livery. That's Jasmine Norman, isn't it?
No.
Oh, is it her car?
That's 67, that's Rob Ellick.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, not his Coombe car,
I saw
is it?
Jasmine's car, I think, was that colour, wasn't it? Full
Similar,
dark green.
yeah.
But so Ellick, we were talking about. Oh, it's puncture.
Oh, yeah.
Front right puncture.
Yeah, good spot. That is why he was going slowly. So this is one of the Audi TT CR one make series machines. But yeah, puncture, which is pretty unusual.
I think it's the second one we've had in the race. I think another one earlier on. I heard over the grapevine that I think it was the Kevin Clark BMW might have had a puncture,
right.
but we haven't seen that back.
And he's not going to make it to the pit.
No, so that's Obelic. Kind of Kermit Green TT.
Marshall letting him know where to take the car so they can get it behind the barriers and then back to the paddock. And that's why perhaps the more experienced drivers and know where to go, don't they, to get the cars off of the circuit. Sean Trainer's carrying on. He's got the leader just behind him.
He's blowing smoke in the face of the leader.
who lets him know what he thinks.
It was a friendly wave. It's fine.
I wonder how much fluid is going down on the circuit from this MR2. He's going off the circuit, which isn't really that Sean Trainer-esque.
No.
So is he making it slippery for everybody else or just himself?
Is there a straight panel on it? I've not seen one yet. And it's smoking, so sort of end of term kind of playground brawl spec.
But he's battling on past the Mazda. That's one of the front running cars on the handicap. The 5 Go Mad in Mazda team. That was Andrew Robinson, who was just passed, a 60-year-old from North Yorkshire, in his 3rd season of racing. And he's for the pit lane, the Mazda, but Sean Train's going to carry on, as much to perhaps others' frustration, if that is causing a problem to the track surface. Into Cox Corner.
I guess there's nothing that he's feeling that sort of suggests that it's ailing. Although he thought he'd probably smelt it, even though it's behind him. All that, he'd have thought that he might pick it up.
There's the RAF into the pit lane, I think. Yeah, and David Russell, who we just heard about, heading out.
I saw that. It's changed colour now from that flat blue that it was before, and it looks absolutely superb. And with a design delivery on that, take a bow. Oh, that's one of the Cyanas. That's
Anton Landon.
Landon, isn't it?
He's probably the quickest of the team.
Yeah, we saw the Rob Johnston car earlier on in the race.
Yeah, Anton's been a little bit quicker than Rob this year. He's been racing in the kit car / now Sports Specials Championship for 20 years. He's got a Duratec engine in that Cyana, 58-year-old from Cheshire. And going off the races we saw at Snetterton, that could be one of the highlights of tomorrow if we get a good battle at the front of the Sports Specials field.
We've got some mixed grids, haven't we?
Yeah, they're with Mazda 7s, which I'm sure will be an excellent race amongst themselves. So.
And they'll look kind of like they're from the same sort of ilk, won't they? They'll look compatible.
There's Ash Hicklin, who's in the RJ Motorsport Team 40 now. So Liam Morel went out earlier, now Ash Hicklin. Apparently Ash Hicklin's been racing a Bentley Continental this year at the Bentley meeting earlier in the year, which must be quite different to the Radical.
Different eye line, I'd have thought. So the RJ team, you were talking about them potentially getting back to third. They are back to fourth now, and they're, 23 seconds behind the Capture Motorsport TCR cars.
Yeah, and they're going 10 seconds a lap quicker, so...
Yeah, so it's going to be a couple of laps then, and the job done.
That's right. So the leaders have done 57 laps in 2.25 hours. And they're now a full lap ahead again, I think, of RJ with Daytona. After, I think, another pit stop for the second place car. In third position is still Capture Motorsport. There in the pit lane is a very smart looking Ford Fiesta.
That's the one that had the wheel bearing issue this morning. And they've had it up on the back of the truck behind, so they were trying to get some parts for it. And that's good that they're back going again, because of course they've lost the Mini Hayabusa Skidmore. That went fairly early into its stint. So they're very much reliant on as many cars as they can muster.
Jason Rudge, who will be the driver of the Fiesta when it heads out. The Morgan's still going. Not sure if Richard Mitchell's in it still or not. He is sharing that +4 with Tim Parsons, who's a former Morgan Challenge champion. Richard Mitchell, who won the historic Formula Ford Championship a number of years ago, Marcus.
Yep.
But hasn't done anything with CETA racing of note since then. But sports cars, classic sports cars instead.
Yeah. Wasn't he a chorister at Buckfast Abbey in his youth? I think he was.
Yeah, I think he might still be involved in some of that stuff too. There's another of the Sayats. That looks like Phil Nibbs' one. He went very well at Donington at the latest round of Club Enduro. Looks like the leading car is still that of James Lay, so he's driving economically too.
His last lap was only 1700ths of a second quicker than the RJ car in fourth place. 1371 place 1388. 2 minutes.
Yeah, because the RJ team, especially with Morel and Hicklin, two quick drivers, aren't they? So it's a real disaster, really, from their race point of view. That early penalty. There's the Intersport BMW that just went through. We're waiting for Jason Rudge to take over. I think it might have been John Cockerdon at the wheel of the M3. Another of the Porsches there, I think it's 36A, which is Fernando Gattino.
Yes, they were well up in one of the classifications, weren't they, earlier on?
Got one of the Hondas ahead. Honda Civic's such a popular car over the last few seasons.
Closest in the last couple of laps has been the battle for 15th place, 15 Davanti tyres, quarter of a second ahead of the Intersport Racing number 14 team.
Whoa, look at all these cars all of a sudden have got themselves together heading down the Wellington Straight. There's Ash Hicklin, the car in fourth, shortly to become third. But yeah, there must be about 20 cars all in shot there for a moment. There's Toby Partridge in his 116, and it's Tim Parsons by the looks of it in the Morgan now. 31E. Tim Parsons, who's been a Morgan Challenge champion in his class, I think, this year.
Complete with a MOG number plate on it, I see.
And there, Ash Hicklin, I think, just ahead of Capture Motorsport. He was a tenth of a second behind at the line, and he was ahead by Cops Corner. So on lap, for them, lap 56, RJ Motorsport back into third position from what was at least a 50-something.
53rd, I think it was, something like that.
Could have been lower than that, but it was 53rd and we noticed it. So progress has been made, but I suspect that is the end of the progress. Third position, they're 3 laps behind the next car.
Need some misfortune from others, wouldn't it, or a very strange success as leader in.
So we think they were 5 laps penalised, don't we? And they were less than 5 laps behind the leader, just. So it's possibly cost them a chance of a victory, that. Yeah, James Lay finally into the pit lane, as you say. Looking... Oh, look, Scott Parkin's still going. So he's had 2 hours and 20 in the car, at least. And he's still going on without pitting. There he is.
So 60 laps, so James Lay in. So it's a lay in, as you can have tomorrow morning when the clocks change.
What's the longest you've done in one stint before, Marcus?
Oh, crikey. I did the 24 hours here, the Brick car 24 hours in a RX-8 Mazda. With Mike Wiles and Ian Flux and Andrew Frankel.
I saw Fluxy last week.
Back in the day, yeah.
He was at the festival.
Yeah, he went off a couple of times, trying to be very fast and trying to match the lightweight team car. And but we finished second in class. And I suppose probably I don't know, hour and a half, something like that. But an hour and a half in the dark, middle of the night with pretty iffy conditions. I mean, qualifying conditions were atrocious at one point. The garage filled with water, same for everybody. But I did get clobbered in the middle of the night, one of those Marcos Chevrolets, which impatiently decided that he wanted to get through in the middle of the Birkett's complex, which was very odd because he had about 4 times the power we had in a straight line. If he'd waited about 3 or 4 seconds, he'd have been there. But no, didn't inflict any damage, basically just scraped the side of it, and just fine. But very interesting, a very different strategy, because you get involved in those races and suddenly, unlike a sprint race, when really it's just down to the driver and what you do, etc., you feel responsible for all those people filling the pits who are, up all night doing the sort of the chores, if you like. Unfortunately, a lot of the people who do run the cars have no ambition to drive them, actually get their kicks from preparing them. But it is one of those things that if you think, if I go off here or something like that, with Porsche in trouble, then I've got to sort of slink back to the pits and face the masses, which won't be a very comfortable chat.
Yeah, I was with Paul Truswell last week, who was also commentating the Formula Ford Festival, and he was saying, because now he does some strategy with race teams, he says it's so much of a difference. He said if you do something wrong in commentary, nobody really cares that much, but if you make a mistake on the strategy, say leave the car out and lap longer than it should do and it runs out of fuel, it impacts a lot of people.
Yes, exactly that. Whatever the 36A's issue was there, the Porsche is now going strongly again, so whatever happened has kind of unhappened, or...
Yeah, it's Fernando Gattino, and that was, of course, one of the cars high up on the handicap, wasn't it?
Yes.
The Capital team. There's that Tigra, that's still going.
Yeah, that's changed colour of late, I think. It's because it's come out at... It's been out at Castle Coupe on and off over the last couple of years, once or twice.
They had the MK trying to go round it. Here's another of the 116s. That's Simon. That's Freddie Tatham, I think. Is it 69? No, that's the. Sorry, that's the Stan Chu Hollerton team. The Sam Holman, Warren McKinley, John Waters, Martin Compton, Jeff Moser, and Ash Miller squad, who were high up on the handicap.
Just watching Ash Hicklin there, charging along. Oh, was that a bit of a sideways moment for one of the MKs behind? I think it was.
Now, Gavin Bristow is at the wheel of the Tigra, who apparently is from America.
Arizona.
So he's probably travelled the furthest to be here today. Taking a wide swooping line through the Birkett S's there.
Yeah, looks a really cool thing.
They're based on the National Hot Rods, aren't they, these cars? Silhouette machines. Part of Intersport Racing 2, running in 23rd position. Lots of corner speed these cars carry. Round Brands Hatch, they only lap about a second slower than British touring cars.
Funny, isn't it? Because the wheels look, although they're quite wide, they look really small. They've got quite low profile tyres.
Sliding around a lot as well, I think.
So keeping the revs up. carrying as much speed as possible through the corners. Whoa, that was all four wheels over the curbs, wasn't it, by some margin for the Atomic Racing MK behind that was being lapped. We didn't quite see that, but that was lapped by Ash Hicklin, who's now going around the outside of the Vauxhall Tigra, going up towards Farm and the Loop.
Jason Rudge out there now in that Fiesta. Quite a wide body on it, hasn't it?
I don't recall a Zack-Speed Fiesta in that spec. The Capris and the Escorts and things. Saw the Zack-Speed Capris race at Nürburgring and the Norris Ring. That was quite something, the spectacle there at Nuremberg.
That's an event that's been going for a long time now, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nowadays with the GT3 based DTM Championship, but had Group C races, didn't they, at the Norris Ring in the 80s?
I remember going there and walking through the paddock, chatting to Sterling Moss, who had this sort of huge following of people behind him. It was very interesting. That was back in the early 80s, I would say, or late 70s, early 80s.
There's that Ford Focus that was went in the pit lane a little bit earlier. Stefan Marsh at the wheel. Not a very popular car, a Focus ST, but good to have it out there. One of the very few that race in the UK. This is the TSR team. So we saw Rob Ellick have the problem with his Audi. Now there's a Golf out for that team, driven by Mark Jones.
Interesting, isn't it, how the graphic arts have changed over the years, and now there's, you put very, very nice wraps on cars, and you can achieve any liveries, but they go very much for this kind of angled, very, very rakish looking livery, and it works well on the Golf there with the TSR and that chrome silver.
I think a few people trying to take the idea out of the TCR concept as well to put onto their road converted race cars. There's the leader, so 16 is now A, which is John McLeod, a four-time winner of this event on scratch, 2014, 2017, 2020 and 2022. So knows what he needs to do, having won the race over the last 10 years on 4 occasions, and leading by over a lap thanks to the good work of James Lay earlier on. Heading into the Beckett Cesses, what you were saying earlier, Marcus, how great that must be in one of these cars.
Yeah, I mean, the downforce that these radicals make is quite extraordinary, and if you're not used to it, it does, I'm sure, take quite a long time either driving round and round and round on test days, or excitingly going to the gym. Something I tend to avoid.
Four abreast briefly for John McLeod there.
Build your neck muscles and your shoulder muscles. It takes a lot of upper body strength to steer these cars through fast and slow, twisty corners, because they do, compress you into the seat, and they're wonderful, really good.
He's passing one of the Type R's there, Ollie Musgrave, who made his racing debut this year in the Type R Trophy. But John McLeod continuing to lead with 3.5 hours to go.
Yeah, another one of those cars with the dorsal fin on the body. Change of personnel here, and Ian Soman's back into bat.
It's bubbling up nicely, this race, isn't it, Marcus?
It is.
As soon as I left the commentary box an hour and a half ago, it all happened. There was lots of incident all of a sudden. We had that safety car. It's been a little bit more settled, but the handicap race in particular seems to be bubbling up into something quite interesting. I was checking the weather forecast as well. If there's still the chance of rain around about 5 o'clock, so into the last hour of the race as well. So that's something we need to be mindful of in the next, about 3 hours from now. And that's a car in trouble, is it not? And that is the 4A car.
That's that Kevin Clark car again, isn't it? It's peeling off.
It is. Just Sapra now at the wheel of it, but that's a car that's already retired once from this race, and is now retiring again. Just Sapra now at the wheel. Very quite an experienced racing lad, and does lots of racing in different categories everything from Castle GTs, various BMW championships to a few high-profile categories.
He was saying this morning that over the winter they'll reshell that the quickest of their M3s, the one that Lucky Kera had the big bang in at Donington earlier in the year. And so, frustrating day for Jasper Sapra. Kevin Clark drove the car earlier on, didn't get very far, and it's broken again.
Certainly has. So we are just over 2.5 hours into this race, not far away from halfway. Although the sun is out outside, those LED lights on the roll hoop of the Radical that you went through shot still shining very brightly.
12 is moving up well. That's the Prep and Lay G Sports team. Just 2.25 seconds behind the Dark Side Development group, number 3. And that is the battle for 7th place.
Yeah, Prep and Lay, Lucy Dack, the manager of that team. It's they've had 5 years at the Birkett. They've twice won their class. And the best tin top team last year. And also had the fastest tin top lap last year as well, did that particular team.
They're closing on Dark Side, and last time around the Dark Side car, 2:26.9. Prep and Lay G Sport 2:17, and that's Dark Side again have gone through 2:27.4 at 6 seconds, 6.66 seconds suddenly. So that's coming down rapidly.
The Morgan is in trouble, which is
that's
bad news for that particular team, isn't it?
That was actually into the pits came the Prep and Lay G Sport. That's why.
Okay.
It was closing, but yeah. So that is Parsons, isn't it? In the car that Richard Mitchell started.
Team 31, very random races. Yes, so that's one of the teams put together by the 750 Motor Club, a collection of drivers who otherwise wouldn't have a team with them. Trevor Gregory is running that. Sometime Hot Hatch and Clio racer with the 750 Motor Club.
Nigel Brown's back out. Has he returned, Ian? That's what it is.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, he's waiting for my stint to come start once again. So an almost empty Wellington Straight there for a moment or two.
Yeah.
The cars are well spread, of course, all the way around the lap. There's the Formula Woman entry again with the Jaguar, very easy to pick out. Who's at the wheel there at the moment? Is that F? I can see.
23E.
23E.
Now the turquoise to pink car.
So that's Abigail Chandler at the moment at the wheel of that one. And just behind, just alongside this one, pushes. Oh, and that's
68A.
Yeah, that's Matthias Raderstock in his Lotus Elise Cup car before ES Motorsport. Looks like he had a spin at Stowe there, as he was off onto the runoff area, is rejoining the circuit now. It's spun to the inside of Stowe Corner, which is an interesting place to go off. But he's back into the race, and there's the Morgan there, which is just on the edge of the circuit. So I suspect that the officials, they'll see that on their CCTV feed that they have in race control.
Just pop the lights out, and maybe that's to see if there's one more turn to start a motor without the lights on.
Absolutely. So a couple of BMWs heading down towards us.
The Interceptor team car that's replaced the Vauxhall Tigra, the tube frame Tigra.
Yeah, this is Russ Humphrey that's out in it at the moment.
Who's rapid in that car.
Yeah, in the 1998 Castle Combe Saloon Car champion. He was also the Vectra Challenge champion in 2001, the electrician from Oxfordshire. And so he'll be very rapid there in that particular car. Good to have a bit of representation from Castle Combe here this weekend. They had their championship finals a few weeks ago, which you were at, Marcus.
Yeah.
I was at Alton Park.
Safety cars at the ready. The lights are flashing, so I'm sure that's going to come out. There's a 34 car in the little refuge behind that I see has also been abandoned. I didn't see the letter. I saw it was 34. But
Which is the Cat Trans team at Sampson, Brian Richardson, Rich Gravestock and Clayton Sampson, the quartet that make up that squad.
yeah, Russell Humphrey there ambushed the safety car is out.
Yeah. And that is at, 2 hours and 37 minutes into the race, second safety car period of the race. Perhaps just worth running down the leading positions on scratch at the moment, and I'll give you an update on handicap as well if they're up to date,
Yeah,
surely.
on scratch, it's 16 RSR Motorsport, 66 laps. In second place, 41 RJ with Daytona, 65. Third, the team that lost all those laps early on, team 40 RJ Motorsport on 62 laps. Fourth is 66 leading Class B Capture Motorsport with the TCRs on 61 laps. They're a minute and 17 clear of 27, their class rivals Dayton Motorsport. In sixth is 32 leading Class C Atomic Racing. That's the MKs on 60 laps. Also on 60, number 3 Darkside Developments, third in Class B. 54 Boss Cats, fourth in Class D. And number 12 Preplanlay G Sport, they are also 60 laps. They're 9th overall and 10th overall. 65 Area Motorsport on 59. Just look at the classes. Class A Breakdancer Racing leads that by the looks of things in the number 8 cars. They've done 58 laps. Nearest rivals not on the first page of our screen. So looks like Breakdancer Racing are doing very well.
Sam Daffin's Fiesta is looking very smoky indeed. Increasingly smoky as it sits there at, 30 miles an hour behind the safety car at the moment. I suspect he's not going to be much longer for the racetrack, but he's got quite a bit of time before he can get back to the pit lane now, because he's driving along much more slowly than he otherwise would.
So it now exposes it to overheating as well as smoking.
Yeah, you can't. I wonder if it might be better just to park up and pull off the circuit somewhere at one of the points where you could get back into the onto the internal road.
Bemused look at the driver and the blue Peugeot behind,
well,
thinking,
I'm wondering what.
Do you know?
Now, is that putting anything down onto the circuit?
That's not even a gypsy's warning. That's that's not very well at all.
No, well, he'd be well advised to pull into the international pit lane, I would think, which is just coming up on his right.
We'll see if
and he's on the wrong side of the circuit to do that, I think.
Yeah.
And because if he'd gone into that, he could probably have made his way back through the internal roads to the pit lane. But that's not what he's done. Barry Mills there. He's been recovering cars at racetracks since I started watching racing in the 1980s, local to Mallory Park. And yeah, Barry, familiar face at the Midlands circuits doing race recovery. And here dealing with that number 31, very random racers, Morgan of Tim Parsons, 31E. Morgan Challenge Class Champion this year. He's been racing with the Swinging 60s CSCC Series in the Lotus Elan. Just having a look to see if we've got a 2.5 hour bulletin yet, which we don't, as far as the handicap race is concerned. Oh, has the Fiesta pulled off now somewhere? I missed it if it
I
did.
didn't see it if it did.
Yeah, it looks like it's gone from the safety car queue, which is probably relief to everybody else.
It's got here yet.
You mentioned the blue Peugeot, which was another of the Team 31 cars, very random racers cars. So that was William Hornsey, wasn't it? That's out there. Who's a business analyst from Berkshire. He's been racing for 28 years, most recently in Hot Hatch with that Peugeot 106 Rally. So, yes, behind the safety car here for the moment. So 3 hours, 19 minutes to go, almost at the halfway stage in the Birkett 6 hour relay race here at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit. It's the first of 2 days of racing this weekend from the 750 Motors Club. Back here tomorrow with championship finals, and you can also watch that on the live stream courtesy of Alpha Live as well. So head onto YouTube or the 750 Motor Club website.
Strong entry tomorrow for that, Ian.
Very much so. We've got 3 shared grids and a single grid for Club Enduros, but we've got Hot Hatch and Alphas going together. We've got the Mazda 7s and Sports Specials going together, and Bike Sports and Sports 1000s going together. Bike Sports, I think, have got their biggest grid of the year. And I think the smallest grid is in the mid-40s, which is sensational, really. I think the attraction of the Grand Prix circuit has encouraged some drivers out who've not been out too much this season. So we're very much looking forward to that. A few things still to be decided across the various championships. A few still to be crowned. Some titles have already been sewn up at previous meetings, like Jonathan Lister. He's already the Mazda 7 champion. Scott Parkin in Club Enduro, I think, is already confirmed as champion. Neil Turner in Sports Specials, for example. But there are still a few things up for grabs. Notably in Hot Hatch, that's going to be quite interesting, I think, tomorrow. So make sure you tune our way. I think we're live tomorrow morning at 10:40. Qualifying here from 9 o'clock for those going to the circuit, racing at 10:45. And 7 races for you, as I say.
And the intention is, of course, to lose an hour. No, we lose light tomorrow because of the hour change of the clocks. Clocks go back, but that means that it needs to be over pretty pronto, around certainly by 5.
Yeah, I think the idea is we're timetabled to finish at 4:20 tomorrow, so we'll see if that happens. Otherwise, it will be a bit dark by the time the Sports 1000 and Bike Sports cars finish their second race.
So we don't want a Formula Ford Festival 2022 style debacle.
No, that's where the storm rolled in, which had been predicted to all day, and the race lasted 2 laps before it was red flagged because of incidents and the conditions, and didn't really start. Although I think the sun did come out later on. They had a rather more successful 2023 running of the event last weekend, thankfully.
With the exception of trying to start the first semi-final, which seemed to take about a day and a half.
It did, didn't it? Yes, it was painful to see that unfold.
I watched that on streaming and I felt for the commentators because it was just one thing after another. But there you go, but it was an awesome final.
It was very good racing. So we're behind the safety car here. Hopefully that Morgan will be recovered, since I would think possibly only one more lap behind the safety car. And then we'll be able to go racing once
again. It looked like just a straight tow, didn't it? Rather than an aerial lift.
Right, don't yet have the 2.5 hour update. They're not as quick with it as they were half an hour ago, unfortunately, because that'd be a useful thing to run down while we are behind the safety car here at Silverstone. Yeah, just getting confirmation that Team 46 had 12 laps deducted because driver 46C, which was, well, it wasn't Wayne Lewis, if you don't think, but the driver of that car at that time missed the black flag on 5 successive occasions, so he was disqualified. His laps therefore removed, and therefore Team 46 are in 17th and final position with 47 laps to their name, 2 laps behind the team in front, which is 5 Go Mad in Mazda, who've got 49 laps. And for context, the leading team has now completed 68 laps. But all of course that is dealt with in terms of the handicap, of course. That won't help the team that's lost 12 laps with that penalty.
The gentleman with the smoky Fiesta heeded your words. He's pulled into the international pit lane.
Okay. Maybe he was listening to the commentary on
the radio.
Yeah, Radio Silverstone's on 87.7, so you can listen to us in the car if you've got to.
Didn't Sterling Moss do that? I think in the TT at Goodwood in 60
so.
or 61, when he won it in Ferrari short wheelbases, the 250 GT Berlinettas. Different cars each year, they look very similar, same colour.
So yes,
or listen to Raymond Baxter on the radio.
So.
Yeah,
I would think so. Back in those days.
He commentated at early Festival of Speeds at Goodwood, Raymond Baxter. In fact, my wife bought him an ice cream in 1994 because she came in with this tray of ice cream.
Brilliant.
And he was most appreciative. Very, very nice guy.
Absolutely right. This Birkett relay, of course, been running since 1951. Variety of different. Oh, the safety car is now back in, by the way, so the racing back underway. There we go. See the cars heading down towards Cops
Graham
Corner.
Hill won it one year, didn't he?
Yeah.
In the Speedwell team.
That's
director
right.
of Speedwell.
Yep, there's been various Formula One luminaries racing in the Birkett down the years.
It's a good term, luminaries. I like that.
That's right. So, yeah, Formula One drivers that have raced in the Birkett. Those who have started the World Championship Grand Prix. Peter Ashdown, Richard Atwood, Jim Clark, Chris Craft, Paul Emery, Frank Gardner, Keith Green, Brian Hart, Graham Hill, Innes Island, Chris Lawrence, Leslie Moore, John Miles, Brian Redmond, Stephen South, Mike Fackwell and Mike Wiles have all raced in the Birkett and have also raced in the Formula One World Championship Grand Prix as well.
There you go. In fact...
Well, save that thought, Marcus. Let's go down to Lewis Field in pit lane.
Well, here we are in 10C with Aaron Cook, who's the head honcho of Aaron Cook Racing. Currently, we believe is that you're leading the handicap section, which actually is the Birkett Relay race. So, well, congratulations so far. Come on, Darren, tell us now, how many cars have you got in the team?
So 3 cars, Janetta G55, Toyota GT86 and a Toyota MR2. Yeah, the G55 I took out for the first stint, done a maximum of 26 laps, which we were allowed. I think we clawed up from 33rd up to 4th. So obviously I wasn't sure where I was going to put us on the handicap. My dad's jumped out in a Toyota GT86 and obviously kept the pace pretty strong. And yeah, we're still leading. Andy Williams is out there now putting on a good show. So yeah, when he comes in, hopefully we're still at the front and we'll go again.
So what's Andy driving?
Andy's driving a Toyota MR2 out of the MR2 Championship, a Mark III. He's doing well, he's lapping consistently, and as long as we can carry that to the end, hopefully we'll be in a good shot.
Yeah. So you've got 3 drivers all doing what we call a round robin, is that right?
Yeah, exactly. Added to the challenge, I suppose. So if we can win it, at least it'll be an added bonus. But yeah, it's still early. There's a lot to happen yet, and I'm sure the people behind ain't too far behind. So we'll keep pushing.
So do you think the key to an early lead was the Janetta, taking out and doing all your laps straight away?
Yeah, I think it helped, and we also got lucky with no safety cars. The safety car come out just after I come in, so we was lucky there. We managed to really stretch the legs of the Janetta, climb our way all the way up, and we didn't get stuck in, not in too much traffic really. There was a few clumps now and then, but it all sort of spread out pretty nicely for that first stint. So yeah, I think the G55 definitely helped, but that's out now, and we just got to deal with what we got. So we'll see how we go.
Yes, that is the one thing. If you've got your fast car out when the safety car out, because everyone's lapping at the same speed,
exactly.
and you're clocking up your laps, you see you can't take that advantage. So luck plays a big part in endurance racing, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, we won this not the overall, we won our class a few years ago. There was myself, Sean Traynor, Dan Sylvester, Ali Topley in a team with Rogue Motorsport, Patrick Run, and we won the class. But again, like you say, you need luck to help you along the way. And even if there's one little problem with one car, it throws it wide open.
So well, basically, you've only got 2 cars then. The GT86 and the MR2.
Yeah.
So if anything goes wrong with one, you're gonna that's going to be a cause of problem.
Yeah, exactly. So we've really got to try and keep them both going. But this car here, great, reliable, and it's also for sale if anyone wants to buy it. But yeah,
never raced or rallied.
Exactly.
Aaron, well, thanks for that, and good luck for the rest of the day.
No worries. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Back to you in the commentary box.
Thanks, Lewis. That was Aaron Cook from Aaron Cook Racing, who the team that was leading at 2 hours, but not leading at 2.5 hours on handicap, because we've got the updated positions through now. So I can tell you that the following teams, all on 66 laps, but in this order at the moment. Team 36, Capitol leading by What are we looking at? About half a minute there at the moment, I think. Second, 45, the three Amigos, double winners in the past of the handicap element of the Birkett relay race. Third on Team 18, Special K. Fourth is Team 43, Aaron Cook Racing. We're just talking to Aaron there. Then in fifth place on 65 laps, and there were a lot of teams on 65 laps, all the way back down to 21st position. It's Random Racers, Team 30. Royal Navy, crikey, that's looking a bit busy on screen now, isn't it? Royal Navy Motorsport, Team 57. Mazda Dudes, 48. Area Motorsport, 65. Mazda Misfits, 49. And Team 348, team number 7. They complete the top 10 at the moment in terms of the classes within the handicap competition, which is where the awards are given. Class B being led by Team 36 Capital, Class A by Team 18 Special K, Class C by Run Baby Run, Team 10, and Class D by St Winifred's School Choir, Team 22, in 17th place overall.
Fantastic. And yeah, going back to that earlier thought, Graham Hill on the winning team, 1958. And so just sort of, the Lotus team had kind of just 10 years old, Lotus at that point, and sort of just broken into Grand Prix racing. But he didn't win the championship until 62 for BRM. And it was only the very last race of the year that I think probably South Africa at that point, that Jim Clark, his great rival, had a problem, I think, and he managed to secure that championship. Of course, he won another one later on, and 5 Monaco Grand Prix. So, but I wonder whether that experience of the Birkett enriched his career. Probably did. He'd have loved it.
Absolutely. And there's too many drivers to mention who've also competed in the Le Mans 24-hour race as well as the Birkett. But back in 1978, a contemporary Le Mans prototype took part in the Birkett 6-hour relay race as well. That was Ian Bracey with his Ibert Hesketh 308.
The car that won a race at the Silverstone Festival with Michael Lyons driving it, fresh from restoration. I'm a hammer to crack a nut.
Absolutely.
Baked Bean, as he was known.
Yeah.
That was his nickname.
Yeah, so that was back in 1978, that car competed at the Birkett.
He had sponsorship from a restaurant when he ran the 2-litre Lolas before that, a restaurant down near in Earl's Court, Il Palio di Siena, which is the horse race round the square. It used to be annually. I think it's now twice annually.
Yeah.
And wonderful, wonderful city in Tuscany, Siena. And Baked Bean was quite a character. He once rang me up at Autosport magazine and said, "You may be wondering, old boy, whether we're going back to the Mans this year." Well, of course we are. And we're taking a flagpole. We're going to hoist the Union flag over the paddock. So I didn't kind of doubt it.
That 78 relay was at Donington. I think only the second season after that had reopened Donington on the, or what was then the only circuit there. The handicap winner that year were the Angle-Mog Saxons, and the scratch winner was the Porsche Club GB 911 team. Back in 1978, 45 years ago.
In that 58 year, the scratch winners, most distance covered, were the Innis Island stable.
Okay.
And it was Innis Island who won the first Grand Prix for Team Lotus, the American Grand Prix. Now Lotus 21. It wasn't the first Lotus win. That had been scored by Sterling Moss in a Rob Walker car, but the first Team Lotus win. 3 abreast round Luffield, absolutely fantastic. One of the 7s came round the long way. They'll probably hove into view at any moment, which time the 7 have been shaken off again. Here it comes. It's
the 34 team in 34th position, the Cap Trans team, that's getting support from Amelia Sampson, who's watching from the UAE on the live stream, and I'm sure she's related to Ed and Clayton Sampson, who race within that team, Brian Richardson and Rich Graves, like the others that make up that squad. They're just about halfway down the field in 34th position at the moment.
It's probably rather warmer in the UAE than it is here.
Although for October the 28th, it's not too bad out there. You can just about manage it in shirt sleeves. I attended an hour or so ago. I went and had a brief sit in the BRDC grandstand. But yes, then returned for the warmth of the commentary box. So just coming up to 3 hours, the halfway mark in this race. RSL Motorsport still leading, 73 laps in from RJ Daytona with Daytona Motorsport and RJ Motorsport in third, 16, 41 and 40, the first 3 teams.
So the Formula Woman Jags are left hooker as well, as is one of those radicals that we saw earlier on.
24A there, that's Andrew Juice in the Boxster at the moment for the Ashgood Porsche Specialists team, chasing down the 58D car, that's the RAF Motor Racing team, isn't it? And that is David Russell out at the moment. That's the car with the synthetic fuel that Brian Watson was telling us all about earlier on.
And the cracking paint job, just beautiful.
Yeah, and David returned to racing, I think, in about July this year, having broken both his legs, I think I remember him saying. So he had a bit of recuperation to do before he could get back in the car. Earlier on this season, but he was straight into winning form at an Armed Forces racing event at Snetterton. So cars heading up the Wellington Straight there as we approach the halfway mark.
Comes the EP3 Honda down the inside into Brooklyn, snaking under braking.
Let's head down to the Darkside Developments garage where we find Lewis Beals.
Thank you, guys. Well, here we are outside pit 9A with Darkside Developments, and we have Ryan Parkin. Ryan and Scott, I take it are brothers.
I'm photo bombing.
What are Darkside Developments? Come on, tell us.
So we're a diesel tuning company in South Yorkshire. We specialise in Volkswagen, Audi, Seat, Skoda, BMW, and obviously Mini, Porsche, whatever comes alongside that. But yeah, we're just here for a bit of fun. See how long we could do in a diesel car. How long did you do?
I think 2 hours 56 minutes or 2 hours 54, something like that.
One stint.
Yeah. So he's hogging all the right. He's hogging all.
Yeah. He knows what he's doing. And then, unfortunately, we've had to send Dylan out in a petrol car just to sort it out while the Golf diesel's going to get prepped, and I'm going to go in that again and do the rest of the race in that. So the one car's going to hopefully do 5.5 hours of the running today.
So what's the TT about then?
So that's the diesel one that we're going to be racing tomorrow. So we want to conserve that if we can. But if we have a problem with the Golf when we're having a look at it now, I'll go out and do the rest of the stint in that, hopefully. But it just keeping it for tomorrow, basically.
Right. Now these look very much like TCR cars, but they're not. So I know the TCR cars are petrols, so I take it that roughly based on them, sort of thing.
Yeah, I think the original guy who built these, he based the body kit off the TT Cup races in Europe, which were a TCR car that Audi built, and then they destroyed them all. So he based it on that, and then we bought them with petrol engines in, converted them to diesel, or at least one of them. The other one's getting converted next week. Converted them to diesel, and then we're racing against the TCR cars in Club Enduro, and we're as quick, maybe a little bit quicker. So,
do you team up together in the Club Enduro?
No, me and Scott kind of race against each other, but next year I think we should both be in Class A together and have a proper race, whereas at the minute I'm in Class A, Scott's in Class B, but I want to race in Class A and Scott wants to race in Class A, so we're going to have I think we decided last night we're going to have a bit of a showdown at one track and see who gets to be Class A, so we'll see.
Okay, so how many horsepower can you get out of your diesel engine?
If this were in road car trim, it'd be about 340, 350 horsepower, but you can't run a car that powerful for 2-3 hours at a time. So we turn it down to about 310, something like that, and yeah, it works pretty good.
Well, yeah, it's, yeah. Well, you know, obviously electric's the way to go at the moment,
no,
but...
It's not.
Well, that's what they tell us, isn't it?
Yeah. I generally don't do as I'm told, so no, we'll stick to diesels.
Okay, Ryan, thanks very much, and Scott, well done. Thanks very much, and yeah, we hope the diesel Golf will make the end. We'll try. Thanks very much. And back to the commentary box.
Thanks, Lewis. I knew he'd go over to the dark side at some point today, but he's very welcome back with us soon. So we are watching the 6A car on screen at the moment. That's Tom Singleton in his BMW 328i, part of the Straight 6 team with Paul Laramie and Chris Blakey. And where are Team 6 in the running order at the moment? 30th overall on scratch. And I'll see where they are on handicap in a moment. As well. But good to see that Straight 6 squad out on track. Drivers that regularly compete in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Just trying to get those handicap positions back to hand. And the Formula 1 team car is in the pit lane. Yep, you can see the replacement car just going out now. Team 6 are in... 35th, exactly halfway down the positions on handicap. So we are into the second half of the race now. You can see on screen there 11B, which is Jim Mew in his Toyota MR2, and then one of the Boss Cats cars from Team 54 as well, one of the Caterhams. They're running in 9th position on scratch at the moment. They've completed 68 laps, 8 laps behind the leaders, RSR Motorsport. And since we're not, at the moment, looking like we're going to get a huge amount of jeopardy in terms of the scratch race winner, but there's still time for that to change. We had late drama last year. And we'll see if RSR Motorsport, who are favourites, going off scratch as far as the handicap race is concerned, if they can convert that lead, which is currently by 2 laps into victory in this remaining 3 hours of the race. A few mechanical issues though could soon change that. And there is the leading car just turning its way through Stowe Corner at the moment. So I think that was that John McLeod out there at the moment. I think it is.
We're on target for about 150 laps at this rate,
yes,
if it remains dry.
Yep, should get that amount of laps in. Obviously dictated to some extent by the weather and the amount of safety car periods that you have as well. And worth noting that handicaps are adjusted for safety car running as well. Team 37 out on circuit with their MG. This is the Rapid Rovers team managed by John Alexander. And it's their first year racing at the Birkett, although the 4 drivers all came to spectate last year, and they are keen to take part in one of club racing's most iconic events. The other reasons they were attracted to the Birkett is it's the fact that they like Silverstone, and the manager lives in Northamptonshire as well. And although the team is called Rapid Rovers, we could only find 5 people willing to admit that they owned an MG Rover product, so we've had to draft in an MX-5 as well. And that is the car of Josh Bromley, who's the MX-5 Super Cup Championship regular. He's had to bolster the numbers, adding to Jake Fraser-Burns from Hull. You've got Andrew Burns, who is described as a very young 59, Ian Bolton from Kent, and Chris Bolton from Bedfordshire. Adam Jackson, their 5th driver of an MG ZR 190. Andrew Burns is in a Rover Tomcat. There we can see, just going off the circuit there was the Mini, but it was the 67 car that I was looking at, which is the TSR Golf. Freddie Tatham I can see out there in the red and white 116, BMW 116 trophy car. A bit further back. There is the race leading car though, number 16, just putting a lap on 43C. That's Andrew Williams out there at the moment for Aaron Cook Racing. The 67 car's got a problem, hasn't it? The Golf at 67 It's got something trailing underneath. Puncture think, yes. Just looking at the screen there. So that's the 67 Golf, which is, well, again, the thing to do there would have been to have tried to get across to the other side of the circuit and head into the international pit lane and out of harm's way, but I suspect he's going to continue on his way. So that's bad news for TSR Performance, who are 20th at the moment on scratch. And a little bit further back, I think, on handicap. Yes, they are at the 2.5 hour mark. 56th. There's another of the Radical squads, so that's the 40 car, which is Ash Hicklin out there at the moment in his Radical SR3 for RJ Motorsport. That's the team in 3rd position at the moment, the team that was penalised 5 laps for having 2 cars on track at the same time. As up the Wellington Straight they go. There you can see those LED lights shining brightly on Ash Hicklin's car. Oh, and now he's... Well, I'm sure he didn't mean to park it like that. We saw he had the problem, 67B, isn't it? So that's Mark Jones in the Golf, but quite how he's conspired to get it into the gravel, and that's just on the exit of Club, I think. I'm not quite clear, because he looks to be sort of limping it back to the pits, but now he's put it into the gravel. Not that far off the edge of the circuit. Quite a wide piece of green concrete behind the curb, but that's something that the officials will keep an eye on. The marshal's going to try and push it. I don't think they're going to have much joy there in pushing that car out of the gravel trap. Yeah, the wheels are just spinning. They're going to spray the marshals with gravel. Is not going to get out of that, I don't think. So that's going to need outside intervention. Into the pits comes Team 66. That's the car in 4th position, Capture Motorsport. So that's the Will Beach and Mark Rice Cooper that's coming. I'm not sure which one of them it was at the wheel at the moment, but that car has now come in to the pit lane. There's the Hyundai Coupe team, Team 51. And I think it's Paul Laurie out there at the moment. And they've named their team in a fashion to try and trip the commentators up, but we're wise to that. Let's head down to the pit lane. Lewis Beals is in the pit lane, and I think he's going to hear from the Capital team this time, Lewis.
Yep, Capital team it is here in 8B. We've got Warren Allen with his Porsche Cayman. Warren, currently you're leading the handicap section, which is good news for you.
Hi Lewis. We're doing our best here. It's not raining. I've done my first stint, so I'm waiting to go out after the current car that's out there in about 45 minutes. So yeah, we're doing well. The team manager's doing a great job, and the Calm All Porsche boys are doing a good job helping us out as well, so that's really good.
Yeah, you've got a Cayman, the others have got a Boxsters.
Yep.
And you were telling me you're somewhat quicker. How much quicker?
At the minute, I'm 15 seconds a lap quicker than the other guys in the team. So I'm trying to get out on the dry, in the dry. It looks like there's rain coming about 4:30. So as soon as it rains, I'll come in, and hopefully a car will be ready on some wet tyres to go out. So.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky when you get changeable conditions. You need a good strategy, don't you? And
good team manager, Lewis.
Yeah, I know you do. Yeah, that is definitely it. Yeah, but also in that case you need to get out and you'll be able to use your 15-second lap advantage in the dry
to get some laps in, and yeah, do that. Yeah.
Yeah, canny boys.
I know. We're doing our best. Can I have a quick? I'd like to have a quick shout out to my son and niece who's here. Hi, Charlie. Hi, Megan.
You've done the show. Anyway, I better let you get in the car in case you're.
Thanks, mate.
Who's out at the moment?
I'm next, and I'm ready. I'm ready and waiting. So I've got to get.
Who's next? Who's out at the moment?
I think it's Andy out right now.
Yeah. So if Andy breaks down, you've got to be ready to go.
I've literally going to put this. As soon as you go, I'm going to put this on and sit in the car for 20 minutes and have some pleasant thoughts. So.
Okay, Warren, good luck for the rest of the
Thanks,
day.
Lewis. Have a good day, guys.
Thank you very much, and back to you in the commentary box, guys.
Car is out, not too much of a surprise. That is to recover the Mark Jones Volkswagen Golf for TSR Performance. That was stranded in the gravel trap at the exit of Club Corner, which is part of the circuit. The safety car queue is approaching now, as we are 3 hours and 12 minutes into this race. And first car behind the safety car is the Club Racing UK car. It's the Mini Cooper S that's out there. Not sure whether it's Stephen Thompson or Emma Dawson that's there at the moment. There you can see the car being recovered from the gravel. Yeah, the tyre tracks on the way in tell a story, don't they? As to what's gone on there.
I think Mark Jones managed to miss the major gravel bed and then probably thought that was quite solid.
Yeah,
but,
that's a good point actually. It is,
but it's not.
No, I think yeah, you're right. I think he thought he was driving onto some tarmac or something, but no. And I can see how it would look like that, given the difference in the colour, probably when you're at driver's eye level as well. We've got an on-board here, which is with 46. Is this Niall Bradley? It's in Paul Cook's car. Yes, of course it is, with the helmet, the Senna helmet there. So he's going around behind the safety car at the moment. Although more to the point, he's not, because he's not in as part of the safety car queue at the moment. And he is just making his way onto the hang straight there, Marcus.
Yeah, indeed. It was an iconic crash helmet, that Senna one, wasn't it, with the Brazilian national colours on it. Remember him very fondly from his days of Formula Ford and Formula Ford 2000 and Formula 3 in absolutely dominant in the Ford formerly, though he did get beaten occasionally.
He did.
Frank Bradley beat him at Snetterton in Ford 2000 by choosing the other tyres.
Okay.
The track came to him, which was pretty impressive. But Ayrton was an interesting fellow. He used to turn up at club races or national events to watch Mauricio Gugelmin, his buddy, compatriot and housemate, Isha, and was always very friendly and very focused at the side of the track.
There you can see Paul Cook just passing the car that had just been recovered.
Yeah, so he's got the crocodile ahead of him now.
Yes, and he'll soon join onto the back of that. Good time then just to quickly run through the 3-hour handicap positions which have just dropped. So let's have a look at those. And actually I'll turn my phone around the other way so I can see all of the details. So leading the way is still Team 36 Capitol, who we just heard from there with Warren Allen. They've completed 78 laps, including their credit laps, of which they have 14. Second is Team 57 Royal Navy Motorsport. Third is 7 Team 348, and fourth is 65 Area Motorsport, all on 78 laps. Then the next 16 or 17 cars are all on 77 laps, and they are fifth number 10 Run Baby Run, sixth number 45 the Three Amigos, seventh number 9 Bad Boy Tuning, eighth number 22 St Winifred School Choir, ninth number 18 Special K, 10th number 24 Ashgood Porsche Specialist, then Irish Motorsport, Mazda Misfits, Team Go-Git, Stand 2 Hollerton Racing, Mazda Dudes, Capture Motorsport, One Too Many, Aaron Cook Racing, who've dropped down to 18th now, having led an hour earlier. BPV Limited running out of the top 20 are the Random Racers. So there's the handicap positions at the halfway stage of the race. And it's good to see that they are arriving about 15 minutes after each half hour is completed. So hopefully we'll get them within 15 minutes of the race finishing as well, so we can give you the handicap standings at the end of the race before we go off air this evening.
Look at the eye line of the Lotus Elise that's just following the Renault safety car in comparison to the BMW behind it. You can see how that isn't necessarily that easy to see in certain circumstances. There's a very bright yellow nose on it. There's the Radical coming through, 16A, race leaders. We have this comfortable lead of a lap. Oh, the Mini's back out, the Mini Hayabusa. 40 is Ash Hicklin.
Let's head down to Lewis Beals once again in the pit lane. He's got one of our Radical drivers this time.
Yes, we're here with the race leader, Ben Stone. Ben, you're in the right-hand drive Radical. You were telling me you don't like the left-hander.
No, I tried the left-hander in quali this morning, and it's a little hard to get used to because obviously spent the whole experience of racing being on the right, so yeah, it's a bit different. But yeah, so luckily James has taken the left-hand drive and I've got the right one, yeah.
Yeah, because that always amazes me. Half the cars in the Touring Car Championship are left hookers, aren't they?
Luckily I've never driven one of those, so don't have to worry about it. But yeah, it's James is in the left-hand drive but still doing a mega job, so yeah, it's mainly down to him that we're in the lead, which is great.
So you got 3 cars. Who's out for you at the moment?
We've got John McLeod out at the moment. He's doing a good job. We lost our advantage because of the safety car, but luckily we're already a lap ahead. So we've still got that 1 lap buffer at the moment, which is great.
Yeah, because all the cars go on the same speed now, aren't they?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So yeah.
John's done this before, and he's won it before, hasn't he?
He's won it 4 times.
4 times, yes. He's really is a Birketteer, isn't he?
The king of the Birkett. Yeah. So if he wins it today, touch wood, then he would have won it more than anyone else. So yeah, we're all supporting his effort.
And how many times have you done the Birkett?
I did it once, and I did it last year with John. And we won it last year, managed to win the scratch race. So yeah, we're trying to defend our crown.
You're going well so far. I take it you've got your fingers crossed on the weather.
Well, yeah, we don't know when it's going to come in or whether it's definitely going to happen, but or who's going to be in the car. But yeah, it will certainly mix things up a bit. Everyone's got their wets prepared, so I guess we'll see what happens.
Okay, Ben, thanks very much, and good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you. Cheers.
Just as the race goes live.
Yeah, indeed it does. So safety car has pulled back in, and the race is back underway with 2 hours and 41 minutes or so of the race left to go. It is Team 16 RSR Motorsport that have 81 laps now in the book, 2 laps clear of 41 RJ with Daytona Motorsport, and another 2 laps behind them, RJ Motorsport Team 40, and then another 2 laps behind them, 66 Capture Motorsport, who are on 75 laps as things stand in the scratch part of the race. But as we've been saying all day long, it's the handicap race that is the main prize in the Birkett, and I think we've established that at the halfway mark we've got about 20 cars all within a lap or so of the lead, so that's going to be very tight indeed, and it's not beyond the bounds of possibility that one of the teams that are not in the top 20 at this point that will come through to take the win, especially if we do have changing conditions, which a couple of the drivers we've heard from recently have mentioned, Marcus.
Yeah, I think it's sort of one of those things that's been on the cards. Oh, that was really, really tight with 8A being given the opportunity to wriggle through. The lead Radical was lapping him, and the 7 has got a lot of poke, clearly, because it took some getting past.
There's that Lotus again. Now that's actually in the Mazda Misfits team. It's Steve Rees, the 42-year-old property manager from Nottingham, current Darlington District Motor Club champion. He was a member of the team that was first on handicap last year. It's his 3rd Birkett, and he's the only non-MX5 in a team that also features Dave Brown, Jamie McCann, who also manages the team, Steve Reed, and Nico Favo as well. There is Ash Hicklin out in front of this group and coming through to complete another lap. He's up at Brooklands now. You've got 3 cars wide, a little bit further back. In the middle of that was the Neil Stratton MR2 Roadster. Neil, I think, was certainly a podium finisher on more than one occasion in the MR2 Championship this year. He's part of the Mostly Rusty 2-seater squad.
Looking down the classes on the A class, still led by Breakdancer Racing, and they're in 19th place overall. That's team number 8, which is flying along. Best of the Bees, Capture Motorsport, in 4th place overall, 66, leading Datum Motorsport, 27 by a lap at the moment. And then C Atomic Racing, they're currently in the pits with the 32 team, and they're being chased by the Run Baby Runs, who are Team 10. D, of course, led by the top 3 overall. There's also the Prep and Lay G Sport team that runs 4th in D, 5th in D, that's 12. 5th in D is 54, the Boss Cats. And then it's Interceptor Racing, 6th in D with Team 52. So I think there was a change to the Prep and Lay and Dark Side Tussle. Classes D and B respectively, less than half a second now between those teams.
And we were just watching on screen there, you can see them again. The 3 amigos are out there. David Drinkwater, it is, out there at the moment, 4-time Hot Hats champion. I think he's preserving his own car for tomorrow's Hot Hats Championship decider. He's out there in Adam Reed's car at the moment, 48-year-old IT consultant, should say, from Hampshire. Does lots of endurance racing all around the world, does David, but a stalwart of the Birkett as well, twice a winner as part of the 3 Amigos squad. There on screen you've got Run Baby Run, Team 10B. They are still running in 11th place overall, and it's Colin Benham that's out there for them at the moment in his CB Fury. He's a former Sports Specials champion from a few seasons ago. He campaigns that car in Class B of the championship, which is the sort of secondary class. That class championship structure is based on power to weight ratio, and the 3rd class is also for the MEV MX 150Rs, and he's just tucked in behind the number 31 Lotus for very random races, so that must be Alan Ball's Elise, and they are just heading past the pits. We can see the reflections there in the windows of the Jimmy Brown Centre, isn't it, above the pit lane?
In it, the British Racing Drivers Club office at the Cops end of that centre. Jimmy Brown, the long-time circuit manager here at Silverstone.
And there is 67F, so that is the TSR pumps car. So they've now got, that's Tony Rogers now out in the Audi TT, bright orange car. And that's to replace the one of the Mark Jones Golf that was off in the Gravelet Club.
Which replaced the Rob Ellick TT, which was off somewhere else on the Wellington Straight, pulled off into the refuge.
Yeah, they can't be doing very well in the standings, can they? I don't think. I think they're well down on 36th at the moment.
Running in the old Dutch national racing colours, the orange.
Yeah. And just going toe-to-toe with Alan Ball's Elise.
I don't know when the Dutch national racing colours were last seen in Formula 1 as such. Probably with Carol Godin de Beaufort with his Porsche back in the early 60s.
A car that's just catching them now is the 21, I think that's 21A, Adrian Bradley for Team Legacy, who are 13th on scratch at the moment in the BMW based squad. Those BMWs were always going to be towards the sharp end of the field, and this driver, multiple winner in various championships. He's competed Classic Modern Motorsport Club, Kakuma BMW, Classic Touring Car Racing Club, and CSCC as well. There are other good places to race for your BMW though, and the 750 Motor Club is home to one of them. And he's turning his way through Brooklands now towards the right-hander at Luffield, double right-hander. Out through Woodcote Corner he will come to complete another lap of the Grand Prix circuit here at Silverstone. Over the finish line he'll go. Tomorrow's racing here at Silverstone, also on the Grand Prix circuit. the national circuit in use next weekend for the Walter Hayes Trophy.
And something we'll see a little less of, I think, next year across the club racing landscape, with the costs of hiring the Grand Prix circuit.
Yeah, I think 750 Motor Club expecting to be back with the Birkett next year, and possibly another meeting as well, but like this year. But we'll see how things pan out with the 750 Motor Club calendar for 2024 when that's announced.
Yes, imminent.
Probably not too far away, I don't think. I know other clubs have been getting their calendars out in the last few days, haven't they?
Yes. Yes. HSCC's not on the Grand Prix circuit, I don't believe.
No. I think a few clubs just thinking about the economics of it all. Back on board with Paul Cook we go then. So last time we saw him, it was a slow lap because we were behind the safety car. This time Marcus is a bit more committed.
Yeah, exactly. And it's always fun to chase. Oh, and a spin. That's the lead car, isn't it?
Yeah.
16 the spun. And I don't know whether there's damage or it's just picked up some gravel, but this has thrown the cat among the pigeons, hasn't it?
It's John McLeod. Now, I imagine the team have got the stream on in the garage. I know a lot of the teams have. They'll have spotted that, and it was already a long last lap from that. So they've sent the next car out, haven't they? So, yeah, the next car has gone out when they've realised that the car that was on track is not yet coming through. So they've got the next car out, I think, looking at the timing screens and out into the race. But they've probably lost a minute and a half, roughly, because of that. McLeod, I'm trying to work out exactly where that car is stranded on the circuit as well.
Is it somewhere down near Beckett's, potentially?
Maybe. So we'll see. It might well need another caution intervention. There is some damage to the front of that car.
Yeah.
And it looks like it has been through the gravel somehow. The way the gravel has
been launched on that front splitter, which is a fairly substantial moulding. It has to be said, it's down at Beckett's, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the coming out
middle element, really.
Yeah, the middle element, yeah, of Beckett's. Now Marshall's going to be able to push it, I think, out of the way. So I possibly won't need a safety car after all.
Is this the pressure of the potential fifth win?
Maybe. What it means is that RJ with Daytona Motorsport are now on the same lap as the leaders.
Yeah.
Most of a lap behind, 1 minute 48 seconds behind, but they are on the same lap for the moment at least. So we said it looked like it was fairly well set amongst the three Radical squads, but we did also say that anything could happen. Well, something now has happened, but Team 16 RSR Motorsport do keep the lead for the moment. That car's now found its way onto an access road and going to be pushed into the infield.
To be retrieved through the inner part of the circuit, I'm thinking.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know how much damage there was to that car. It may well be out again before the end of the race if they can get it back to the garage in short order and check it over when it gets there. There are still 2.5 hours of the race to go after all, so plenty of time for it to reappear. Here's a few of the Caterham teams together. Now, we've said there's not as many of them as there used to be, but they've found themselves together on track here. And in fact, in between them, we've got the Mazda 7 as well, in between the two Caterhams. 7-esque car. Oh, there's another one going through as well. As we now are at exactly 2.5 hours remaining in this race. So remind that it is Team 16 leading on scratch at the moment. 1 minute 48 seconds are clear of 41. RJ with Daytona Motorsport in second. RJ Motorsport Team 40 a third, 2 laps behind them, and then it's 66 Capture Motorsport, 27 Daytona Motorsport, 3 Dark Side Developments, 32 Atomic Racing, 12 Prep and Lay G Sport, 60 AAA's Racing, and 54 Boss Cats. And that's the situation with 2.5 hours to go. I'm going to take another break, and Josh Barrett will take over.
Josh just popping his headset on. Lewis is in the pit lane with our Team 16, the team that's just had the lead car that spun.
Thank you very much, Marcus. As we can see, Ben Stone, who we were speaking to only a few minutes ago, is now being strapped into the 16E car. I did just have a quick word with one of the team ladies down there. John's car is being recovered as we speak. And it was James Lay who had to make a very hasty exit from the garage here in 6B. So he's gone out to hopefully keep the lead up for the RSR Motorsport team. John being an old Birkett, a four-time winner, should really know his way around, and he did pull off the circuit, as you can see on the TV live stream, and the team are now trying to recover it. So at the moment we have James Lay out on the circuit, and Ben Stone getting themselves ready. As we say, don't matter how well you're doing, can be a lap in the lead, that can soon disappear with just one minor hitch. Anyway, back to you, Marcus.
Down to 20 seconds now, the gap between those teams, and you can see this, the car's been scuffed towards the rear quarter as well. So there's been some contact there, I would think, at some point during the race. But it might not have been that incident, but that's a real shame for John McLeod. Meanwhile, as you say, James Lay back into the fray for 16. And just waiting to see what that gap is at the end of 86 laps. When the 41 car comes. Here it comes.
Yeah, it's Alistair Smart in the SR10, the EcoBoost engine car. But James Lay immediately quit, Marcus, 2 minutes 11.1. Radical champion, so not wasting any time to get back up to speed.
Yeah.
And the gap then is 35 seconds. And so, because of a very slow lap for Smart, 2:26. But the drama continues on these commentary changes. Last time I came in, it was just after that something happened. This time it's something just before. Meanwhile, I've just spoke to Leo Morel about the other RJ Motorsport dramas earlier. He said that the team on the pit wall missed the car coming through twice, presumed it was therefore no longer on the circuit, so they sent the other car out and continued to miss the fact that the car was still on the circuit until it was too late.
Because they weren't looking for it, effectively. They thought it had gone. Oh, and that's 12, was that 12B pulling off? And
oh, crikey. MG on the grass.
Also crossing MGZR, that was impressive.
If it was 12B, that would be Paul Wood. That's that car being pushed behind the barriers on the other pit straight, the international pit straight.
It's like Test Match Special with all the sort of changes of personnel here, with Soas here coming in and going out. And
let's see, I think Aaron Cook now in the GT86.
Yeah, he's having to go in that. He's done the maximum number of laps on his car. I don't know if you picked that one up. 26 laps he could do in the Ginetta, and that's curtains then. Well,
it's such a quicker car, you need to have that put into the handicap, really, don't you, for it to work. Looking at the Ford Puma there is Matthew Footman from Cambridgeshire. Races in road sports with success this year. Don't see too many Ford Pumas, but there's a few on the grid today.
There's a few on the CSCC sort of roster, aren't there? The Puma Cup remnants. But there never really been very many of them.
Similar, the GT86 we mentioned earlier how few of them there are racing in the country.
Nigel Greensall uses one for tuition on track, doesn't he?
I presume Nigel must have done this race at some point in his past.
He's done something like 100 races this season already. Both sides of the Atlantic. He flips across the States rallies as well. Never a dull moment.
James Lay's done another lap of 2:12, which is 5 seconds quicker than Alistair Smart. So the gap's up to 40 seconds. So it's doubled in 2 laps. Such is the differential in their pace. Alistair Smart pretty new to driving this SR10. He's raced it a couple of times in the Zio prototype series. He'll be racing his PR6 tomorrow in bike sports, a championship that he won last year in the class. He won the Birkett Relay a couple of years ago. But the SR10 presumably, Marcus, quite a different car, how it drives to the PR6.
Yes, very much so, because the SR10 is a great deal heavier. It's well over 700 kilos, and it's got that 425 horsepower Ford kind of Duratec, Ecotec spec engine, and it's very different to drive because the cornering capabilities are quite a lot different to the Suzuki Hayabusa powered SR3s and PR6s, etc. And so the technique into the corners are very, very different. Yeah, interesting to have both here this weekend, and maybe we'll hear from Lewis later on, directly from the horse's mouth.
This is the area motorsport team in for their stop. Area Motorsport 11th overall on the scratch positions, which is pretty impressive because they're mainly a team of Civics, aren't they? With an Audi TT and a Renault Clio in there.
Thrown in. Is the Clio, is that the Bradley?
Yeah,
Bradley Burns.
That's right. Yeah.
Rapid young racer. Had to go in a historic McLaren sports car at, I'd like to say, Algarve about 5 years ago, and really impressed.
So there is James Lay, the leader, trying to navigate his way past Volkswagens and Audis and BMWs as well.
The entire sort of VAG model range seems to be sort of spread out around the circuit somewhere.
2 minutes 14 was his previous lap. 2 seconds quicker than Alistair Smart. So that's I think the area car that's gone out, which is the boss, I think, Rob Baker. In his, it might be Chris Plaskett possibly, in the capture car. 66, I think it is, rather than 65. In the penalty area is a BMW
50F,
which is Scott Hubel's 1 Series, driver from North Yorkshire. He races in the Northern Sports Cars Series. There's the leader. So these Radicals have got this fin now, haven't they, on the back of them, which is pretty new.
Absolutely, yeah. Whether that has, well, what effect it has, be down to speaking to the drivers, I guess, but probably down to trying to clear up the airflow over the back of the car and put more air over the rear wing, so if it's spilling out.
So James Lay makes his way out of Luffield. I notice Radical Challenge are going to be competing on the Toka package again next season on occasions, which is an interesting idea because I'm presuming that adds cost to the series, but you get in front of a much bigger audience.
Yeah, exactly, and hopefully some television out of it as well.
That's right, yeah.
But
we're not sure what the hardcore Toka touring car fan base think of seeing sports cars on there.
I'm interested to know really what Ginetta have made about their move away from that.
I think Ginetta Juniors has sort of stayed at the same level, but there are other series, I think it's fair to say, have lost numbers. Freddie Slater, the Ginetta Junior champion this year already.
He's been the runaway victor, hasn't he? But
I think missed the last 2 meetings and still won the championship.
That's right, and Reza Seaworthen has gone really, really well at the end of the year. I met him a year or so ago, lives near me, and I should have put that 100 quid on him to win a race, shouldn't I? But the reason I didn't is I probably didn't have the 100 quid.
Yeah, Freddie Slater, son of Adrian Slater, who was a quick Porsche driver 20 years ago. Already doing Formula 4, and I suspect he's going to be someone to look out for.
He'd been testing for about a year, I think. He'd been out and about all the time testing.
Yeah, very, very impressive. I guess you need to do that nowadays if you're if you are going to have any chance of making Formula 1.
Yeah, very different these days to how it was back in the sort of 70s when I started writing about it and all that.
And getting into Formula 1 you had a lot more opportunities.
These days you have to turn up with your nutritionist, your strategy person, your lawyer, and your PR entourage.
I think you need to have some good marketing behind you, don't you?
Exactly.
13E here is. No, it wasn't 13 because that was supposed to be a Ford. That wasn't a Ford, was it? It was a. Looks like it's 13, doesn't it? that Hyundai. Yes, perhaps they've had a car
It's got
change.
13 on it.
Perhaps they've had a car change.
Back down the inside, that was bold.
Is it?
13E, is it?
That's what it looks like, doesn't it? Which should be Stefan Marsh and a Ford Focus, but that's obviously not a Ford Focus.
Well, convert your Ford Focus into a Hyundai Coupe in 3 weekends with only hand tools. Body kit available here.
And it's coming into the pit lane.
13B.
Ah, it's B, that's why then. So it's
B.
not. So that is Luca Stazzini, who was the Hyundai Coupe champion this season.
Won 5 races, and he had some good battles with the Rockets, father and son. Was it Wayne and Johnny, wasn't it?
I think you might be right, yeah.
One of the Rockets won 4. I think the other one won a couple.
60E, which I think is Ferrari's Moria, isn't it? Ex-British GT racer, briefly. And the Audi behind is driven by Adam Blair, former British Formula 3 Class B race winner 20 years ago. Won on the road at Snetterton a few weeks ago in the Audi TT Cup, but got penalised for track limits. Which I don't think is the first time that's happened to Adam Blair in recent races that he's competed in. But again, good to see him back out racing. He was raced Formula Ford and Formula 3 after that. 2001, when it was very, very strong championship with 30 plus cars. And then I think did a bit of Porsche racing before some time off, and then came back into club racing over the last few seasons. And he is in the Davanti Tyres team with Adam Reed, Simon Major, Luke Hayes, Ray Collier and Christopher Hayes as well. And he's got one of the Caterhams just ahead.
Was it 54?
Yeah, one of the Boss team cars. Oh, and 54 is battling with 60. So that's side by side. That is for position ahead of them.
Gone past Bill and Moria.
That's for 9th position, that change. So Boss Cats ahead of TA Racing. And it's 54B, I think.
I think it is, yep.
So that is Andy Grant in his Caterham 420R. Meanwhile, I think Josh Files is down in the pit lane with Lewis Builds. So we're going all Norfolk.
Thanks very much for that. Yes, definitely I got a fellow Norfolk man, Josh Files. Josh, welcome to the Birkett.
Yeah, it's good. It's my first time doing it. I started in the car, the race, so it was a good laugh. Lots of traffic, lots of overtaking, and I think we got up to about 9th before I came in, so happy days.
Yeah, but happy days then, but not so much so. Come on, you're sharing the car, aren't you?
Yeah, so me and Rob Baker, the team owner, are sharing the Silver Arrow. It's the oldest car, but it seems to always go well. He was just midway through his stint in it, though, and it's just stripped 4th gear, so we've had to retire it because it's just too slow.
So you've still got Cameron, Bradley and Luke on the team?
Yeah, so Brad was watching a film about a Reliant Robin being restored or something when Rob came in and we didn't expect him, so we quickly whipped him out. So Brad's out now in the Clio. It's his first run. Cam's just done he's just come back from his run. So we're just re-prepping Cam's car now because it had a little problem as well, ready to probably bring us home.
Yep, so well, obviously prior to, I think you're being hassled there. Yeah, prior to your European campaigns, which were very successful, you did a lot of historic club sports racing too.
Yeah, so obviously I raced the Thoroughbreds in a TR6. We've done Goodwood a few times in a TR4 as well, and done some Silverstone Classics and stuff like that. So,
is that with Dad?
That's with Dad, yeah. He was here earlier. In fact, I can see Roy over there. I used to race against him in a TR6 as well. So, yeah, he was here earlier, and that was good fun. But I mean, I instruct around Silverstone GP as well, so I know it like the back of my hand. So, to be honest, I was praying for rain because I think we had a proper chance at outright victory in the rain, but obviously it didn't come.
Okay, any plans in the future and the horizon?
Not at the minute, but you never know. I'm always having conversations, so next year could be very interesting.
Okay, Josh, thanks very much, and good luck for the rest of the day.
Thanks, Lewis. Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Cheers, Josh. Back to you in the commentary box.
Thanks, Lewis. And going back to our point from a couple of hours ago, Mark was talking about people that race modern touring cars and race historic cars as well.
Absolutely, and Josh Files very quick in Triumph TR, so it's quick as anything, isn't he? So that's good to see. Here's 27 team, which is the Dayton Motorsport. Janetta back with the black one. We've had I think we've had at least 3 out, the black, the white and the bright yellow one. But
Yeah, this one's Marco Anastasi, who's 43 from Edinburgh. They've raced in Lotuses before getting this Ginetta.
He ran earlier on in the race because, of course, the original lead-off car was sent back to the pits for a fix.
They're in 5th overall, a minute and 20 behind Capture Motorsport for the best of the production-based cars.
Yeah, they've got their work cut out, haven't they? They're all quick cars, but looking at their best laps, we're looking at 2:21 and a mid 2:19 with the TCR cars the quicker.
Then in 6th position is the Atomic Racing team of MK's.
They've been remarkable actually, and they've been doing their best laps at 2:22, so right in there, but behind them the Dark Side Development teams, their best laps 2:20.8, 2:17.8 for Prepinlay G Sport.
Yeah, they've got
2:18.88 for the Triple A's Racing team 60.
That's again, you've got some TCR cars in there and BMWs.
And Andrew Rath in that team, the former Lotus Europa racer.
I think so, yeah. And now he shares Phil Nibb's Sayat, I think, or the slow Mazda, which is the Royal Navy team, Simon Vernon, who's now going for a big slide on the grass after pulling off and into a spin.
And a donut, or a half donut.
So that was all a bit weird, really, wasn't it? 'Cause it just looked like he was going slowly, and then he's ended up spinning. So the Royal Navy, I think, have been quite high up on the handicap order as well over the course of this race. So that's and he's carrying on. So
that's what's known as the Great Circle route round Luffield. It wasn't the quickest way by any stretch of the imagination. Belch of flame from one of the Mini Cooper S's there.
So there's the Datum Ginetta, 2 minutes 26.2 on that lap. Couple of seconds quicker than the Capture Sayat team.
Team Legacy also, their best lap early on was a 2:19. That's Team 21B, but currently in the 31s. Quickest on track at the team, the lead car, 2:11.12 last time round.
Yeah, James Lay's been pretty quick in that since their problem. And who are we on board with here in dramas? The Ford Sierra Cosworth is this. Possibly.
Stephen Scott Dunwoody, isn't that, therefore? For the Futura Classicos, that doesn't look very healthy, does it?
No.
Cracked windscreen as well.
Again, it's a car that probably doesn't tend to do big stints, multiple stints in a day.
So we've seen the engine and gearbox grenade on that car this year.
Right.
Different points.
One of the modern Mini Coopers is 9C, which is Lee Campbell. This is a supercharged R53 for bad boy tuning. And they've got a Peugeot up on 3 wheels behind them, which is Lewis Charlton, which is a Peugeot 206 GTI, which apparently competes in time attack. So going from one lap specialist series to doing a full endurance race for Lewis Charlton. I think the Mini's got a bit more power in a straight line, pulling clear. I think Lee races in the Mini Challenge Club Sport Series, which has been sort of revitalised this year and it's got some pretty good grids. And is Lee Campbell coming to the pit lane? Took a tight line through Luffield and he's heading into the pits to relay to one of his teammates, who would be Charlie Newton-Darby and Andrew Hawes. And there you can see the relay just on the left-hand side of the shot there as the next Cooper S heads out.
Triple A's in 10th place overall, team 60, closing on Boss Cats by about 3 seconds of that. Mini off.
Yeah. 20, I think that is.
That's the one that looked like 20 or 28. The one I think they've had to make the remake the numbers.
Probably 28 then.
28, yeah.
28B, which is it B or C? I think it might be C, mightn't it? It's got a bit of a mess of numbers and letters. Matt Shears, I think, is the driver there for TRR. And there's a car pulled off there on the...
One of the MKs.
Now, is it a cup car or is it Stuart Thompson Sports Specials?
Good point. It's 3/4 of the way down the hangar straight, on the grass, on the inside.
I'm going to get a... Yeah, I think it's Stuart Thompson, isn't it?
Yes, car 10.
So part of Run Baby Run, which is a possible issue for tomorrow. Meanwhile, the 40 team attempt to relay into the stall for the new driver, which is Tom Walpole, and he's struggling now to get an engine in a first gear. So drama here for the third place car. And it's not going anywhere, Marcus.
It's not, and a bit like my road car yesterday. sounded awesomely similar.
It's in a bit of an awkward place here as well. Seems to fire up to first gear this time. He has got going, but that's lost about half a minute or so. Well, a couple of the Zeds have got together. This is about as many cars that compete in the Z Car Series, seemingly, sometimes.
Was the Z Car Series won by Sergeant Lynch in his Zephyr back in the day. Z Cars, popular TV police drama.
And it's 64C that I think's got to the front of their little battle, which is Jack Wood. But yeah, I've seen them a couple of times this year. They haven't got the biggest of grids, and they're even worse at getting their entries on time, because they normally have a couple of cars on their entry list and then they have 3 or 4 added to it afterwards. So both BMW Z4 3-litre cars. The front of the group is Will Hornsey's Peugeot 106, who will be out in hot hatch tomorrow. There's the only MX-5 Mark III, which is Josh Bromley, who's 26 from Derby. Had success in MG Trophy last year before moving up into the MX-5 Super Cup. Very competitive one-make series.
That's the Cops exit, isn't it, where that Mini is parked with marshals in attendance.
That's right.
Oof, someone had to cut the curb in there. There's a gap that they were diving through. Seemed to suddenly slim down.
Mark III MX-5, the only car I've driven on a circuit, Marcus, at any kind of speed.
Is this significant? I mean, is this a sort of you're looking to the future here?
Not sure. As I think you've had the same issue with finances are the thing that stops things happening, isn't it?
You could say that, yeah.
So this is Stephen Scott Dunwoody, I guess, being taken back past the toilet block.
Yeah, there are times when your parents sort of suggested you go and board an old set of golf clubs and hack around or something and really enjoy it. Or maybe snooker. Maybe snooker's your thing, Josh.
Carry on talking about racing, I think. It's
Hurricane Barrett. You see it now.
So we've got a live snatch going on at Copse Corner. Marshall's doing a good job, as they always do here at Silverstone, Marcus, trying to keep us under green flag racing everywhere where the instant is not.
Yeah, that's right. It's a very strong posse of marshals. There's a car parked at the end of the pit lane. Actually stopped to ask the marshals something, I think.
Not an ideal place.
No. Sort of friendly passerby and asked them which way it was to the fuel station.
It's one of the Hondas, I think.
Yeah, one of the EP3s. I was thinking that Walpole, 2 Walpoles named on the side of the car. One with a, both had a Union Jack. They had a Lithuanian flag alongside it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the Lithuanian flag has anything to do with the drive we've got today. Or
they were both Walpoles, one of the Lithuanian flag. And then, of course, Tom's been out in that aerial Atom as well, which he loves. He drove at Castle Coombe at the end of the season.
All right, yeah.
And went very quickly in it.
Battle for 8th position is getting closer between Preppenley and Boss Cats, down to less than 7 seconds, and Boss Cats are catching. So that may come into a battle as the next few laps go on, assuming pit stops aren't forthcoming. And Run Baby Run dropping down the timing screens now after the Stu Thompson MK pulled off after 85 laps. So they're down to at least 18th now. One of the BMWs here is 6B. Paul Laramie, one of the BMW compacts. I think with a 2.5 litre engine. I was in the break caught up with Ivor Mayers, who's driving a similar car.
He's a great character, Ivor Mayers, long-time Formula Fordster.
Yeah, he was saying how he's trying to look after the brakes because he would quite like to use them tomorrow in hot hatch as well as today. But a couple of his teammates don't want to race in the rain today, so he said if it rains, he might be doing a long stint at the end. So looking at a very colourful Porsche here, which is 35E, which is many colours. It's driven by Jamie McHugh. It's a Boxster S, part of the Dads and Lads team where we saw Jonathan Walker get eliminated earlier. Jamie McHugh's been racing Porsches for a while, more often front engine cars, but he's in the rear engine Boxster today. And at the end of the season as well, I think he transferred to this car. Right, I think we were saying earlier in the season, Marcus, how financially low in terms of Porsche racing a Boxster S can be, so there's lots of them nowadays.
Yeah, it's surprising how you see Boxsters for sale for almost pocket money prices in any sort of any kind of local paper. It won't be the latest spec, and it won't be in its first flush of youth. But if you aspire to owning a Porsche, then you need to get some expert advice on what you're buying. But if you know someone who's into all that, you can check one over. You get a lot of good years of service for not a huge outcome. Oh, a big wobble from one of the BMWs there. It wasn't exactly a tank slapper, but it was slippery there, clearly.
With 1D, I think, which is Phil White in the Rutec team.
Yeah, Rutecs are down in 22nd place in terms of their Team 2, are they not?
Yeah, and Team 1 cars, 43rd. I think the 2 team are the 3 litre cars, where the car 2 team is generally the 1900s. Although, I think Phil White's the 1 3 litre car in that team who had that big slide. And he's just ahead of a Honda, many of them on the grid. This is 42A. Which is Scott Smith in his Type R. He's 29 from Suffolk. Races in hot hatch. And he's part of Danny Hobson's team, DH Racing. And he may be passed shortly by Jamie McHugh, who's catching the pair of them. So through the corner goes Scott Smith. He's a car salesman. And I think he's coming into the pit lane as he takes the title line out of Luffield Corner.
Yep, that's 42A then coming in. Nice little EP3.
Battle for 8th position, the gap down to 4 seconds now between Preppenley and Boss Cats. Meanwhile, that is Leo Morel preparing for his next stint. We saw the issues for his teammate Tom Walpole getting out of the pits a few moments ago.
Last lap for that team 2:27.
Liam Morell's car's going to be well worn in for the Bike Sports finale tomorrow, which he leads the championship coming to the final pair of races. His main rival for the championship, Charles Hall, is in the garage, and he told us a bit of news that he won't be driving his car because it broke yesterday, Charles Hall, so that he's going to have Scott Mattel's car for tomorrow for the Bike Sports finale, which is a car he hasn't driven before. So.
Yeah, Charles Hall, whose father raced extensively in historic Formula 1 cars. Bill Hall.
But Liam Morell looks like he might be going out soon, so a short stint for Tom Walpole. So I wonder if there's more problems with that car.
Very short. I think that's indicative of more trouble.
But they're not really in contention after the problems or that penalty they got, and they mistakenly didn't realise there was already a car out on the circuit for the team.
Yeah, that cost them dear, didn't it? And it looks like they are pretty solidly stuck in third place, having recovered to that position.
Gap between 8th and 9th now, 2.8 seconds. So the Boss Cats team may gain a position for much longer as Liam Morell does go out. So I wonder if the 40 car came back round or not, because we haven't got a pit in being shown on our timing screen. So I wonder if they think...
I haven't seen it sort of in peripheral vision.
So I wonder if Tom Walpole's stopped out on the circuit. Hopefully the team haven't made another error.
27 datum looks like they're in with the black Ginetta.
And there's a Madram X5 race just going across the line side by side. A couple of Mark 1s. Yes.
Marco Anastasi, I think it was, wasn't it, coming in?
That's right. So the next car will be out for a second stint, I think. I think we've had each of the Ginettas out once, at least. And we've just gone past the 4-hour mark, so we're into the final third of the race. Haven't had a handicap update lately. Let's see if one hasn't come in for the last hour, so we haven't been able to give you that as of yet. Because we're getting to the point of the race, Marcus, where those handicap results mean a lot more than perhaps they did earlier.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's indicative of a greater proportion of the race. Looking at the sky, it all looks quite bright at the moment.
Yeah, the last my phone said it was expect rain at 4:45, so it could mean the last hour. And normally quite a lot happens when we do our commentary change, so when we get Ian back in, that's when the rain's coming. But we will see. We've had a good run up to now. That battle for 8th position is now 7/10 of a second, so it may be on this lap that Boss Cats go ahead of Prep and Lay. So we'll see if we can pick up that battle for 8th position between 12 and 54 at some point. It's a big job for all our cameramen and women this weekend to pick out all the various cars as they go around the circuit. It's difficult enough when we get a nice shot of them, but you're quite a long way away in the camera operators trying to pick out all these massive cars that are coming past constantly.
Team 15, the Davanti Tyres crew, are closing in on 33. The MGBM 3s.
Looks like someone's in the penalty box. Can't quite work out what type of car that is. I think it's heading off. Is it the MX-5?
It's the yellow MX-5, isn't it? The one with the tricolore over the top.
Leader's done a 2:09 that time, RSR Motorsports. So James Lay getting pretty close to the fastest lap, only a couple of seconds away. Yeah, we've had a 7-minute lap from the third place car, so presumably that car did get stuck out on the circuit for James Walpole. So both, or two of the top 3 teams have had dramas in the last hour.
That may be one for Lewis to investigate, if he can hear us.
Yes, that's James Walpole for 40 with problems, we think. Up across the line goes that battle for 8th position. I think the gap is now 0.3 of a second, but Prep and Lay still ahead of the Boss Cats team for 8th.
So the Prep and Lay team is Russell Dack, Paul Wood, James Card and Jason Westall in BMWs. And the Boss team is Richard Carter, Andy Grant, Jeremy Adams and William Redman, all in Caterhams. And the leading team, RSR Motorsport, I think John McLeod it might be, with Lewis Bills down in the pit lane.
Thank you very much. And we've got John McLeod here. John, it's been a busy day, hasn't it? Come on, tell us your story. Obviously, let's just say that you were in the lead car when you had an incident, and also had to serve a time penalty. Tell us the story.
So there's two things that have happened so far this afternoon. I think we're about a lap, maybe 2/3 as well ahead, doing pretty well. Not sure if it's myself or a teammate that is called out for overtaking under the safety car. I know I've just shown you an extensive video, you're a very patient man, of me under the safety car, and I can't understand how they've called that. Got within about a half a car's length for the restart, which you'd expect, I think, us to do. And that's the case on both lines, just in case we'd misunderstood the control line. So I'm not really quite sure how it's happened, but we end up with a 60-second stop-go as a result. That's a shame. It's just going to make it a bit closer, I guess.
Yeah, I can verify that. I've actually seen you're on board where you did keep behind the Fiesta. You might have overlapped by a foot, but no more than that. And certainly you didn't overtake him until the second line, because the first line we were discussing is the timing line. If the control line's the second one, you're still behind him.
A Radical's so much quicker than a Fiesta. You absolutely choose where to overtake it. There'd be no reason to do it anywhere near the control line. It's not a necessary thing. And if you're what are we talking about, 300 seconds or something in the lead, or 200 odd seconds, whatever it is in the lead, you don't need 1 second. So yeah, I don't know, but anyway, look, the Masters do a good job. Something's happened, not quite sure what it is. At least it makes the race itself a bit closer. And then unfortunately, getting past somebody, Maggots Beckett's, they've been overtaking somebody. I think maybe they were concentrating on the guy on their left. There were blues. I don't know, maybe he thought the blue was for him going past the slower car. He didn't see me. He pulls right. There's only gravel if I go to the right of him. I couldn't do anything about it. It's taken a starter motor out and one of the uprights. That should be fixed for us to have a second stint towards the end. And we're already a lap ahead, so hopefully we can keep that. We seem to be doing okay lap-wise. All three of us are all doing well in terms of lap times. So hopefully we can keep that gap, go out for the last stint, have a better second stint.
So yeah, I know. So yeah, really trying time, but you seem to be sort of well in control of your emotions at the moment. I know they were a bit hot when you got out of the car, understandably, but you've won it 4 times. This could be the 5th. Yeah. And you're what I call a Birketteer. You know your way around, and I've seen the video. It proves it.
This race is about really calmly, clinically getting through the traffic. That's what it's about, and you leave a little bit of extra room than you would normally say in a Radical race, because you've got it. You've got the brakes in one of these cars just to have a little bit extra on the brakes if somebody does turn in on you. Is really, it's straightforward as long as you stay out of trouble. This afternoon, trouble found me, so it may not be as straightforward as I'd like it to be. But yeah, if I can get a 5th win today, that'd be so cool. That'd be so cool.
Okay, John, good luck. And yeah, I can see the team out the back there. Can we get a picture out the back? The team is working on hard in trying to fix the car. Looks like I've done an upright. I know they were trying to do the starter motor. So anyway, John, best of luck.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Hope to see you at the end.
You will. Thanks.
Look forward to it. Thanks very much, and back to the commentary, boys.
Thanks, Lewis. So a few updates there on one of the main car, the leading car. Here is the Boss Cats car that is up to 8th position now, so that pass has happened.
Yeah, it's a 100th of a second on the timing line.
But, well, presumably they are fully ahead now.
Yes, it would appear so.
And we think the BMW that it was battling with has had a bit of a drama in traffic. I think it's Andy Grant who's at the wheel, who's from Norfolk. He's got a 2.4 litre Ford engine power in that Caterham, which I don't think is what Caterham had in mind when they originally designed it, but that's what you can do with a car which concept Marcus goes back so far, but it's been such a successful car for motor racing.
Well, they've just had that big anniversary, haven't they, for the Caterhams? Was it 50 years of Caterham, or whatever, 60 years of Caterham, 112 years of Caterham. It was a big celebration recently, and it was beginning of September, wasn't it, at Donington?
Yeah, that's right.
And one of the drivers actually came up, did his race, won it in the morning, and then came to Croft and did a historic race at the end of the afternoon.
Yeah, they had 20 plus Caterham races. I think all the Caterham Motorsport races, and then they invited the Classic Sports Car Clubs.
Steve Russell, wasn't it? He came up,
Yeah, was it the CSCC race he won rather than a Caterham Motorsport race? But yeah, there's so many Caterhams that race in Britain. Still, 67F is the Audi TT driven by Tony Rogers for TSR Performance through Stowe Corner.
In that sort of Dutch Tango Orange.
Yeah, that Prep and Lay team lost 14 seconds on that lap to the Boss Cats team, so that wasn't. It was a pass and then pull away very rapidly.
There could also have been an element of deflation in that.
So yeah, that's another of the Audi TTs. I think must be about 10 or so on the grid, I think, today.
Oh, the Prep and Low G-Sport team came in. That's what it's done. That's what's happened.
It was deflation straight into the pit lane. Lost this battle. Let somebody else have a go. Caterham weighs less than half of BMW M3, doesn't it? So making their speed very differently to one another.
Yeah, the Caterham 7 evolved from the Lotus 7 concept, obviously, and Graham Nern and his son Robert after him, and then various other owners, etc. Done a fantastic job with their racing over the years, and they really are sensational to drive.
Simon Lambert runs the Motorsport Championships, which probably got some of the closest racing in all the UK. It's pretty frenetic. You ever done a Caterham race, Marcus?
I have at Brands, which I didn't do very well in. A great one at Donington in 1990, which had a fabulous battle with John Milicevic, the local garages from Foster's Booth up the road here from Silverstone, and Robert Nern. And we had different engines in the cars, and each was a different one. And quietly, I can mention that I managed to win it and break the lap record. But I did one at Spa. That was more entertaining.
Yeah,
fabulous one at Spa, dicing with Mick Hyde of Radical fame. It was 2 half-hour races back to back. You didn't even get out of the cars between the races. You went into the old pit lane with all that vista through Eau Rouge and up over Radion. And I think they put a bit of board behind us and then glugged another tank full of fuel in. And then we're all waved out of the grid again. And another half hour. I've never done so much overtaking in an hour. Not even on the M25.
This is Simon Major we're watching in his Volkswagen Sirocco. He's from Bicester.
You're not going to miss that, no? You're in a hurry. Sort of Kermit Green.
He was the British Asphalt Rally Champion in 2015, but now races on circuits. Have you done rallying, Marcus? Or is that something you've left to one side?
I've sat in the passenger seat of a rally car. I've driven a couple of rally cars. They rather terrifies me.
Okay, we have a handicap order at 4 hours, and it's led by Team 7, which is Team 348. The name, and it's Simon Simon Hopcroft Lopez, Freddie Tatham and Matthew Highcock who lead by just under a lap from 58 RAF Motorsport, which is Alex Smith, Alex Waldeck, James Flint, David Russell and Cy Throwen. Third is 44, which is one too many, which is Louis Woodward, Toby Partridge and Richard Phillips, so 2 of the 116 trophy teams in the top 3. Fourth is 45, which is the Three Amigos, Paul Hinson, David Drinkwater and Adam Reed. Fifth is number 9, which is Bad Boy Tuning, which is Charlie Newton-Darby, Andrew Halls and Lee Campbell. And then in 6th is 69, which is Stand 2, which is Sam Holman, Warren McKinley, John Waters, Martin Crompton, Jeff Moser and Ash Miller to complete the top 6. There's 3 116 trophy cars in the top 6.
And what's the gap between them?
Between those 6, well, the leader's a lap ahead, but it's not a full lap, sort of half a lap. And then the next 9 are all on the same lap. So very small, basically.
So any kind of slip could have a major effect on that.
And that's after 4 hours. That's pretty up to date,
amazing.
15 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So hopefully we might get a handicap result 15 minutes after the end of the race with a bit of luck, so we can, while we're on air, give the result out. So 105 laps done by RSR Motorsport, the leaders.
Yeah, I wonder if we're still on for 150 laps. That seemed to be the way at halfway, so perhaps 75 laps at halfway.
Yeah, so we've done, say 100 at 2/3, yeah, that'd be 150 again, wouldn't it? So roughly there. Here are our handicap leaders then, and it is Matthew Highcock at the wheel, and he has probably been the most successful driver in the 116 Trophy this year. He's 27, he's from Greater Manchester, he's a mechanic, only started racing last year, but he won 3 of the 116 Trophy races this season.
He looked like he might also have been a wildlife conservator, because he had that small rodent nestling in his front wheel in the pits, which the cameraman managed to capture earlier on.
So yeah, he's been a quick young driver, has Matt. So only his second season of racing. Just turns through Copse Corner, our handicap race leaders after 4 hours. Heading down now towards the Birkett S's. They may not be the quickest cars, but they're pretty reliable, pretty consistent. It's very, very sideways as it goes into Birkett S's, so I'd imagine that first left-right is probably flat out in one of these.
4th place, Capture Motorsport, leading Class B. They've made a pit stop. And Datum Motorsport, their pursuers, best part of a minute behind them.
It was a minute and a half, I think, when we looked at that last. That gap is coming down. And that is for the best of the production-based cars as well, behind the Free Radicals. As Matthew Highcock found himself pretty clear bit of track to race on. Got nobody immediately in front or behind. Heading down towards the Vale. Nowadays using the full Grand Prix circuits and not using the historic Cut Through. Up the curb and then turn right into Club Corner, which is a very different corner to what it was only when everything got remodified. It went with one long radius corner, where now it's sort of two sections, isn't it, Club Corner nowadays?
Yes, absolutely. The turn in and then the sort of the hard stop and the left at the end of the Vale, and then up through what is the very, very long right-hander at Club. A bit dark overhead.
Well, the phone app said 1:45, didn't it, a little while ago? And another app that I was shown said in the next hour we're going to get 20 millimetres of rain, which
blimey,
is a fair amount.
Yeah, that's 4/5 of an inch.
4:30 it's saying now, the update.
Oh.
So I think this heavy rain might be appearing before initially was forecast. I know in Essex, back at home, we've got a weather warning for tonight, so I'm not sure if that extreme rain's going to reach here as well.
We've had torrential rain overnight the last couple of nights in Bournemouth.
41C in second position is Matthew Jones.
That's a Works Bentley, isn't it?
I think he's got quite a nice livery on it, hasn't it?
34D having a spin, one of the Porsches.
That is driven by Clayton Sampson. He's from Milton Keynes, so local circuit. He's racing Sports 2000s before, Bernie's V8s. This is a 1995 968 Sports. Still got its number plate on. See, I just noticed on some of the Marshall boards that now they can show black and white flags all the way around the circuit.
Yes, you can see those on the screens. I was commentating here a couple of weeks ago from Beckett's, and there's a repeater screen just before the bridge. That's really helpful on the Wellington Straight using the national layout.
I guess that might be due to some of the Formula One demands for the extra technology, but it's a good system, isn't it? That?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it works well. And of course, you've got those repeater boards for the coloured flags as well, the yellows and greens and things.
Just saw the Rover 220 Tomcat of Andrew Burns, one of the old Tomcat Cup cars from the mid-1990s.
Yeah, it's one of those lives near us. It's in a front garden. I don't think I've ever seen it move.
Its bonnet's flapping a little bit. Just put a lap here on Louis Woodward, one of the other front runners in the 116 Trophy. And another person competing for the handicap result.
The one of the Jaguars, ladies Jaguars, come in. Formula Women It's the car that started the race, the ones like sort of the mint toothpaste colours.
There's 3 cars in the top 13 have just done personal best laps, which includes the Prep and Lay car doing a 2 minute 16.71, which is much quicker than we've really seen any other production-based car go in this race. 2 19s, 20s, 21s we were talking about earlier. So that's impressive. Not sure who's out there. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Jason. Well, Jason West is pretty quick. James Card's pretty quick too. I'd imagine it's one of those 2 front runners in the Kumo BMW series. With their very powerful M3s.
It'll be interesting to know whether we can pick that car up, the number 12, on our screens at some point. That's a non-standard colour for an MGZR.
Leon Wignall, I believe, the driver.
Tony Bell ice cream pink.
And got one of the Zs ahead, which is 62 in the smallest numbers you could possibly find on the windscreen. 62C, which is Kieran Power, who's from Surrey, former quad motocross racer, which sounds pretty frightening.
Ooh, big lock-up for the 44A.
Yeah, Louis Woodward, front runner, race winner in 116 Trophy. He's from Gloucester.
He's just been zapped on the inside at club by the Wignall. And the Jaguar's got a shift on, which is 23B now.
That is Steph Saw. Now, we were talking about Freddie Flater earlier. I think Steph was one of his mechanics or engineers, so he's not just a driver.
We've had a Golf cut the corner massively, go way off over the curves, and it's picked its way back on. It may well have been 67A, but went wide out of
Rob Ellick.
The corner.
Rob Ellick, the driver. Be interested to keep an eye on that Jaguar lap times now that Steph's in it.
Yeah, it looks to be the quickest it's been going all race. And that team is just the Jags, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, they've brought the Lotus with them, but they're not using it, unfortunately. We saw that in Ditchmarsh, and I saw that at the last round of GT Cup, and it sounds really nice, really good sounding car.
They have run it and raced it, haven't
they?
The
Lotus, they run the last couple of rounds of GT Cup.
Development, isn't it?
Yeah, it's interesting that they're sort of doing it with Formula Women rather than doing it as a work Lotus program as their first races.
Yeah, it looks like a Ferrari, but with a Lotus badge.
But yeah, it sounds good. It doesn't sound like a Ferrari, but it sort of pops and bangs.
No, it looks fabulous. But that's really going well now, the 23. So what?
Look, just waiting for the lap time to come through on this screen, which 2 minutes 59. Perhaps that's the out lap from the pits then.
Right.
So perhaps it'll be the next one because she's been passing cars.
This looks really committed in comparison to anything we've seen previously from the team. Of course, this is the car that got damaged early in the race, and a bit of contact there, but it was only a cosmetic. Yes, it's going away for some quick stuff in a straight line.
Yeah, Steph Saw, I believe, was the number 1 engineer for Freddie Slater's Ginetta Jr.
Okay.
So she's obviously pretty good at running the car as well as driving. Well, certainly one of the main engineers at least. With our racing. And then it's part of this Formula Woman program. It looks like she's raced Mazda MX-5s a little bit as well. Sponsored by Bayliss and Harden. So I think she must perhaps have quite a good relationship with the Slater family. Well, I guess if you're helping him win his first car championship. And yeah, she's blasting past cars there, isn't she? So we'll keep an eye on Steph's lap times.
Look for some special sort of bathroom products in a sort of a Jaguar XE-shaped pack. So I think maybe that's the next thing we'll look for.
David Russell's been out for a long time, hasn't he?
Yes.
I feel like he went out when I was last on, and possibly he's been out since then.
Yeah, it does look so nice, that car, doesn't it? Since it's got this really attractive colour scheme on it.
Slightly concerned with that car alongside it, if it would still look like that, but it does. And that car, of course, running on synthetic fuels as well. So obviously that fuel is not just quick, but economic as well, which is all good because that may well be how motor racing goes in the future.
I'd much prefer to see us running on that kind of fuel, road cars, than other options right now.
Yeah, and I think a few things that have happened with other forms of power over the last year or so have probably put anybody off who may have been leaning in one direction or the other, not sure where to go.
So nothing of the increased insurance costs of electric cars that I've been reading about recently.
There was a fire in Formula E testing this week, and they had the problems at Liddon Hill in the summer.
The Rallycross, didn't they? With the car absolutely wiped out.
That Golf again had a big moment. The Rob Elliott car locked up its front left.
And that looks like it's pretty slippery down there, doesn't it? At Cops. Whoa! Oh. I've breathed in here on the swivel chair and sort of.
Andy Wynn, the driver of the very sideways BMW.
And he went off out over the line on the exit there, didn't he, as well? So
Steph's ordered a 2:28 on that lap.
And what's that team's best lap?
2:25. Now, I'm not sure if that's when she was in it earlier or when Elisa Seville was in. So this is the Golf that was smoking. You two had a moment last lap.
Yeah.
And it had another one into Cox, and then cars behind it had a moment. So is this dropping fluid on the track? I wonder. Rob Elliott, the driver for TSR.
He's had quite an afternoon, hasn't he? With the TT braking. This has broken once already, and that's broken again.
Yeah, there's big fluid line behind, so he's dropping fluid on the road, on his tyres as well. So that's why he's having big moments. But I think cars behind might be having moments on whatever fluid is going down. So don't follow his line, I think.
Expect some more spins of Sienna coming out the outside there.
Yeah, Anton Landon,
isn't it? Yeah.
So he's got past, so now he's ahead of the fluid, so he can not worry about that any longer. But this car is carrying on and causing problems to the track surface, possibly. Even if you're offline, you're on somebody's line in this race, aren't you? Because no one's really using a racing line. Because you're always passing others. Now into Abbey, which is a very quick corner. You can see that whatever it is dropping out of the back of the car.
Yeah, it's making it difficult to hold on sometimes.
Well, he's hoping to make it back to the pit lane. Not sure how many cars they've got left since they've lost the Audi and they're losing this car. They've also got Mark Jones, Harry Yardley-Rose and Mark Williams in the team as well.
Yeah, it was Mark Jones who had some problems earlier on in this car. And put it into the gravel on the exit of Club an hour or so ago. The MGP M3s and the Davanti tyres 33 and 15 battle continues. Team Legacy in 21, also in Class B, is closing rapidly on EST Performance.
Lots of cars coming down towards Brooklands here. Caterham between a couple of much bigger cars. That BMW down the inside looked enormous in comparison to the little Caterham. And into the pit lane, unsurprisingly, comes Rob Elliott with that problem, as does Louis Woodward, one of the front runners on handicap. Now, window wipers on for the number 1A BMW for Rutec Racing. That's Martin Roach, who was a winner here last year. So Martin was part of the winning team 1 year ago at this event. And he's turning his way behind the Rover and the Honda. Fighting at the wheel, you think there, Marcus?
No, he's just leaning into the corner there, trying to get the maximum apex speed.
He's gone past the Honda.
Nip past the EP3. Ooh. Oh, a big spin for one of the Ashgood Porsches.
Yeah, so that car will get back going.
That was at Hamilton, wasn't it?
Abbey, I think.
Was it?
Yeah, Hamilton's a different track, I think. Well, the Hamilton Straight, is that where
Hamilton
they're going?
Straight.
Yeah. I spent so much time
Abbey.
at Snetterton over the last month.
Yes, where there is a Hamilton.
Yes,
yeah,
that's right.
Well.
That's what was confusing me.
The old Tomcat's pretty quick. There's sort of bonnet chattering.
Yeah, the Tomcat, I think, got a 2-litre turbo. had a one-make series for a couple of years. MG Rover put quite a lot of money into one-make racing for a little bit, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. They were sort of, I'm not sure that they matched Renault's spend.
Yeah. I guess most famously was the MGF Cup, which supported the British Grand Prix one year.
And it'll be the 50th anniversary, I think, next year of Renault UK Motorsport.
Yeah.
Going back to the store Renault 5 Championships won by the Mancunian fender bender, Neil McGrath. Who was pretty much unbeatable, I think. He was very quick. Oh, that's the Fiesta that had the wheel bearing issues this morning.
The Zach Speed Fiesta in the gravel at Birkett.
That's team 14, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Intersport Racing 2. Shares that team with John Cockerton and Tommy Grout and Matthew Skidmore and Christopher Putch as well.
Yeah, that's had all kind of...
Now, one of the radicals, did that come from the penalty bay?
Looked like it did.
It might be Morale, so if it's the 40 team, they're out of contention anyway for a win. Trying to hang on to an overall podium.
RJ40 is into the Motorsport 40s in the pits.
So into the penalty bay briefly. Paul Hinson back out there in 45A for the Three Amigos. Battling for handicap honours. Trying to get a third victory. And then Paul Hinson doing Hot Hatch and Club Enduro is the plan tomorrow. In his 3-litre car. There's the Clio driven by Brad Burns for Area Motorsport, who are 11th on the scratch order.
Yeah, and 4th in Class B.
Goes Hinson down the inside of, I think, a 944. Brad Burns going with him. So this car to full Clio Cup specification. So I'm not sure if this is a car Brad Burns used to race in the Clio Cup. The Ashgood car got 3 abreast, pretty slow BMW on the tight line there was Stuart Middleton from Yorkshire in a BMW 328i.
Well, we're inside an hour and a half to run now, so we're into the last quarter of the 2023 Holly Birkett 6-hour relay race.
So there goes Stuart Middleton. Not sure if he's got a problem or not.
That BMW's in that the chocolate limes colour, isn't it? The boiled sweet with chocolate centre.
It's carrying on, so obviously not a problem. It's hard to tell if it's a... And there's lots of different cars around, if it's a car issue, or if it's just the speed of each machine.
Lots of speed differential.
And that Fiesta with Marshall Power trying to get it out of the gravel. That gravel trap does catch a few cars at the Beckett's S's. Now there's the 4th place car of Capture, just ahead of the 7th place car of Darkside. So there's a lap between them now. And it is 66D, which is Mark Grice. He was in the car when I was on last. Presumably he's been in the pit since then.
That's the Brian Branson BMW, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Jazz Sapra was slowed earlier on by other problems.
They've had a few issues, that team, haven't they? It's a team of quick drivers and quick cars, but it's not quite gone probably the way they would have hoped. Ow. No, is that a Mazda 7?
Where's the front wheel arch on the right-hand side?
Not at the angle it once was. Or there at all, I don't think. 20B?
It's gone AWOL. Mind you, yeah, there was one of these, but it was a black wing that was dropped earlier on in the race.
Steve Kimber, the driver. For the pit lane, surely.
Steve Kimber didn't last very long earlier on.
He's got 2 races to do tomorrow, hopefully. And yeah, unsurprisingly, he's coming into the pit lane too. quite often we get the left field shot and someone ends up coming into the pit lane. JCB on hand to help out. And there's Steve Kimber then into the pits. As the others blast past the pit lane to start another lap, including James Mumbrey there.
There's Brad Burns well off on the right-hand side of the Wellington Straight in the Renault Clio.
Is it getting back up to speed or not?
Doesn't look like it.
No, this car running 11th on the scratch positions. So was he off the track because he was getting out of the way with a problem?
We didn't see. What we saw was him kind of running parallel to the track and then resuming in that area.
I think this may have been a slow lap, so I suspect that'll be another car heading for the pit. It's that point of the race where there's not so many cars left. 58A, this is the RAF Motor Racing team looking for an outright victory. They were high up on the handicap, and this is Alex Smith, who's had success in the Armed Forces Racing Challenge this year. Alex is a mechanical aircraft technician in his 3rd season of racing and won this event 2 years ago. Hoping for another win. And Trevor Gregory telling us that his team only has 1 car left, so they're getting it re-prepared for the last stint, I think. They lost the Morgan, didn't they, earlier on? The Ginetta, the Tidmarsh and Webster Ginetta I saw on the back of a flatbed at one point, so potentially the only car left is William Hornsey's Peugeot. So Trevor's got some time off now to relax from his strategy. The MK was sideways there. That looks like it's about to lose.
There's plenty of marbles down there on the outside, sort of rubber remnants from hard cornering.
So yeah, Trevor's team is 69th at the moment, so it's not in last. Behind them are the Mini Kievs. I don't know if they've got any cars that are still going. Because that's the one we saw. We think Matt Shears is Mini Cooper S off at Cops.
Presumably it's Mini Kiev these days, because now we hear a lot about the city, don't we?
Yeah, good
Who
point.
knows?
Good point. So yeah, those two are about 10 laps behind anybody else.
That was close.
Alex Smith, he squeezed past the Porsche, was that, Marcus?
Yeah, past the sort of the Nurofen box Porsche, with purple and orange, and just,
Jess Wilkinson, the driver of that one. Alex Smith gets taken no prisoners at this stage because he knows he's battling for the handicap victory, and each second could matter. 27
looks like Axel van Nederveen back out again in the white Ginetta.
Now they're 52 seconds ahead of Automic Racing, so the MKs are still in that battle for 4th, 5th, 6th. Not too far behind. Of course, if it rains, it's sort of going to throw up in the air who's quick and who's not.
Anything could happen, and probably will.
Front-wheel drive cars tend to have the advantage. I think the car in the background, that was Jasmine Norman's Audi, who we heard from earlier. So yeah, that one there. So the one without sort of the rear wing, which the other ones have. But I think the Army a little bit further down the order. Yeah, they're 67th on scratch, which I'm sure they'd hope to be a bit higher than that. So there goes Jasmine Norman, who's 23. She's a mechanic for the Army, and she's from Wiltshire.
Yeah, she's based near Castle Combe, isn't she? Which is why she's been entered in a few of the races there. Oh, flapping body on 32, which is that Booth?
Couldn't quite tell. Perhaps get another shot of that in a minute.
Maroon crash helmet with the white stripes over.
Could be then. So he's not affecting his lap time because he was a second quicker than the Ginetta team on that lap. There's Jasmine Norman again. And here is, yeah, it's Booth, isn't it?
Yep.
In the MK. Now they've got a light on the roll cage as well. It's another team that have taken that idea. So down the Down the hanger straight goes Matthew Booth. He was the 2019 F1000 champion, 2016 Sports Specials champ. And 3 Mazda Mark 1s are together.
You see the Davanti Sirocco arrived going really quickly and suddenly locked up because the one of the lead Radical had come in just ahead of it and was slowing, I guess, for the for that sort of speeding line.
Yes, that was coming in past our commentary box into the pit lane.
Yeah.
So this Mazda MX-5 battle that's emerged is Danny Grist, 70B. 47E is in there too, which is Andrew Robinson. And there's a third Mazda that's trying to make its way up the inside and successfully does so. Is 49. I didn't quite catch the letter. And then there's a couple of Audi TTs coming past them, which should have more power. Jasmine Norman's been passed by the 67. So 67 have got another car out. So that would be either Harry Yardley Rose or Rob Ellick / Tony Rogers. The Audis have got 1800 turbos, I think. 14D coming through, one of the BMWs driven by Tommy Grout for Intersport 2. 67D is the Audi, so that is Harry Yardley Rose, who have got past that chunk of traffic. There's another Audi TT. Oh, and then Jasmine Norman's off. So there's 3 of them all together, but unfortunately for Jasmine, she's had a bit of a moment. But this is going to be very different, isn't it? Racing in the Armed Forces Challenge, which has similar cars, and the Carscombe GT Championship, I think it's fair to say, haven't got the hugest of grids. Coming into this race, Marcus, who's going to, in your first season of racing.
Well, here you've got everything. You're in a middling car in that it's not one of the quickest, it's not one of the slowest. Therefore, you've actually got to be doubly aware of what's going on because you can get ambushed very easily.
Another personal best for the Prep and Lay team, a 2 minutes 16.08, and they're only 8 seconds behind Darkside, and we're lapping 10 seconds quicker on that lap. And Aviation, is that a Spitfire? Or is a Spitfire? Yeah. Spitfire or Hurricane is always difficult to tell apart.
Generally, the Spitfires have the elliptical wings, and the Hurricanes don't.
Yeah, Dad's been trying to teach me.
The shape is different. Of course, I went up in the Spitfire at Goodwood at the end of August, just before the just before the Goodwood revival meeting, and one of the most awesome experiences of my life.
Yeah, it's a good feature you wrote in Autosport about that if people want to read more about it.
It was great fun to do, and just extraordinary. 27-litre Rolls-Royce V12 Merlin engine, and so few of them left. More than 20,000 made, of which there are a few dozen airworthy in the world these days.
You normally see them fly over Brands Hatch, but not often you see them fly over here.
There's a couple run out of somewhere down in Kent, Ashford Way, and you can also fly them at Biggin Hill. There's a car spinning off on the outside, a yellow car, and you saw that, and I wonder why it's suddenly, there you go, 53F, one of the TRT Beachcomber team.
Lee Rickard,
isn't it? Yeah.
So we saw the cars drop fluid. That was a little while ago, but it's Cops Corner slipperier than before. Meanwhile, we've got the latest handicap from 15 minutes ago. So again, it's been published nice and quickly, and it's 58 and the RAF Motorsport team that are leading. They were second. They now lead. Alex Smith has been in that team recently, but he shares with Alex Waldeck, James Flint, Dave Russell, and Cy Frowen.
Yeah, he's in the Honda.
Integra,
isn't he?
Second is 7, which is Team 348, which I think is Matthew Highcock now, which he shares with Freddie Tatham and Simon Hopcroft Lopez. And third is 65 Area Motorsport, but we did see that problem for Brad Burns a few months ago. Josh Files, Cam Elder, Luke Handley and Rob Baker also in the team. Fourth is 45, the Three Amigos. So that's David Drinkwater, Paul Hinson, who's out at the moment, and Adam Reed. Fifth is number 9, which is Bad Boy Tuning, the minis of Charlie Newton Darby, Andrew Hawes and Lee Campbell. And then in 6th position is 36, which is Capitol. There's another car off. And Capitol is Fernando Gattino, Andy
Grout,
Baker, Gary Martin and Warren Allen.
Tommy Grout in 14D has just had a pretty good old spin.
Yeah, so
we've suddenly seen 5 or 6 cars spin off and most rejoin in the last 10-15 minutes.
That's right. So don't think it's raining at all, although this is the time we were expecting the rain to arrive.
I've seen no wipers in action.
No, we had that one, didn't we? But I think that must have been probably more of an error, as it was the only car.
Good effort to clear some oil off the windscreen. You just mustn't do that, but
so let's have a see if there's an update on this 4:30.
How's the Jaguar, the Jaguar team doing?
So when Steph Seal got in, they were 60th, and they are now 55th. And she's done another 2:28. So I wonder if Eliza Seville, who started, did the 25, and then because again she's the other one with experience really, and Steph Seal's just in traffic as well, only a couple of seconds slower.
I think that's in the other car. Yes, they're in.
Yeah, different cars.
Different cars.
But they're the two
the
quickest
drivers would appear. Yeah.
And she is only lost the line. She's 8 seconds behind the next car and lapping 18 seconds quicker. 48 Mazda Dudes.
Going in the right direction. Here we go. And this is Steph Saw in 23.
And it's a Mazda.
Going past the black Mazda.
So it could be for position.
What was that, 28 or something? Just got a fleeting glimpse of the
I think it could have been
MS.
26. Which
yeah,
was,
it could well have been. It was in the distance. So.
And that was again. That was 2 places in front of her at the start of the lap, 19 seconds. So she's got 19 seconds in half a lap, and so presumably she's up to 53rd now.
Yeah, this is a very good performance from Steph Saw. 23B.
It's quite grunty, isn't it? We can just hear that in the back of the.
It's got lots of GGs, that's for sure.
So 6 or 8 cylinder car, not sure. It's a Jaguar XE Project 8. Does the 8 stand for 8 cylinders? Quite possibly. Graham Glue running the team.
It's all bandaged from where it went off earlier on, or had a little bit of a collision. But it was only cosmetic, they were saying.
Here we go. Yeah, it's got a 5 litre V8. This car, it's 4-wheel drive.
So it's got lots of heavy hitting stuff in it.
Only 300 cars were made. So it's quite
2 of them are here.
That's right.
150th of the stock of Jaguar XE Project 8s are here.
150 grand at Road 1.
A steal. 47E just staying out of the way very nicely on the Mazdas.
Jaguar tell you their power in things I don't understand. It's got 600 PS.
Oh, Förderstärken, horsepower.
So how does PS translate to
horsepower?
It is the same, is it?
Förderstärken, horsepower.
I see.
Or horse strength.
Oh, apparently 1 horsepower is 0.986.
I think that's close enough.
So it's got...
As Rolls-Royce would say, adequate.
So what did I say? I can't remember now. Did I say 600 or something? A lot, like you say. Probably one of the most powerful cars on the grid. But equally, it's probably one of the heaviest cars on the grid as well.
Significantly grunty, but yes, as you say, it weighs a bit.
So we now know more about the Jaguar. He's got parking back out in the Gulf.
Yeah.
So presumably he's going to the end, going off of the...
That was his intention, yes. His brother did 2 hours and 57 or something like that.
And Team 348, one of the front runners in the handicap, Lewis Bills, has headed down to the pit lane and he's caught up with a member from the team.
Thanks very much. Here we are down in Garage 2C, that's it, and I'm with Freddie Tatum from Team 348. Now, what is Team 348? How did you get to that number?
Simple maths is what that is. 116 times 3. It's not a Ferrari. Yeah, then that's as simple as that. Yeah. Yeah,
because you're running the BMW 116s, and whoa, you've just been knocked off the top of the handicap result. Or should I say, a list, whatever we were. Classification, that's the word. So, yeah, no, that's a pretty good go.
Yeah, not bad. The RAF, is it RAF? Army, whoever they are, the military.
RAF, you're right.
They're involved in the 116 heavily as well. So, yeah, bit of rivalry, bit of gamesmanship on their part, I think, with the quicker cars. But let's see what happens. Got to finish first. Still got another 80 minutes to go, are we? 70 minutes to go.
Yeah, are you out again?
The plan isn't to be, but let's see, we're pushing our luck with fuel. So 116 Trophy is normally a 90-minute race. There isn't normally a lot left after 90 minutes. I've just done a 2-hour stint to try and get Matt Highcock, who's currently in the car, who's quick. Hopefully he can do a 2-hour, just less than, and get to the end.
So you might want a safety car or two just to help you out.
A safety car would be very handy, yeah. I wouldn't have done, I think 2 hours 16 my stint, which there was 2 safety cars in that, which couldn't have done it without. But yeah, we'll see. The sun's setting, it's getting a bit cooler. Who knows? Who knows?
If it was to rain, do you have rain tyres, or are they all-weather tyres?
Yeah, so we run in the trophy Nankan NS2Rs. There's a gentleman's agreement. We've got some Rain Sport 5 with us. They don't, not much better unless it's biblical than the Rain Sports work. If not, with the amount of rubber and how grippy the circuit is now, we'll probably just go out of the NS2Rs and have a bit of fun, a few crowd pleasers, and yeah, try and keep it on the black stuff.
Well, that's good, like you say. Those RAF boys, they won it 5 times, so you're up against a really tough team.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, there's plenty of awards out there. We've got the All BMW, we've got Class A. Bit of silverware would be nice to win it overall. I think we're probably pushing our luck now, if we're honest. But
okay, Freddie.
We live in hope. Live in hope.
All right, Freddie. Best of luck.
Cheers, mate.
Thanks very much. Back to you in the commentary box.
Thanks, Lewis. So more news there, Marcus, about how long a 116 can last. And have we had a safety car since Matt's been out there? Not sure we have. So they may be hoping for that. But equally, if the rain comes, you're not going to do as many laps in.
No.
which
will make done 122 laps now, the lead car, with an hour and 6 minutes to go.
We're on board here with one something. Is it 11? 11. So this is the Lock Stops and Two Smoking Tyres Toyota team of Adam Lockwood, Jim Mew and Sean Traynor, heading down the International Straight, the Hamilton Straight, and into Abbey Corner. There's a BMW up the inside, which means the Toyota driver has to adjust its line. Two more BMWs come past by the next corner.
Sitting duck with those M3s.
Another car on the outside, you can see in the rearview mirror. Toyota just as quick into the corner than out of the corner. It's the Lotus, isn't it, that goes around the outside, which is Ben McCauley, I think.
Looks like it. Is there a tow available, I wonder? We can certainly hold the Lotus in a straight line. Toyota.
They've got 1800s, haven't they?
And you brake later in the MR2.
Assume Lotus is a bit lighter.
I'd say so.
Change of direction, it's better. And Ben McCauley therefore pulls clear. 65 minutes on the clock. Datton Motorsport have just done a personal best.
And 52 Interceptor Racing, last lap of 2:27, is quicker than the next 4 cars ahead of them. Only 3 seconds adrift of 6.7s in car 17. The car's number 17.
It's going 9 seconds quicker.
So Interceptor, who's in for that now? Is,
not sure. Haven't seen that one lately, have we?
We had Russell Humphrey in it for a while. Woo! Speed differential as the Radical came herring round the outside of the MR2 at Maggots, just down into Birkett, and barely slowed. I mean, the left at Maggots will be flat, the right will be pretty damn close, I'd have thought. and at that point you then have to think about organising the car for the next left, the next right, and then you're hard on the power again. But what it has done, as you can see, it's created probably 150 metres, 200 metres maybe between the Corley Lotus and the Toyota.
Prep and Lay, after that quick stint, have pitted. So they've dropped back to 8th since then, back behind Darkside Developments. Lots of changes going on in the pit lane.
Breakdancer Racing still leading Class A on scratch. Them cars 18. They're closing on Bad Boy Tuning, but having said that, it's just at the end of an outlap by the looks of things, a 3:08 outlap.
Yeah, Bad Boy Tuning, one of the leaders on the handicap.
Yeah, they were in what, 5th, I think, at the last call. Here's the 23 Jag, still pushing on hard.
So Steph Saw, I think, was 55th. She's now 48th.
Blimey.
So she's passed 12 cars in the stint. And that last lap was a 2:31, but traffic induced, I suspect. She's going 11 seconds quicker than the next car. So she's steadily progressed.
I think a candidate for interview for Lewis when he's back down there.
Yeah, we understand there will be another change, but
and then the white and turquoise and pink car will go out for until the end of the race. I think it's the black. That's certainly what we heard.
There's Capture still in 4th, best of the Bs and out of the production base cars, 50 seconds ahead of Data Motorsport now. The lead gap for the race is 1:50, by the way, RSR to RJ. So they've almost made that lap back up since I started this stint. They almost lost the lead. Tom Smith on our screens there in his Mazda MX-5, which he shares that team with Danny Grist and Bobby Lee. All these Mark 1 Mazdas still together. Not quite as close as they were a few laps ago. And there's Mark Greist in a long stint in the Seat, carving his way through.
So to see one of the MX-5s.
Oh, and Steph Saw's into the pit lane in the Jaguar, just coming past us.
Okay.
So she's done 3/4 an hour, something like that.
Yeah, I thought so. Very good stint.
And past 12 cars in the stint for position, which after 4 to 5 hours of racing is not easy because the gaps are pretty large. So there's Jasmine Norman in her Audi TT with the Lotus of 68A, which is Matthias Radestoc's Elise Cup R specification of car. Heading onto the Hangar Straight, where there's a mass of cars, including 1A, which is Martin Roach, last year's winner in the Rotec race in BMW Compact. And he will make his way out of Stowe Corner down towards the Vale. Matthew Radstock still not past Jasmine Norman, but we're just about an hour to go, Mark. I think that's me done. So you'll have Ian to the end.
And Radstock was off the track earlier in the race. Hugely wide run from the 43 car, the MR2. And that was well off track at the exit of Club Corner. And at this point, that's, I think, Aaron Cook himself driving, because he completed his stint with the Ginetta, hit the maximum number of laps, 26 for that Ginetta early in the race. But he's absolutely on the floorboards with the throttle pedal coming out of Club Corner.
So update on the weather situation is that at 5:05, which is in 18 minutes time, we're expecting rain here, and it will probably then set in until the end of the race. So we'll keep an eye out for that. That's what the radar is suggesting, though. And at the moment, what are we on? Just coming up to 10 to 5. So into the last 59 minutes of this race, 16 RSR Motorsport the leader, 41 RJ with Daytona Motorsport second, third number 40 RJ Motorsport, fourth 66 Capture Motorsport, fifth 27 Daytona Motorsport, 632 Atomic Racing. That's all on scratch. We'll hopefully within the next 10 or 15 minutes have the handicap position updated, but we'll give you that when we get it. But first let's head down to Lewis in the pits.
Well, here we are with William Beach from Capture Motorsport. Fourth overall, but first of the, what we call the tin top. So, pretty good going, William.
Yeah, he's going well out there today. We had a bit of a stint with Ben where a wheel bearing failed, so we had to pit early. So I had to do that stint after that. It was quite a long stint. So Mark's out there now. So we just hopefully hold on to the first overall in the class.
Well, that's it. You're leading Class B as well. Yeah. There's not much hope of catching them radicals in the dry, is there?
Well, no. If it was torrential rain, it would have been interesting, but in the dry, we got no chance.
Yeah, you think you could have pushed them in the wet?
Yeah. We give a good go.
It's been done
before, hasn't it? So we did give a good attempt.
So, but anyway, that's a good attempt. So, you're here again tomorrow?
Yeah. It's the final of the Club Enduro where we stand third in the championship. So we're hoping to pull that one off and win the championship tomorrow. So you never know.
All right, William, and
sorry, we'd like rain tomorrow, but I've checked the forecast and it's bright sunshine. So
and you're complaining? Oh God.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. Are you enjoying yourself?
Yeah, it's been a great event. Thanks 750 for holding such very well organised. Hardly any safety cars really for how many cars are out there. But cracking job to the lads at Capture Motorsport, providing a proper good cars for us all.
Yeah, as one of the faster cars, is there anything you have to do? What's it like trying to pass all those cars out there?
Well, trying to stay out of trouble. Yeah, because no disrespect, do you know what I mean? If they come across, they take the racing line, and if you could cause a bit of carnage.
I have spoken to some of the radical boys. They say because they're so low down, a lot of the cars don't actually see them. They have to flash the lights and everything to try to attract their attention. Obviously, a TCR car is a good hot hatch, isn't it? A big hot hatch. You don't have those sort of problems, I take it.
Well, yeah, you do. I nearly, like I was saying about the slope, do you know what I mean? I nearly swiped a couple of the radicals out because they're just on you straight away, and you don't know which way to go.
So the job is to miss them, not they miss you.
That's correct, yeah.
All right, William, thanks very much, and good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thanks, Lewis. And there we can see the Capture Motorsport squad car, number 66, out there on track. And at the moment it is 66D that is out there, which makes it Mark Rice at the wheel at the moment of the car he shares in Club Enduro with Will Beach, who we heard from there. Very brightly liveried car. Will certainly stand out in the gathering gloom. It is getting cloudier here at Silverstone, and rain expected to say in the next quarter of an hour or so. Still no update on the handicap positions yet, but give that a few minutes and we'll bring those to you. On screen at the moment we've got the 21 car, so that's Team Legacy, and that's the squad that is running in 13th position at the moment. Looked like Aaron Cook, possibly that was, just coming into the pits with the GT86 as well.
I think Aaron Cook was in the MR2 at the end.
Okay.
I think the GT86 has now gone out as the other car.
Beg your pardon. So there's Grice just heading into Copse Corner in that Capture Motorsport car that runs 4th on scratch. There's the Jag from the Formula Woman squad out just a little bit further up the road compared to Grice.
It's got a great stance, the TCR, coming down into a Cooper, isn't it? So
yeah.
Cooper formerly said.
Exactly. And about to pass that big Jag down the Hangar Straight if it can, although in a straight line that's not necessarily going to be able to do that. Maybe through the twisty bits it will.
That's kind of best part of 600 brake against 300 and something.
Something like that, yeah. But at Stoke Corner it does get through. I can see the Interceptor Racing car, Team 52, has just come into the pit lane.
So that's 23E now from the Jaguar team. It's
So Abigail Chandler.
Abigail Chandler, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah, I was at the wheel of that one. And just behind her is that BMW number 21. And down the international pit straight, Hamilton Straight they go, in towards Abbey. Abbey going into Abbey there, isn't it? I suppose.
See what you did there.
And I think she's going to... Oh, there, we've got the snatch vehicle.
Understeered off.
It appeared to have done, hadn't it? Now, is it going to rescue someone at farm, maybe? Or is it just heading back to a position? I suspect
back
it's
to
going
its post, maybe.
Maybe there's somebody there that needs a recovery.
Proving difficult for the BMW to see off the Jag, because every so often the Jag gets to a straight bit.
Exactly. And Damien Bradley is at the wheel of that car. So this is 23E that we're now on board with. So this is Abigail that we're with now, I think. Yep, that would be right, wouldn't it? So there'll be a BMW somewhere buzzing around her, just behind her maybe, as she heads along the Wellington Straight. And now that's where the snatch vehicle was going to.
The Rotec car.
It is the Rotec Racing's BMW Triers car. So that's the team of Martin Roche, Sergei Meniv, Philip Adcock and Phil White.
That's 1A.
Yeah, so in that case it's Martin Roche, isn't it, who was one of the winners on handicap last year in the Rotec Racing's BMW Compact team, along with Martin Gadsby and Colin Whitehouse.
Is that a Roche? It's a Roche family team, isn't it?
Rotec, yeah, that's right. A few cars heading down the pit lane, as you can see.
And you can see the light is diminishing and the headlights coming on now.
Yeah, they are
the cars
shining a little brighter, aren't they, as the sun goes down, the cloud cover looms over Silverstone. There's one of the radicals going through. They're still well out in front. There's 3 laps between the third of the radicals and the first of the tin tops. The
RSR team still shown as in the pit, or having pitted, and that's with about 51.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, so we'll see if they emerge in the lead, which they're expected to. John McLeod keen to get another win. And there was a little bit aggrieved after something that went on earlier on in the race. But yes, so on the screen at the moment they're showing us being 1:40 ahead, which is about 3/4 of a lap, just a little bit more than 3/4 of a lap of Silverstone. They are ahead by Team 16.
The Interceptor, Vauxhall Tigra, Super Silhouette is there again. Which is Team 52. That's Gavin Bristow,
yeah,
the commuter from the US.
Team 41 in second place is the RJ with Daytona Motorsport team, who've been done the bucket at least 5 years under various different guises. Twice they've won it, twice been second, they've been third on one occasion as well. And the RJ with Daytona Motorsport team enjoy the mix of cars, mix of weather, mix of talents, leading to an unpredictable race where you have to think on your feet and problem solve. And Charles Graham is among the drivers there, along with Matthew Jones and Al Smart. We've seen out throughout the season in bike sports as well. On screen at the moment is the number 11 MR2, that is Jim Mew. 11B.
So the outlap for RSR, a 3 minutes 03.7. We'll see what that gap becomes in a moment.
'51 Hyundai's just losing a bit of track position there to some quicker machinery around them, including the Dark Side Developments Golf there, which is running in 7th position, 3rd within Class B on scratch at the moment.
We heard from the Parkins earlier on during the course of this race. 22C is Chris Fantana from St Winifred's School Choir.
50.91 seconds, Ian, first to second now, following that late stop, or with 40, it was about 50 minutes to go, I guess, when it went out. So it's come down, but the next couple of laps will be indicative as to whether the 41 car can close down the 16.
So there is the 51 team, and they are just in behind the Porsche there, and they've got the MR2 behind them, Hyundai Coupe. It's good to see the variety of cars out as ever, and different one-make championship. So provides a lot of the entries. It's heading up towards us now in the sort of lemon yellow livery, turning its way through Stoke Corner and just down that slope. Not too much gradient on this Silverstone circuit, but there is a bit there down into the Vale. Tailing their way through the sharp left-hander and into the right club corner to bring the cars onto the start and finish straight for the Formula 1. Not the start and finish straight that we use here for club racing on the Grand Prix layout. Car continues to turn its way through. 3/4 of an hour or so left. Let's see if we've got any update on the handicap positions as yet, as at 5 hours. Just refreshing, but no, alas not at the moment. We don't have any available just now. There's the Interceptor racing car, which is that of the Gavin Bristow from Arizona. We're going back down to the pit lane now, and we're going to hear from Steph Saw, who's with Lewis Beals.
Right, thank you very much. Here, I'm down here in the Garage 23 with Steph Saw. Steph, you've just jumped out of one of those big Jags and you put in a sterling stint.
Yeah, no, it was really good. Like, the car was great, but the brakes, as you can imagine, after 3 hours is going to start to get a bit, like, not as good as what they were. So it's one of them, like, yeah, car started to go off towards the end, but it's good fun. They're so powerful as well, so.
Yeah, you told me they ran out of brake pads. I'm not surprised after 3 hours.
No, exactly that. It just kept getting worse and worse and worse, but just manage it, control it, bring it home, and yeah, no, it's been a good day.
How come you're involved with Formula Women?
So a few years ago in 2021 I entered the competition, and because I've always worked in the paddock, so I knew a lot of people, and then they sort of said, oh, why don't you enter this competition? Got involved, won the competition in 2021, raced GT Cup last year, and here I am now, still going as much as I can with the racing, but there's a lot more plans for next year, and 24/7 have been such a great team this year. They've done a lot with us, they've worked hard to help us get better as we are. And yeah, no, it's been a great year.
Oh dear, look, we've just got one of the TCR cars that had some problems. You aren't going to go up there and fix it, are you?
I don't tend to get my hands dirty. We had a crash obviously earlier on today, but the team were great. They got it back together so quick, and yeah, got us back out there to finish the race.
Well, you tell me your day job is looking after race cars.
Yeah, so I run the Ginetta Juniors. I ran Freddie Slater, who won the championship this year with our racing, which again, a great team, really professional, and yeah, love my job as an engineer, so.
Congratulations on that. So you're on the other side now, so you don't have to get your hands dirty. It's great, isn't it?
No, it's amazing, yeah, such a different atmosphere as well. You get, you still get the team feeling with like the mechanics, which again, you've got to have a whole package together and everyone's got to get on, so I understand like how the car moves and I can feed back to them with the setup side of things. So
You told me the family's steeped in motorsport, and that's...
yes, yeah. So my dad raced short oval, won many championships. So did my mum. And me and my sister got in karting at the age of like 6, 7 year old through to her 17. I'd done a bit of short oval, but then Dad sort of said you got to go pay for it. So I had to get a job, and I couldn't leave the motorsport. It's such a great community.
It's great to see you anyway, you know, and best of luck. I take it that's your stint's done for the day.
Yeah, that's me done, and I'd just like to send a thanks out there to all of Formula Women, all of 24/7 for making it happen. My friends, my family, all the supporters, and well, the dad himself.
Yeah, we want to see more. We want to see more girls, stroke ladies, women race, don't we?
Yeah, definitely, and there has a lot more came into it this year, so it's looking better for the future.
Okay, Steph, best of luck.
Yes.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lewis. So the rain that we were told was going to arrive at 5:05. Our camera operator up at Stowe says it's raining there. Not sure if it is at this side of the circuit yet, but it may not be too far away. And we're watching the 23 car now, the Formula Woman car that has been taken over by, I think it was Abigail, wasn't it, who's in the wheel at the wheel at the moment. So she has replaced Steph Saw. Into the last three quarters now. Problems there for 13E. That's the Club Racing UK car, and that's the Focus ST, isn't it, of Stefan Marsh. So Stefan, unfortunately, is out of the race. There you can see on the screen a bit of moisture. There's rain at Beckett's. This car is heading up to Vale, where we know there's rain at this end of the circuit. So yeah, I think the rain has arrived. We're going to have it for about the last 45 minutes of this race then. And I remind that in the Birkett relay, the flag goes out at 6 hours, and you have to have completed, it's the cars that have completed the laps by the time 6 hours it's elapsed. It's not the next lap that's completed after 6 hours, if you like. That's just something to bear in mind as well. Still don't have yet the update on the handicap positions at 5 hours, but we'll bring you those as soon as we get them. We're staying on board at the moment here, as we can see the moisture. It's not heavy rain at the moment, is it? But nevertheless,
sometimes that's more difficult though,
yeah,
Ian, isn't it?
It is.
I love the brake light repeaters in the top of the windscreen there.
Yeah, it's interesting as the car heads along the Wellington Straight under the vehicle bridge, and we go into the braking area for Brooklands. There we are, brake lights on, and just lose the picture there as the car turns through Brooklands corner. And we watch cars come down the start and finish straight from where the checkered flag will be waved in about 41 minutes' time.
That was quite dramatic when the TCR arrived in the pit lane while Lewis was speaking to Steph Saw there.
Yeah, it was. That's Mark Grice, wasn't it, in the Capture Motorsport
the
car?
The whole front right corner appeared to have been hit or locked.
Yeah.
And maybe that's what dislodged the front sort of clamshell thing.
Yeah, now they are showing on screen as being 42 seconds ahead of Dayton Motorsport, so they will have lost a bit of time with that incident, the car coming into the pit lane. So I think that gap has come down now compared to what it was. And I still no 5 hour update.
I think that the TCR cars will be wheeledier if it gets wet than the Genesis,
yes.
I would think.
Yeah,
certainly
I think that was what Will Beach thought. They'd have stood a chance of taking the fight to the Radicals even in proper wet conditions, but we've not had those. We're not going to get those for anything more than the last 45 minutes of this race, unfortunately, from their point of view. Quite a busy straight there. The Mini is going rather slowly. We were just looking at it briefly, but we're now focusing on 42C, which is the DH Racing Honda Civic Type R of Matthew Morgan. Quite a good representation of cars from the 750 Motors Club Type R trophy here at Silverstone this weekend, although they don't race here in their own championship this weekend. They've already been decided just a few weeks ago. Joe Jessup, the champion.
Last lap round, the car running third, the RJ Motorsport number 40 at 2:13.61, which is 5 seconds quicker, 4.5 seconds quicker than the leader, but a long way quicker than pretty much anything else. The trouble is for them, they are kind of 5 laps adrift as a result of the early indiscretion.
That's right. There you can see just behind Matthew Morgan, in the Type R, the Leeds man, we have one of the MGZRs. And there it is. And then you've got the Dark Side Golf just behind, 37F. It is in the Rapid Rovers team. So that's actually an addition because I didn't think they'd got an F in their team. There's the BMW, 1333, so that's the Bavarian Ravers, Shane Taylor, James Mumbrey, Dean Birkett, that particular trio. And, problems for 9B as well now, that's the Andrew Hawes Mini Cooper S for Bad Boy Tuning. They were running in 18th position before this mishap.
And very well up in the handicap.
Yeah, they were.
Fifth, I think.
Fifth, maybe. Still not got the 5-hour positions, but I'll just get the 4.5-hour positions back up. Yeah, they were indeed 5th, so that's going to cause them some problems. And that's the car that will need to go out to replace it. Yep, they've seen what was required. Lee Campbell heads out, and you can see wipers on some of the cars, but not all of them at this stage. So there is just a little rain in the air at the moment. I think it is going to gather in intensity as the race goes on over the next 37 minutes or so. 68B, that's Mick Edwards in his M235i.
The Zack Speed Fiesta has just arrived in for Team 14. They've run out of, pretty much run out of cars, I think. They've had problems with several times today anyway. That was off the circuit at Beckett's for a while, pushed off to safety by marshals.
Right, I do now have the 5-hour handicap positions, so here we go, folks. And the leading team is still RAF Motorsport, Team 58, and they have got 131 laps, including their credit laps. But 3 of the teams also on 131 laps, and there is about 1:50 between the 4 of them. Second at the moment is number 45. That's the Three Amigos, twice winners. So some of the most successful teams from previous seasons rising to the top here. Third, number 65, Area Motorsport. Fourth, number 17, 348. Bad Boy Tuning, they were still 5th at the 5-hour mark, although they might drop back now with that mishap for one of their cars. 6th, 44, one too many. 7th, number 49, Mazda Misfits. 8th, number 36, Capitol. 9th, number 48, Mazda Dudes. And rounding out the top 10, it's the 32C car of Atomic Racing, the B Cups. And they are all on 129 laps. So top 10 covered by 2 and a bit laps at this stage of the race. 35 minutes left to go. Josh Barrett's just come back into the commentary box with his hood up, so maybe that means it is raining out there now. And certainly we're in for an interesting last half an hour or so, but it is RAF Motorsport leading the way on handicap. Just a reminder of the lineup in their team. It's Alex Smith in the Honda Integra, Alex Waldeck in the Peugeot 306, James Flint's Ford Fiesta ST, David Russell in the BMW 328i, and Simon Froman in the Ginetta G20. On screen we have a spinner, which is the 53D car, which is Barney Francis in the Type R trophy car. He's got that
There
looped
was another
round.
car involved in that, Ian. Here we go. This is the car that was involved.
48. I'm trying to work out, is that a B? I think it's a B. Yeah. Which is Sam Moody's Mazda MX-5, the other driver involved in that one. So we are... So safety car out on the circuit now with 35 minutes of the race to go. Just hearing from Josh Barrett the reason that that's the reason why it's the 51, the
51C.
Yeah, so that is Gary Miller Hyundai Coupe,
into retirement and causing this safety car with 35 minutes of the Grove and Dean Birkett 6-hour relay race left to go. Yes, Mark Grice made contact with another car at Brooklands, which is why there was damage to the front of his Cupra, and he has gone into retirement.
This could jeopardise tomorrow's appearance, couldn't it?
It could.
They reckon it's fixable.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah,
it's a TCR car. Of course, you can fix it.
Absolutely. So 33 minutes or so of the race. A few cars going, including that of the third place car. That's RJ Motorsports. So there's a few changes going on. I suspect, where possible, yes, there'll be sometimes getting wet tyres ready where that's applicable.
I think that was Ash Hicklin going out. We saw that. Black car leaving the pit lane.
So we'll see how long this safety car lasts for. It is just to recover that one car that's off the road at the between Stowe and the Vale from Team 51. Not problems there for 21B. So that's Ronan Bradley from Team Legacy. They were in 13th position prior to that, and where were they on handicap? Nowhere near the front, in 34th position, in fact. So they are just having a few problems as we watch the safety car lead them through Stowe Corner. One or two cars with bright lights on at the moment. More of the cars having windscreen wipers. Pit lane speed limits, of course, being enforced, as someone has observed on the comments on the live stream. Yep, very important part. There's a pit lane speed limit in place to ensure that the safety of all of the teams and officials down there in the pit lane. So 16 RSR Motorsport leading the way. Josh has just popped back on. Hello, Josh.
Yeah, driving that car, weaving around a lot, Ian. So I wonder if they're on slicks, trying to keep the temperature in the tyres.
Could be.
It was 16A. So that's John McLeod back in, isn't it?
It is, and this is the kind of thing that could jeopardise, victory. At this stage of the race, if you have got the wrong car on the wrong tyres at the wrong time.
It's also quite a lot colder than it was an hour ago.
Yeah, I noticed that last time I stepped out of the commentary box too. It was quite a bit of congestion there.
There's been, we heard earlier on the interviews about a bit of debate about overtaking under yellows. Because I think it's very hard for the marshals to work out who is overtaking whom in these situations. I think there's been a few debates in race control. Not just the ones that we've heard with Lewis, but with some of the other teams too.
Well, there'll be thousands of overtakes going on during the race, and the chances are that not all of them will be legitimate. But as you say, it is sometimes difficult to work out exactly what is going on for the marshals watching trackside.
So the gap between the top two is 1 minute and 46, so they're on the same lap. And presumably they're fall behind the safety car on the lead on the same lap. So that's probably the smallest gap that we've had for some time.
Yeah, it is for a little while, yes. Certainly. So 66, Capture Motorsport have got another car back out, of course.
Is that Ben Williams?
I think it is, isn't it? In his Cupra TCR.
Yeah, going back to Mark Grice, he said he went and apologised to the other driver immediately, so he was very apologetic, not just to me, but to the other team as well. He said it was totally his own fault.
But he didn't know who it was that he made contact with.
He didn't tell me who it was anyway.
Okay.
But he said that he just couldn't get the car stopped at Brooklands, but I don't know how much you saw of that on the screen, but it wrecked the front right of the car. The suspension was, the tyre was bald where it had, and that's only going from Brooklands to here, so it's and it's taken the wing off as well. But he reckons the team can fix that overnight, because they've got a championship to win tomorrow.
They have. They're looking for the Club Enduro Class title. As we have the safety car heading down towards us, we are into the final half hour of this Grove and Dean Motorsport Insurance Birkett 6-hour relay race. It's brought to you by Alpha Live on the live stream. Luke Austin and his vast team of producers and runners and camera personnel and all of those involved
doing a great job of bringing us the live stream. Great livery there on the Joyce designed BMW of David Russell, the synthetic fueled car for the team that is leading the race at the moment, RAF Motorsport. And David Russell, well, he's been very quick this season in the Armed Forces Race Challenge, and so no surprise that they want him out there towards the end. A couple of the BMWs heading into the pit lane. I wonder if any more will have a handover at this point, possibly to try and get a car more equipped for wet conditions in the end of the race. I'm not sure how wet it is getting, though, at this stage, and how wet it will be by the end of the race. It's hard to tell from our pictures, Marcus.
There'll be a lot of rubber down. There'll be a lot of lubricant, other coolants, etc.
Yeah. Let's head down to Lewis Beals. He is speaking to a representative of a two-time winning team, the Three Amigos.
Hey, thanks very much, and it's Paul Hinson. Paul, doing well in the old handicap. Not long to go, and you're in the fight.
Yeah, I think we're P2 at the moment, so there's basically three of us, me, Drinkwater and Adam Reed. Adam's out at the minute. Started off pretty well, had pretty good stints all the way through, but we got pulled in for a 30-second stop-go penalty that we've now had rescinded, but we think we've probably lost a lap in the resulting sort of mayhem, so we're P2 at the minute, so trying to bring it home in the last hour, but it's going to be really tight, but that penalty could hurt us, to be honest.
Yeah, any idea why you got the penalty?
Yeah, so Dave Drinkwater sent his footage up. He was leading the first car behind the safety car, and I think second place tried to overtake him before the start-finish line, but the marshals thought that the other car was the first car and brought Dave in for a penalty. So we've got it rescinded. We've got the minute back, but you know what racing's like. We could have got ahead of the safety car and got 2.5 minutes back. So just have to see how the last hour plays out, but it's going to rain soon, I think, so anything could happen then.
Well, you've heard it here. It's going to rain. I think it might actually be raining. If it rains, will you? Are you using all-weather tyres?
So we've got dry tyres on at the moment, but we've got a good dry tyre that can also do wet conditions as well. So Adam's out at the minute, and unless he has an issue or unless the monsoon comes down, he's basically out to the end now. And he's pretty good in tricky conditions anyway, so he'll get the job done.
Yeah. What sort of tyre do you run?
We're on Yokohama's.
Which one?
A052s. So good dry tyre, decent wet tyre, but they do go off quickly. So long as you like the car moving around a bit, then they're a really good tyre. Durez's are also pretty good as well. It's a bit of a toss-up between the two, but we only had Yokos left this season, so we had to put them on.
Okay, Paul, thanks very much, and best of luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you. So there it is. That's the update from the Three Amigos, and we've still got the safety car going. So everyone's going to go at the same pace. So what that means is there will be no changes because no one can move up or down. But it does mean is that they will adjust the handicap just a little bit, tweak it a little bit before the end. Back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Lewis. Yeah, clouds over Silverstone not looking all that welcoming and inviting now, and you can see the cars circulating at reduced speed behind the safety car here. We'll bring you the 5.5 hour handicap positions when we get those, which will probably be another 10 minutes or so. Scratch positions at the moment, it's 16 RSR Motorsport that lead by 1 minute and 11 seconds, with second place number 41 RJ with Daytona Motorsport. Third, 5 laps down, is Team 40, which is RJ Motorsport. Fourth, 66 Capture Motorsport. They are another 4 laps behind RJ. But only 18 seconds ahead of fifth number 27 Dayton Motorsport. Sixth number 32 is Atomic Racing, which is a very good effort from those MK Cup 200 cars. Seventh number 3 Darkside Developments. Eighth number 12 Prep and Lay and G Sport. Ninth number 54 Boss Cats. 10th number 65 Area Motorsport. Then 11th MGB M3s. 12th is Triple A's Racing. 13th is Devante Tyres, 14th is 68 EAC Performance, and 15th is Run Baby Run. So that is the way of things in the scratch standings, but between 1st and 20th there's 16 laps at this stage. Safety car is in with 25 minutes of the race left to go, and so we are back under green flag racing. We've had another, what was that, 10 minutes or so behind the safety car. Was that 4, now 5 safety car stints that we've had during the
course of this race. There's been a few. Have you been
Yeah,
keeping track?
I think about 5, something like that.
Yeah.
How are St Winifred's School Choir doing? Are they performing in concert this evening? Alex Hughes was asking, so a shout out for them.
Well, they are 17th on handicap, so
Okay.
that's not too bad. A reasonably
That's in the top
well
quarter of the
tuned
field, isn't it?
performance. Yeah. So, yeah, definitely getting dark out there now, isn't it? As you can tell from this low slung camera, that is basically at track level, isn't it? At Cops Corner.
Cops, yeah.
And yeah, drivers going into the final stages of the race. Green flags waving all around the circuit, of course, because it is the first lap after the safety car has gone back in. Just to let drivers know that we are definitely back under green flag order.
Safety car went in with about 24 minutes still to run to the end of the 6 hours duration. Here comes one of the MK Cups rocketing down into Stowe.
The RJ with Daytona Motorsport cars, now they're back out of the caution period, is within 47 seconds of the race leader now. So that gap, obviously a bit artificial behind the safety car. That's probably something approaching a more realistic gap now. So 47 seconds between them, with 23 minutes to go now. And there is Ash Hicklin in Team 40. That's the car in 3rd place at the moment. They're out of it as far as the win's concerned. They had a penalty earlier on for having more than one car on track at any one time. 16A out there at the moment for RSR is John McLeod, 4-time past winner of the Birkett relay race, looking to make it number 5, and not very many drivers have done that. That's on scratch, of course, rather than on handicap. Jags back in to the pit lane there. Now whether they've got the other car back out or not, I'm not sure. If they're just going to change drivers in, that's what it looks like. They might be changing drivers in this car and then sending this car back out.
That was Graham Clue looking in from the side.
It was.
Team Taraco fame.
Yes. Car's going back out into the race. And it's still got the E on it, which would indicate that's still Abigail Chandler that's in the car at the moment. Wipers on the 9C Mini, which is Lee Campbell. He took over from Andrew Hawes when Andrew stopped out on the circuit a short while ago. There is one of the Atomic Racing cars.
Leaders in pits.
That's right, so it's not John McLeod. He's going to come in, and who is it that's gone out? Of course, the other two drivers in that team, Ben Stone and James Lay. And I think they will have changed to wet tyres, is what we understand. And they are just rolling the dice on that being the right way to go, with 21 minutes of the race left to go. And there is the 16 car. Just heading through, 41 seconds now, the gap back to 2nd place. It's 16E, which is Ben Stone, I think, if our various annotations on our schedule is correct.
16F on the side.
So that makes it James Lay then. If it's F rather than E, and I
on the side, it's certainly F.
Okay. I think that could be F, couldn't it? Actually, yeah, it is.
That'll be an F then. Yep.
Yeah. So there we go. So James Lay it is that's out there for what will probably be the final stint for Team 16, RSR Motorsport, as they look to take the race. What are we looking at? Atomic Racing, yes, they are coming up the order. It's the fastest car out there at the moment. Did a 2:29.98 last time through, and that's a car that is a lot less potent than the Radicals. That for certain. We'll see a number of the cars out tomorrow in the Cup 200 division of Sports 1000, if you like, who share the grid again with Bike Sports tomorrow on that occasion. But that's the team now is up into 5th place overall. Atomic Racing getting ahead of Capture Motorsport, who've dropped down the order to 6th place after their various dramas. There is the car now. Can we see who it is? Just going through shop before we can tell. We think it might be Rich Webb that's out there at the moment, which would make sense. I would imagine he would be one of their faster drivers, but it's also John Cutmore, also in that team, Matthew Booth, former F1000 Sports Specials champion, and Dave Watson as well. And Dave and Rich in particular have had some great battles in Cup 200 during the course of this season. So that's the 15 car. That's the Devante Tyres EST Performance car. And just behind it is Ash Hicklin's Radical. It's 15A there at the moment, which is Alex Reed in a Cooper rather than the Scirocco. Right, handicap positions at 5.5 hours. So if Lewis is listening, because I know Lewis was keen to get these, so we could try and get the likely handicap winners to talk to at the end of the race. But for everyone else that wants to know, here we go. The leader with half an hour to go on handicap is Team 58, RAF Motorsport, on 144 laps. And having done the same number of laps and being 50-ish seconds behind, 65 Area Motorsport, so 65 Area Motorsport a second. Third, number 7, Team 348, they're a lap behind. Fourth, number 46, the Three Amigos, hit by that penalty that Paul Hinson was describing. Fifth, number 44, One Too Many. Sixth, number 32, Atomic Racing, the B Cup, so they're well up on scratch and a handicap, the Atomic Racing squad. 7th is 24, the Ashgood Porsche Specialists. 8th, number 30, Random Racers. 9th is 56, Army Motorsport. And 10th is 22, St Winifred School Choir. So they've made up another 7 places on handicap since the last update. So ever since their name check, they have been succeeding.
There you go.
So that's the handicap position. So hopefully that gives Lewis Beale something to work with. I think, have we heard from Area Motorsport during the course of this race so far? I'm not sure that we have. So that might be a squad for Lewis to try and find.
Datum stopped.
Oh, we have. We heard from Josh Files, didn't we? Beg your pardon.
The Datum team stopped in 4th place overall on scratch, Team 27, with 17 minutes to go. Is that going to lose them out? They were only a few seconds ahead of Atomic, weren't they? Oh, that's the Focus that's been stuck. Yeah. They've got that on the back of a flatbed. That's been out there for quite a long time now.
So David Russell out there, he's probably going to be if not the quickest driver in that squad, I think the second quickest, pretty close between him and Alexander Smith, I would think. So he's a good driver to have out there in these closing stages for the RAF Motorsports. They try and protect this 50-second lead over Area Motorsport. So who is out there at the moment for Team 65, I wonder? That team, Josh Files, Bradley Burns, Cameron Elder, Luke Handley and Rob Bacon, a variety of cars. Try and figure out. So they're running in 10th place overall on scratch, so further up the order. And look for Team 65 to see if we can pick out who's out there for them at the moment. It's getting very dark, isn't it, here at Silverstone, as it always does towards the end of the Birkett 6-hour relay race.
Just watching the performance of the Atomic Racing MKs. Rich Webb only a second away, 1.2 seconds away from that car's best lap time of the entire race. So that was last time round, a 2:23.21.
And just looking at other teams, they are 8, 9, 10, 11 seconds off the times that they were doing earlier on. I think we've just seen an MK come in, but I think that was the Team 10 Run Baby Run car that's come in. Stuart Thompson's even MK Indy, which would stopped out on the circuit earlier on as well.
That's one of the issues here. Well, sometimes when the car comes into the pits, it triggers the loop, doesn't it? So you do get a sort of an odd time briefly.
Into the last quarter of an hour of the race. There's the MR2 Mark 1, Dave Hemingway, back out in his trusty Mark 1 for mostly rusty two-seaters there. And there is the Area Motorsport car, and it's Cameron Elder, number 65C. So Cameron Elder out at the moment for Area Motorsport as they try to overturn a 50-second advantage or disadvantage that they face to the RAF Motorsport squad. They're different cars running in different parts of the circuit at different speeds, but they're both, him and Dave Russell in the BMW for RAF Motorsport, just need to push on now. And let's not write out off Team 348 either, because they were, how far behind were they? They were a lap behind, but only about sort of three quarters of a lap adrift on the leader, I think, if you look at it that way. So they could still be in contention as well. But it's Cameron Elder there in that Honda Civic Type R that could take RAF Motorsport to certainly a podium position in the handicap results, maybe even a handicap win. Just going past the MR2 champion for this year, Adam Lockwood. He sealed that championship at Alden Park even 3 weeks ago in dramatic circumstances.
Down in the classes, Ian, Breakdancer Racing has been ahead in A pretty much the whole way through. There's 66 coming in. Capture more issues. And a Hyundai stopped in the pit lane.
Not for the first time have we seen a Hyundai stopped on circuit. That's Paul Laurie's Hyundai Coupe, it's on 51A, I think. It's on the pit lane rather than the circuit. That's the international pit lane. So they've already caused us one safety car in recent times. Hopefully that's not going to bring us another. I should think they will avoid that this time, though.
Yeah, so Capture's coming to the pits. That's promoted Dotum to 5th. They pitted recently.
There's the race leading car. That's James Lay. 34 seconds ahead he was at the beginning of the lap, and lapping 3 seconds a lap faster than RJ with Daytona Motorsport, Team 41, which is the team of Alistair Smart, Charles Graham and Matthew Jones. Not entirely sure who's out for them at the moment in these closing stages of the race. But we've probably only got something like 5 laps to go, because a lap is 2 minutes 10, 2 minutes 20 now. Something of that order.
Not going to quite get that 150, are we?
Well, no, we're not. I think we had perhaps just one too many safety cars for that to happen. And of course, it's how many laps you've completed by the time 6 hours have been completed, as I was explaining earlier on, not the first lap after 6 hours have been completed.
That's Webb around the outside of a bunch of cars into Beckett's that time.
Yeah, going very well indeed.
And suddenly the 41 teams found some time at 2:15. That's the quickest of the top 3 last time round, but it's 32 seconds between them.
There's the 41 car. This is the car in second place, and it's 41B at the moment. So it's Charles Graham out there in the Radical SR3. He's been a winner of the Birkett in the past on Scratch. Daytona Motorsport boss. A real stalwart of the Birkett in recent seasons. Sees him occasionally in other races during the course of the year as well. In for a very close finish on handicap. Chris Slater's still watching from Italy, I can tell you. And he's biting his fingernails over there as to whether RAF Motorsport can hold on for another win. And the glorious thing is we won't really know until probably 15 minutes after the race is finished. We'll do our best to bring you the handicap result as soon as we can, and an interview with the winning team as well. Lewis is poised there.
It's a tyre ground, isn't it?
It is.
The things at the back, that BMW.
Yeah, I'm not sure which one that is. It is Team 4 and driver E. So that's Intersport Racing, and it's Brian Bransom, of course, isn't it? Of course it is. Now you see it. That's Brian Bransom's car that we see so often at circuits around the country. But yeah, tight. Problems for Team 41 in second place. So that's Charles Graham is pulling off the circuit. So Charles Graham, past winner. Well, that probably is the end of any threat there was to RSR Motorsport Team 16 for the scratch race win. He's given the thumbs up to the marshal to say, I'm okay. Sadly, my car has not cooperated, and I'm going to need some assistance. But he's pulled well off the circuit, so I don't think that's going to be a particular problem for the remaining 9 minutes of the race.
Sorted the order, hasn't it?
Yeah. Again, presumably Team 41 will get another car out and therefore will maintain their advantage over Team 40, which is 4 laps. Of course, if they didn't have anyone ready to go out and there wasn't any cars left, then they might struggle. But I imagine they'll have another car out to just see them home.
Capture's dropping down following that late pit stop for the white car that we saw come in.
Just a reminder that the top 3 teams on handicap going into this final half hour: 58 RAF Motorsport, 65 Area Motorsport, and 7 Team 348. So is it going to be one of those that takes the handicap win, or another team entirely?
Well, Area Motorsport's under the best lap times, isn't it? Because it's the quickest cars, effectively.
Yes.
And they're well suited to these conditions.
But we'll have different credit laps. So we've got a 41 have a car back out, and it's 41C. So they've got Matthew Jones out now for the final knock-ins of this race. After the late drama for Charles Graham, who's pulled off the circuit.
That's the Works Bentley back.
Indeed.
Bentley Le Mans inspired colour scheme.
And there's a car that stops on the hangar straight as well. So there's a few cars now as we get towards the end of the race that are ailing somewhat.
Under 8 minutes to go now, Ian.
Yeah, there is, very close to the end of this race. And looking forward to seeing who's going to be the winner on handicap. But it looks like it's going to be the RSR Motorsport that win on scratch here. Team 30 just being overtaken. That's one of the BMWs from Random Racers. That's Edward Christie's car, isn't it? 30C there. There is Dave Russell, still going strong for RAF Motorsport, who still lead the way on handicap. And the front headlamp flicking away. It's a little distracting, I imagine, for people behind. 56C is Ian's. That's Jasmine Norman in the Audi TT. So I thought she was going to see that team to the end of the race, but obviously not quite able to do so. Where were Army Sports Car Racing going into the final races? They were 9th and 2nd of the Armed Forces teams at this stage. But Dave Russell it is that's still leading the way on handicap, as far as we know. And they're turning their way through Club Corner. Dave Russell, as I say, regular in the Armed Forces Race Challenge. Lots of class wins he's had this season in that competition, which has had 5 double headers. Armed Forces Race Challenge unusual in that it's points awarded based on a performance index, how consistent drivers are during the course of the race. That's specifically because they use it to identify the top drivers for the Birkett, where consistency is absolutely the key.
Okay, so in that tussle with the Area Motorsport trying to close in, Dave Russell done a 2:39, Cameron Elder a 2:31 last time through, so that's kind of 8 seconds a lap. We've got enough time for 2 and a bit laps, I'd say.
Yeah,
it's really tight, isn't it?
It is. The other thing to work out is what the difference in credit laps is between them as well.
And there can be some more tweakery because of the safety car
as well. Yeah, which straddled the 5.5 hour point, didn't it?
Did.
The final one. So there is a little bit of sorting out still to be done. Still cars coming through 3 abreast, but you can see definitely getting rather gloomy now. Well, it's 5:42. This will be the equivalent of about 4:40 tomorrow when the clocks have gone back tonight. So yes, definitely need to make sure we get racing done tomorrow according to timetable. Otherwise we'll be in trouble. Over the line they go. 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes to go in this Birkett 6-hour relay race. I mean, we've had a few safety cars, but we've not had, as far as we've seen, any very major incidents. touch wood, he said, with 4.5 minutes to go. There's been a few bits of contact by the sounds of it, some cars damaged, but nothing very, very serious. It's been pleasing to see. There's the leading team, 16. James Lay out there at the moment in the Radical, the SR3. Past that BMW into the Vale, turning his way through Club Corner for the penultimate time. Various teams I can see have had dramas, notably Team 59, which is SW Engineering with Carmel Porsche, where they had a driver disqualified for failing to comply with the black flag. I think that was Zoe Carl-Henny, who was disregarded the black flag, so her 18 laps have been removed, and she has been disqualified. So that's put 59 right down the order. Various teams also had track limits penalties of either 5 or 15 seconds during the course of the race for repeatedly driving off the circuit. So yeah, various teams and drivers having dramas during the course of this race due to various infringements. So I would think, with the leader just turning his way through Luffield now, he's probably about to go on to what will be his last complete lap of the race. So he's going to complete 1:47. It'll be a 148 lap race, I think, then, for RSL Motorsport. There's Dave Russell, still plugging away. I've not seen him put a wheel wrong. He looks to have driven very well during the course of this. Let's see what that lap time was for him. He's done a 2:39 again, I think that time.
Consistent, isn't he? Yeah.
Yeah.
And the area car at 2:29 that time, so 10 seconds quicker. So Cameron Elder is really pulling out all the stops, doing the best he can for his team.
In the background, that Honda's been pulled out of harm's way by the marshals. Russell with the familiar RAF livery, just going through there. He's just heading down into Stowe Corner now, turning his way through the right-hander. So RAF Motorsport, are they going to take another victory to add to their several previous successes in the
5 previous, I think they were saying.
Yeah, various different drivers and teams and team names over the years that they've gone with.
It was the flywheel, wasn't
it?
there?
Yeah. So it's a bit of a Triggers Broom of a team, isn't it?
Used to see the Fletcher Hornet.
That's right.
That V-twin motorcycle engine.
Yes, that certainly has been used in the past.
Suzuki TL or something like that, I think.
Yeah. So there's Russell. There's our handicap winner. We've been keeping an eye on our scratch. Handicap leader, I should say. Keeping an eye on our scratch leader as well. This is going to be touch and go whether he gets there before the 6 hours is up. This time he's going to do it, isn't he? Yes. So the RAF car might also be in a position where it's touching over. He's got 46 seconds to get to the timing line.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, should do from there, shouldn't he? So he'll get another lap in the book. Yeah, so there's slight difference on the timing graphic compared to what I've got on our official timing screen, but I don't think it's enough to make any particular difference. So we've got the fifth checkered flag about 15 seconds away now, so that will be going out very shortly. There is David Russell, who I think is he going to get this lap counted or not? That's the question. It's going to be touch and go. 6 hours has gone. Is the flag out? We can't see if the checkered flag is out from that position, but 6 hours have now gone by. Yeah, checkered flag is out, and the Birkett 6-hour relay race is over for 2023. And I don't think, therefore, that David Russell quite got that lap in the books. So that could be crucial. He missed it out by, I don't know, 2 or 3 seconds. So we'll wait and see the handicap results. It'll take 15 minutes or so for those to come out, I would think. But I think we can say fairly confidently on scratch, it's that car that is the winning car, James Lay, in the RSR Motorsport Radical SR3, going to have taken the victory then. He won't have seen the checkered flag yet, 'cause he crossed the line just before the checkered flag went out. There's Dave Russell. He has seen the checkered flag. He's showing his appreciation to the marshals on the slowing down lap. And let's just do that ourselves now. Many, many thanks to all of the marshals who've turned out at Silverstone today in such great numbers to support the Birkett 6-hour relay race. We're absolutely indebted to you. We look forward to your support tomorrow for the championship finals day as well. But yet, RSR Motorsport are going to be the team classified first. RJ with Daytona Motorsport are going to be classified second. We'll see the margin when they come through. And then third will be number 40, RJ Motorsport, Team D, in Class D as well. And it should be Atomic Racing 32. Great drive that from Rich Webb and his buddies in the Cup 200 cars to take 4th overall on scratch. 5th 27, Dayton Motorsport, despite their early dramas, which meant that the car that they were hoping to get to the line, take the start, had to be returned to the pit lane to have windscreen repairs. 6th, number 12, Prep and Lay with G Sport. But yeah, there's the winning car. He's not yet seen the checker flag, but he will see it this time through. And then he'll head in on his slowing down lap. There is David Russell, who, well, time will tell whether he's done enough. Maybe not quite. Maybe because he just didn't quite get to the timing line before the checker flag went out and the 6 hours were up. So we'll eagerly anticipate the handicap results coming out in a few minutes, Marcus.
Yeah, absolutely. But that was a stonking finish, wasn't it? And great to see so many teams and drivers still working hard at the end in the belief that they can improve their positions. And we'll have to wait for that, handicap result to come through, because there will be a jiggling of the handicap element of it, the credit laps given to most of the teams. That's a synthetic fueled BMW, of course, so that's done a really fine job.
Just to say, the prize giving for those of you at the circuit, if you want to attend that, it's going to be held in Garage Zero, just underneath race admin. It's due to be held in the cafe, but it's actually going to be held in Garage Zero, just beneath race control. So if everyone makes their way there, in particular if you like to be in receipt of a prize, then that's where you should go after the race is completed. So all of the cars now have seen the checkered flag and they're making their way into the pit lane. I know that Lewis Beals will be there in the podium area, ready to speak to, well, anyone who'll talk to him. Usually is the way of things with Lewis, but in particular we'll hopefully get our top 3 on scratch, and we'll take a bit of a gamble on the top 3 on handicap as well. Obviously at 5.5 hours we know who it was. The RF Motorsport car 58 was leading at that point, but we'll wait and see the classification at 6 hours. So probably on scratch, I think fair to say, Marcus, it wasn't a vintage race for the scratch result this time. A couple of laps in the end separate, well, actually I think to be just the one lap when it's all wound back, separating the top 2, but a good race for the handicap.
I
but
think
not for scratch.
Yeah, the early imposition of that 5-lap penalty for the team that's ended up third, the RJ Motorsport number 40 team, knocked it all around. But Lewis is in the pit lane, and who's he got with him?
3 cars. So we're now getting the leading 3 cars into well, at the bottom of the pit lane to do the podium presentation for the scratch race. And obviously, we've been told it's extremely tight for the handicap. So at the moment we've got the 41 car in front of us in second place, which is RJ with Daytona Motorsport. We're just waiting for third place and first place car. It's been a radical shootout. It's Matt Jones who's just jumped out. And he was on slicks, I believe. He was indeed. Very brave boy. Let's see if we can have a quick word with Matt when he gets his helmet off. Matt's just getting his earplugs out, his safety. Let's just make sure we're a little bit further forward so we don't get anyone in the way. Third place. Matt, what were conditions like out there on slicks?
Yeah, they're fine. I definitely wasn't wet. It was fine. Track temperature cooled down, and my tyres have done a fairly hard stint, so they were pretty second-hand, to be honest. But no, it was all good. It was all good.
Well done. Thank you very much for that information. Here we go. Car number 40's just turned up.
Yeah.
All right. RJ Motorsport. I've got to turn the page. So they were in a third position. They just lost that at the last knockings. And we will see who is behind the wheel in a moment. I'm not really sure. Here comes our race winner, car 16. And for the 5th time, John McLeod is a Birkett scratch winner. We'll just see if we can have a quick word with John. John. 5-time winner, John. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was close. Can you feel the weather now?
Yeah, we'll do a proper interview in a minute. We're going to do 3, 2, 1. But I just thought, just to talk to you. 5-time winner. Excellent.
Feel good about that. Well done. Cheers, man. Yeah, I feel good about that. That was hard work. We had some bad luck, but actually the other 2 teams had their bad luck as well. And in the end, I think we were consistent enough, pulled it off. It's cool. It's cool. Thank you very much, everybody at RSR. Thank you very much, everybody who supports me back at home. And thanks to all the marshals as well. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, we're going to go 3, 2, 1. Come back and talk to you and your team in a minute. So, whether we're going to look for car number 10. Right, let's have a let's see where they are. Aha. Sorry. Ash. Where's the rest of your guys, Ash? Guys, not very good lighting, is it?
No, I know, yeah, but yeah, it's just 3rd place. We're happy with that. Yeah, we always want the win, but yeah, 3rd is good. Yeah, considering obviously the issues we've had at the start of the race, and then obviously trying to build back. What
were the issues? Just
guy on the pit walls, obviously watching the car go by from Tom's stint, and I think he thought he'd been behind Alistair, and he'd passed Alistair, and then he'd seen Alistair come through, not realised he'd passed him, and then there was no Tom because he thought he was behind him. So then 3 odd minutes go by, and we thought, well, he must have an issue, maybe he's broke down on circuit, so we sent Leon out, and then obviously 2 cars on circuit at the same time. You
got a 5-lap penalty, I believe.
Yeah, you lose the laps.
So Tom was going too quick then?
Yeah, basically, yeah, Tom was going too well.
Yeah, so where is Tom and Leon? Let's have a quick word with, we can get Tom and Leon. Whereabouts?
Right here.
Oh, right. Tom. Leon.
Hi.
Tom,
yeah.
So you were out there, you go. Ash was just saying you were going too quick in that first session, overtook someone and confused the pit wall.
Yeah, we had a really good first session. I had quite a bit of time on Alistair in the other SR10, quite a rare machine. Things were going great. Unfortunately, there was another car sent out because they thought that I'd had a breakdown, and it put us 5 laps back. And it was just a downhill spiral from then. Leon and Ash done mega to bring it back to where they did, and absolute hats off to them. I went to go out for another session, had a problem with the car, snapped the drive shaft in the end. But yeah, it wasn't meant to be for us today, unfortunately. But there's always next year.
Did you enjoy it?
Absolutely, it was brilliant, and I can't wait to be back again.
Okay, that's what we like to say. Where's Leon?
Cheers.
Come on, Leon.
You doing? You all right?
Yeah, congratulations, third place.
Yeah. One down from last year. We wanted to win this year. I thought we'd got a team capable of doing it. Sorry. We were quickest on track quite a lot of the time, but we just did some errors. We had some errors, so you have to remove them, don't you? You know.
You just. This is so tight.
Yeah.
Whether it's scratch or on handicap, you can't make any errors, can you?
No. I mean, I did 3 hours 10 minutes in the car today, so I'm absolutely finished. And that poor car's got to do a championship round tomorrow. So it's our last round of the bike sports, and we're leading by 1 point. So there was a lot on the line today. So pleased we made it back in one piece, and looking forward to get going tomorrow.
Well, Leon, well, best of luck for tomorrow. You've had a decent result after a very tricky start, so many congratulations.
Yeah, and I've enjoyed the meeting. Great driving, and actually competitors on track, very fair, very clean. So yeah, keep it up.
Thanks very much. Okay, so now we move on to the 41 team. That was RJ Motorsport in third. Turn the page. We've got RJ Motorsport with Daytona.
Hey, how are you?
Alistair, we've spoken a couple of times, haven't we, during the day?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
How'd it go?
We were catching them. I mean, they were out on wets. We had slicks. And then Charles stopped on track. We don't know what the problem is. He's still out there. But I think it was close at the end. I think the gap was pretty tight. But there we go. Nearly. I know. But no, well done to, the RJ team, Daytona. And for me, I'd just like to say thank you to my wife, Sarah, and Freddie and Flo.
Yeah, because you are out in the SR10.
Yeah, we're in the SR10 this year. I've usually out in a PR6. And yeah, she's an absolute beast, rocket ship. So I really enjoyed it. It's great fun. And as ever, and the weather was great. I mean, okay, bit of rain now, but...
So you're saying Matthew hasn't come back yet?
Charles hasn't come back.
Oh, sorry, Charles.
Yeah, he's out on track somewhere. So we'll find him.
Yeah.
And hopefully...
Well, yeah, because they wouldn't have recovered him in that last half an hour, so...
I think if he'd kept going, we would have caught them. We were 2 seconds a lap quicker than them at the end. They were on wet, so... Anyway, it wasn't to be.
It wasn't to be. Yeah, well, many congratulations on second place, and you're going to come back next year and try and go for the win?
Yeah, I mean, I've had 3 second places, 1 first place and 1 third. So, yeah, I'll come back, try and get first again.
Alistair, many congratulations.
Thank you very much. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, let's have a look for our race winners. I think they're over here. Yeah, right. John, where are you? But where's everybody else?
Who do you want?
Well, all your drivers. I want your teammates. No, here we go. Oh. Right, we have spoken to John, so where's James? There's young man. James, congratulations. Yeah, you just won the Birkett with RSR Motorsport.
Well, thanks to the wise words of John McLeod, I think. That's it.
Yeah, this guy knows a little bit about doing this event, doesn't he? It's his 5th win.
I know, he didn't keep that secret, though.
we were trying to sort of tell him before, you're going to make it 5. He went and was tough. But anyway, how did it go out there?
It was good. I tell you what, towards the end, where I went out on wets, probably a bit of a preemptive call. They were good for the first 3 or 4 laps, and then they just went completely off. And I could see the time coming down and down, and that was a bit of a balancing act.
So, another 10 minutes, do you think you'd have not quite done it?
I'm not going to say.
You wouldn't have given that up, would you? You'd have gone, give it a real go, wouldn't you, if that had come?
Absolutely, yeah.
So, where's Ben? Here's come. We spoke to Ben earlier. Come in, Ben. We're going to come round here. All right, Ben. Many congratulations on victory.
Thank you. Yeah, it was great. It was a bit tight at the end. I don't know what the margin was at the end, maybe 20, 30 seconds. So after 6 hours, that's quite impressive, I guess.
Yeah. The Birkett's never done until the flag has dropped, is it?
With the rain coming in, we had an option to stay out on slicks or to send James out on wets, and then the rain was coming, but it was only at the back of the circuit, and then the safety car came out, so it wasn't clear what exactly we should do, but we gambled and went with James on the wets, and it paid off, and it was quite cool.
Was that a gamble, or were you trying to sort of stay with what you've got, if you like, cash your chips in?
It wasn't my decision, so I can't take credit for it. But
well, you were on track, weren't you?
No, James took over from.
Oh, you were on track.
I was on track. After the safety car, we're on Hankook slicks. They're really hard to get back in once they cool down. James maintains the track was bone dry, which I love, because it really wasn't. I promise it wasn't. It just made sense, I think, to call it early. If it was going to rain, we were going to be fine. If it didn't rain anymore, it didn't feel like there'd be much in it per lap. I think in the end, the guys behind us spun, and I don't know if they did that because of the track or for a different reason, but if they
dry though, so.
If it's bone dry. If they did it because the water was coming down a little bit, and I could understand why all the different rubber here and all the rest of it, all the different lines you take, it's tricky. When it's marginal, it's tricky here. So, look, guys, you did that because you were nice and consistent, right? That's why you did that. So.
Well, many congratulations to you in RS Motorsport. Many congratulations. And also, we've got to congratulate him. 5th win. He's the most winningest driver at the Birkett.
Thank you. Yeah, that's cool. I'm pleased to hear that.
Yeah. Okay. Congratulations. There we go. That's our race winners, RSR Motorsport. And that's our 1, 2, 3. And back to you, Ian, in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Lewis, and good to hear from all of the drivers there. We didn't hear from Charles Graham because he's still out on circuit. That really is how dark it is now at Silverstone. There's a few lights on in the wing, but I'm not sure if there's anyone home. Let's have a look at the results, though. On scratch this was at the end of the 6 hours. So 16 RSR Motorsport, the winners, as we heard, on 148 laps, I think it will be when the official result is published. Second on 41, RJ with Daytona Motorsport. Third, number 40, RJ Motorsport. Winning their class in 4th overall, number 32. Great performance that from Atomic Racing, the B Cups. That was Rich Webb, John Cutmore, Matthew Booth and Dave Watson. 5th, number 27, after their early dramas, Dayton Motorsport. That's Alex Van Niederveen, Marco Anastasi, Maurizio Sciglio. They were in 5th place, winning their class. 6th, number 12, Prepper and G Sport. And that was the team of Russell Dack, Paul Wood, James Card and Jason West. 7th place to number 3, Dark Side Developments. That was Scott and Ryan Parkin and Dylan Drichter. 8th was number 66, Capture Motorsport. After their various dramas, they were running 4th for a while. That was Will Beach, Ben Williams, Darren Ball, Mark Rice, Chris Plaskett and Harvey Caton. 9th to number 54, that was the Boss Cats team of Caterhams. That was Richard Carter, Andy Grant, Jeremy Adams and William Redman. And rounding out the top 10 was number 65, Area Motorsport. The team comprising Josh Files, Bradley Burns, Cameron Elder, Luke Handley and Rob Baker. We'll just let the rest of the results run through if we can. We'll pick out all the class winners as we go through. So if we can get onto the next page. Break Dancer 1, they won their class A, in 16th position overall. So that was Alan Curtis, Tim Steele, Mike Curley in their Caterhams, and I think all of the other classes had already been sewn up early on. So we'll just let the rest of these results run through. I'll just have a quick chat with Marcus Pye and get his final thoughts on the Birkett 6-hour relays. We're still refreshing our screens religiously to try and get the handicap result before we go off air. But your thoughts on what we've seen today, Marcus?
Yeah, you've just got to be there at the end, haven't you? You've got to be consistent, as John McLeod said. You've got to keep up your pace if you can, and steer clear of trouble, really. And that's basically what they did very, very well. There was some fabulous battling all the way down the field, and they're all winners getting to the end, which is brilliant. That's why we have 70 teams. I mean, if it was only 35 teams, it wouldn't be anything like the spectacle. It is a great race. For many, it's the race of the season. And I think once we've got the handicap result, which is, I think, a real knife-edge job.
It is.
We will know whether this one has who it's rewarded, because that handicap is the one that everyone wants, because it's the one that everyone in theory could win.
It is, and that's, I assume, what's taking a little bit longer to get the result out, because the timekeepers and the handicappers want to make sure absolutely sure they've got it right, and we don't want any false
exactly.
news.
And weren't we fortunate with the weather? I mean, yes, we had rain in the last kind of 45 minutes or so, but as the guys were saying, the wets were not the answer.
No,
with
they weren't.
With the radicals that are so quick, and the slicks were just as good.
Yeah, it wasn't wet enough, was
No,
it, for them
no.
to come into their own at all?
Yeah, you need a bit of standing water and stuff to really bring those wets in. But brilliant.
Yeah, once again, thanks to Grove and Dean Motorsport Insurance, who for a good few years now have sponsored the Birkett 6-hour relay race. So we're very grateful for them, and they also support the coverage as well, which we brought you on Alpha Live. So thanks to all of the team, to Luke, to James, to Rob, Darren, and many others whose names I either don't know or have forgotten, that have been involved in the coverage of the relay race today. Thanks, of course, also to all of the marshals who have done such sterling work, standing out without really much of a break during the course of the day either. We didn't really get a break between the practice sessions and the races. And let's not forget all of the other officials of the club as well. Volunteers and timekeepers, in particular the timekeepers, of course, Terry and Avril Stevens, who have said they're retiring after tomorrow's championship race after more than 2 decades of timekeeping.
That's right. They were saying to me earlier on that they came to that kind of decision. Terry came to that decision at the start of the year and then informed the club that this is what we're going to do in 6 months' time or whatever, and they got one more meeting to hold the fort there with their kit, and well-deserved retirement and more travels.
That's right. They enjoy their travelling, don't they? So I'm sure they'll be doing more of that. But thanks to them and all of the other volunteers and officials who've made today's race meeting here at Silverstone possible. There is more racing tomorrow, as we've said, and you can see either here at the circuit or on Alpha Live via the 750 Motor Club website or YouTube. You'll be able to find that tomorrow. We've got practice underway at 9 o'clock, racing underway at 10:45 tomorrow. We're on air a few minutes before that. And we've got races for the final round of the Hot Hats Championship. They'll be sharing grid with the Alfa Romeos tomorrow. We've got the final rounds of the Bike Sports Championship. They share grid with the Sports 1000 and Cup 200 cars tomorrow. Also, we've got the Sports Specials and Mazda 7s. They're having their final meeting of the season. And the 100-minute race tomorrow is for the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship, and we should have well over 40 cars for all of the races, more than 50 cars for some of the races, which is absolutely fantastic.
And fingers crossed that the weather's with us.
Yeah, it's forecast to be. There's this rain that's going through now and for the next few hours, but I think tomorrow should dawn dry if the forecast is to be believed. And hopefully we'll stay dry up until we finish racing at around about 4:30 tomorrow.
Bring us the benefit of the last of that light with the clocks changing tonight.
Absolutely right. We do get that extra hour in bed tonight, which will be very welcome after today's racing. Still no sign, I'm afraid, of the handicap result. So that's still being worked on, but I'll just keep talking for a little bit longer. Reminder, next weekend here at Silverstone, of course, Walter Hayes Trophy for the Ford 1600 race. Always something to look forward to as well, but that, I think, is then the final event of the season at Silverstone.
Is there a fireworks party next week?
I'm not sure if there is these days. There hasn't been for the last couple of years, although there had been in the past, coinciding with the Walter Hayes Trophy, but not sure about that. And of course, 750 Motor Club back in action throughout the 2024 season. I'm sure there'll be details about the 2024 calendar very soon, and I would imagine racing will get underway in April. There'll probably be a test day in February or March for drivers to fettle their cars, and we'll be touring the circuits of the country. Hopefully we'll be able to bring some of those to you on Alpha Live as well as we have done.
And it's
this
been
season.
a long and successful season, hasn't it? I mean, grids have held up pretty well, very well, in fact, which says a lot about the product.
It really does. And 750 Motor Club, I think every year Autosport does a little roundup, doesn't it, of all the different grid sizes, and 750 Motor Club always comes out quite favourably on those average grid size counts.
The guys get their slide rules out about sort of tomorrow evening, I think, and come up with something in December.
Yeah, absolutely. It's quite a task, that, to analyse the size of the grid of every single race that takes place in the country over the season. So good work.
Different these days, of course, because the major protagonists in the timing leagues put everything online, and so you can get to it.
Exactly.
Whereas before you had to rely on a sort of a piece of banded paper, which has probably sort of disappeared over the course of the season. But no, really brilliant stuff. It has been a wonderful season, and that last race meeting tomorrow, let's fingers crossed that it all runs really well.
Yeah,
and,
that's right.
More of the same in 2024.
Yeah, 2024, which will be doing some quick maths. That'll be 85 years, won't it? The 85th anniversary of the 750 Motor Club, which was created back in 1939, just before the outbreak of World War II. Still no sign of the handicap results, alas. So we'll see. We need to make a call on this as to whether we keep going. If we can't get them to you before we go off air, then you will be able to find them via the 750 Motor Club website. Click through the links to the live timing, and that will give you ultimately the results of the race. That's what we're looking for now, to see if the results are indeed being published. But
because the first season
they have not been.
First season of club racing effectively was 1950, wasn't it? So it'll be another 5-year interim when it comes to the end of the season as well.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Brilliant.
So,
in fact, it'll be the 75th season of. Will it not?
I guess it will. Yes. Yeah. There we go. There's a thought.
Something to flag up and
to celebrate.
Put on those websites.
Absolutely. Right.
Brilliant.
So thank you for that, Marcus. I think we still don't have a handicap result. So shall we wrap that up now? We will indeed. So from Marcus Pye, Josh Barrett, Lewis Beals, myself, Ian Simon, everyone at Alpha Live, and everyone here at Silverstone Circuit and the 750 Motor Club, we're going to wish you good night. And as I say, you can find the results of the handicap race on the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk, hopefully very soon. But for now, from all of us here, goodbye.